I'll go ahead and call us to order at 9:05. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Good morning, Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman. And Councilmember Rist.
Here.
Thank you. We had a pretty rich discussion yesterday. Covered a lot. I'll go ahead and pass it over to City Manager, Mr. Ferguson, to get us kicked off.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Good to see you again this morning. I think this will forever brand me as a nerdy government wonk, but I really had a lot of fun yesterday. In all seriousness, you know, we say it all the time that the budget is the living, breathing manifestation of the community's values. And so when we get to this point where we are sitting with you, the elected leaders, walking you through our work to try and respond to the direction you've given us and what we've heard from the community, it's very satisfying. It's very fulfilling to hear where we've gotten it right. And it's also really helpful to hear where you may want us to make some changes. So I really appreciate and want to commend the council for the seriousness with which you plug in at these sessions. It is clear that you are being very thoughtful about what you're hearing and about what you're seeing. It honors us to hear your level of questioning. And so I appreciate that and just want to tell you, I thought yesterday was a really great working session. To that end, I do want to start today's session by letting you know that we did take careful notes yesterday, had a meeting yesterday afternoon where we processed some of the feedback you've given us, and we do have some thoughts about how to respond to some of your questions or areas where you expressed an interest in more information. I want to hold any discussion of that until the end of today's meeting so that we see how today develops. But I did want to reassure you before we get started that we do have some plans and different options that we will refine as we hear kind of what your interests are today. So yesterday's agenda, we introduced some of the broader topics that impact the entire budget, things that span multiple departments or project categories like the CIP that touch a lot of departments. Only had a few very departmental specific presentations yesterday, primarily around the engagement department. Today's set of presentations do focus a bit more in on several key departments. And again, it's always a little bit of a challenging exercise to decide which of these presentations to bring for you. I want to say, without question, there are a number of departments who aren't presenting to you today that do very critical work for the city and that you are deeply passionate about. But we tried to focus on departments that we're seeing changes or areas where this budget is emphasizing some new or different investment, so that we used your time in the budget presentations mostly to target those budget decisions that I recommend in my proposed budget to see if we got it right or if we need to make changes. So please don't ever assume either as council members or as department directors that making this list is synonymous with who's important and who's not important, but rather just who has issues in the budget that you might want to be aware of, or who's, in the case of this year with reorganization, we have a number of presentations just to highlight how certain changes are being implemented. So with that, we've got a good lineup for you today of topics that meet that criteria. And I'll conclude my comments there unless you have any questions from me or Christina. And I don't know, Christina, if you have any introductory comments, otherwise we can go straight to presentations.
No, I don't have anything. I think Manager Ferguson has laid out the day for you. So I just want to welcome you to our second day of budget retreats. And I'm going to turn it over to our planning director, Sara Young, who's going to talk to you about their department.
All right, let's see. Does that work all right? Well, good morning, everybody. I am excited to talk to you a bit about the new and improved City County Planning and Development Department. So our organizational chart is going from 50 current FTEs to 110 with 6 additional proposed in the budget. And you can see that currently we have 2 assistant directors. We're going to be adding a 3rd assistant director to handle not all of the new additions to the department, but the majority of them. All right, in terms of budget, our total budget is just over 14 million spread across 4 different funds. So more than doubling our old budget, which corresponds to the more than doubling in personnel, et cetera. We are a personnel heavy department still, with the majority, 13 million or so going to personnel costs and just over 1 million in operating costs. In terms of the reorganization, this is really an opportunity that has been long in the works. I think for over a decade, we have been talking about combining and consolidating development review functions that currently live across multiple departments into one department. Planning has always been kind of the steward of the development review process, and so it made sense to consolidate those functions with us. There are a lot of benefits to this approach, but in general, if I could kind of sum it up very succinctly, it would be that better coordination is going to result in better service for our customers. A little bit about some measures. The first chart is the total number of cases. So this year we're going to be at a little more than 6,000 cases, I think, total. So imagine a 50-person, and these are just planning only numbers here. So imagine a 50-person department working with 6,000 cases a year. That's quite a high volume. And I'm excited to say that with that high volume, we are right now at about 98% on time. Our goal is 95% on time. The industry benchmark is 85% on time. So 98% on time is something that we are very, very proud of. In addition, we have a combined development services center, our customer service contacts that we share with the inspections department, our portion of planning contacts. So these are people that are coming in to get assistance either in person, via email, or on the phone. And this year we're going to hit about 11,000 individual contacts just through the customer service center. In addition, we also have a zoning enforcement arm. As you all know, we are close to about 1,400 cases this year, which is up a little bit, but we have a very active enforcement group that primarily works proactively, although they do obviously respond to complaints as well. Bit on budget highlights. These are our budget requests that are in the budget. The first is kind of a necessary thing, which is the public hearing notices for the new UDO. We are required, since we're going to be changing the zoning on pretty much every parcel, to send a direct mail notice to every property owner. That is expected to be way more than $300,000. That number looks very exact, but it was based on an estimate. That number might change. And we will obviously do whatever it takes to get those mail notices out. So that is not the reason we had to ask for additional money. Is our whole mailing budget is not anywhere close to this for the year. So this is kind of a one-time thing. We are also asked for funding for a multimodal traffic impact analysis, and that would be to hire a consultant to develop a program to do this. Right now, you all are familiar with TIAs, traffic impact analyses. Those are used when a development is proposed to assess the impact on the roadway network and to require improvements from that developer to kind of offset those impacts. Those impacts are just limited to motor vehicle traffic impacts. And so we need a way, and this is another project that we've been talking about for probably 10, maybe even 15 years, a way to assess non-motor vehicle impacts and require improvements for bike, ped, or other rolling, walking related infrastructure. Next up is a city-county open space plan, renamed slightly based on some JCCPC feedback. This would be a plan that would be countywide, including the city. It would look at priorities for conservation, for acquisition, what should just be preserved, natural open space versus what could be programmed space. It would help both the city in terms of its recreational goals, as well as the county in their open space acquisition program. And so it would help get us all on the same page in terms of priorities and help prioritize spaces that we could work with partner nonprofits or the private development community to also save. Next up, we have our historic resources inventory update. This is a project that's going to be, the funding will be broken out over 3 years. We have a variety of historic districts and landmarks. The historic districts are governed by historic preservation plans, which assign each property a status contributing or non-contributing, and different rules apply based on that status. When we created the consolidated criteria about 10 years ago now, we put in a recommendation that every 10 years we update those statuses of properties. And so this is the resurveying of all of our districts in order to do that, again, over 3 years. There are also a number of FTEs of positions that were requested. And so I want to talk a little bit about them because I think they're very germane to our reorganization and new structure. The first are a couple of senior engineering specialists in the right-of-way management group. These are folks that would be permitting and inspecting privately installed utilities in developments where the right-of-way has not yet been accepted by the city. So we are seeing a lot of issues with utility companies creating damage that then developers either on the hook to fix, which often gets passed on to, of course, the future homeowners, or that the city then has to fix, at the time of acceptance or after. And so this is intended to avoid that, to hold those utilities accountable through a permit inspection process and to minimize the amount of damage and repair. There are 2 senior engineers under infrastructure permitting. One of them will inspect private access and common areas. So in Durham, we have essentially 3 types of roads. I'll use roads in air quotes, right? We have public streets that meet public street standards. We have private streets that still have to meet public street standards. And then we have this thing called private access and common areas. They are essentially glorified driveways that in many cases look and feel like streets, but are private and don't have to meet public street standards. And there are a lot of, I think, concerns with our lack of inspection of those areas, because to the public, they again function and feel and look like streets, and they're the way that they access their properties. And so putting in staff that will be able to review and inspect these is really important. The other senior engineer is just an additional engineer for water sewer permitting. There is a very high volume, and there's currently only 1 person that reviews those permits, so adding an additional person will help speed up that process. Then there are 2 principal engineers in development review. There has been about a 28% increase in development review applications that group reviews. The last time that they added positions was in fiscal year 18. And so this will help speed up the review timelines. It will allow, one of the things that we've been hearing from the development community they're really interested in is single reviewers through the lifespan of a case. So adding this additional capacity will allow staff to be able to put that into play. And I want to note that these all 6 positions, while new, they're going to be paid for by fee increases. So we're expected to gain about 1.2 million extra through those fee increases, and that will cover all of these positions.
Just to confirm, so those aren't FTEs transferring in from the other department. These are actually new to.
These are new. These were submitted by Public Works, and so they will live with those group of folks that are moving over from Public Works. But these are new positions. Yep. In terms of next steps related to the reorganization, we are working with the city attorney's office to update city code. As you can imagine, there are a lot of things in city code that give different authority to different departments related to infrastructure, and that is all going to be consolidated now. So you will be seeing some updates to city code come down the road. We are also, and this is actually already started, I'm meeting with the development community and pertinent staff to identify areas for process improvements. We've had a couple meetings already, and I'm meeting right now on a monthly basis until we get through all of the issues that are being highlighted to me. And then most importantly, probably maybe for me in my daily work, is recruiting a new assistant director. So I'm hoping to get that underway as soon as possible. And that is it. Hopefully I talked a little slower than the last time I presented to you.
Thank you so much. When you can understand, you know, such a complex department so well, it feels really good. I'm really proud of city updates that are coming. But comments? Yes, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had a few questions, but I do want to say that it'll be interesting to see how this works. I'll definitely keep an eye on it. I did first want to just ask, you're meeting with the development community. Is there any resident representation in that conversation at all?
So we have heard a lot from residents through the comprehensive plan and through our customer service contacts in terms of the things that the challenges that they have. I will say that the issues that we're seeing with the development community are large scale infrastructure issues, right? So individual residents are not, laying miles of water line and having issues with those inspections. So we're talking about very large infrastructure problems. We continue to refine our process when we hear individual resident concerns. But I will say that I get very few resident complaints and I get a lot of developer complaints. One of the biggest concerns that I've heard kind of on the resident side relates to, I think, some of the things that we're going to put in place in the UDO in terms of protecting residents when there is infill kind of in tight situations. How are we making sure that contractors are on their best behavior and are being considerate to their neighbors, which is a difficult thing, but that's definitely one of our biggest things to tackle.
And just are the meetings that you're having public, or is the information that you're gathering public?
It is not public. I meet with folks routinely all the time, but I will be happy to share kind of a summary of what comes from those meetings. Absolutely.
And then I just want to know, for the right-of-way management, I noticed we received a message yesterday regarding a property owner who said they didn't get a notice. Is there any tiering of notices, like where, especially for, I think it was specifically like a right-of-way or some type of request for their property to be like taken in and a price paid? Is there a certified mail involved with that? An easement, that's it.
An easement? So it's
But is there a notice tiering that occurs in any way where it's certified as opposed to just?
So we're not directly involved in condemnation actions. I would defer to the attorney's office or the general services department, real estate, on what kind of notice is required for that.
There's a response in our inbox as well.
But in regards to like making sure that notices are received when cases are really close to your, or at or next to your property.
So in general, we've talked before, there's legislative actions, quasi-judicial, and administrative. And for administrative actions, there is not a required notice. So, if something as simple as someone, builds a fence or pours a new driveway or something, they're not required to give you notice that they're doing something on their property. However, that said, my earlier comment about making sure that people are as considerate as they can be towards their neighbors, that's definitely something that we are going to be looking at through the UDO, is like, what is the appropriate notice for folks for different types of actions?
And then I just wanted to know if there was any thought around or any consideration around whether or not an additional planning commission meeting might be necessary. Like if there's a level that you think that you would consider that.
An additional planning commission meeting like during the year to discuss?
No, like an additional, like during the month. It's once a month right now.
So right now we have really caught up with cases. You know, a few years ago, you probably remember hearing folks complain that it was taking 2 years to get to council. Now our average case gets to council in less than a year. We're about a 10-month average for rezoning cases. So I think that's pretty good considering that we have legal requirements. Right now, I don't see a need, honestly, to have more than one planning commission case a month because the cadence is pretty steady. And they're taking usually 5 or 6 cases to planning commission a month, and then we end up kind of dividing those out across your 2 monthly meetings so that you have, 3-ish cases.
And so the cadence that you would probably look at is if it were to move up to 6, or like, is there any number you think?
For planning commission cases, I think probably the most they can handle in one night. You know, their meetings start earlier than yours. They start at 5 or 5:30. But about 6 cases is about the max I think they can handle. And remember that sometimes they also have other things that go to them, plans or whatnot, so we have to factor that in.
And then just for the city manager, just thinking about the logic behind the revenue, is there anything you want to share about why it's like, I think it was like 2 million from water and sewer, and
I'll probably ask Director Royden to answer that question just about, I assume you're talking about the various fund sources. Those are going to track with the staff who are providing review in those various areas. So as part of the reorganization, as part of a development review case, staff from various disciplines do the review. And when those staff are based out of a certain fund, that's where the revenue is coming from. But let me let Christina elaborate on that.
Yes, Christina Reardon, Budget and Management Services. Yes, this is similar to other staff that do similar positions. So the split that you're seeing is something that we have done traditionally with other staff that are doing those sort of functions. So it's based on the type of work that they're doing, and the kind of funding source would be split across different funds.
I think that's all for right now.
Thank you. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Appreciate the presentation. I had a couple questions. The first is, and this is sort of bigger picture. So obviously you've had a continued high volume of like permits and planning reviews as you document there. And it seems like I like the idea of sort of streamlining some of these processes from transportation, from water management.
Public Works, water
Yeah,
management, yep.
that makes a lot of sense. I guess my question is, as you look sort of forward, like maybe the next like 3 to 5 years, is there any sense that that the development sort of piece is changing potentially with this like tariffs, right? And all this kind of these shocks of the economy. We've seen in the past recessions that have occurred nationwide. We've been pretty immune to that. We've got Duke University in the park and other universities. This one seems different. I mean, Duke is like now looking at layoffs, right? The resolution we did for the 8 organizations, like RTI shrinking. So those are like serious challenges to our local economy we haven't seen in the past. So just wondering what your like crystal ball, maybe like what does this look like? We've also talked on the TPO about like these long range plans out 30 years or whatever. But in the near future, are things gonna maybe change? What's your sense of that?
So that's an excellent question. One of the things that we do kind of all year long routinely is track kind of the development trends, right? And I call the rezoning process like the early indicator. If that starts, right, if people really start slowing down in terms of their early entitlements, that tends to be our first kind of signal that something might be happening. We did see a bit of a slowdown, but it has leveled off. And so now what will happen in the coming months, we're watching very closely because of all the things that you mentioned. I think right now applications are still strong. And so we haven't seen that happen yet. That doesn't mean it won't happen. But right now, everything seems to be kind of level.
Well, thanks for tracking that. My other question, just generally, one thing you didn't mention was UDO rewrite. So I'm just kind of curious, for those of us that don't sit on the Joint City County Planning Committee, give us a quick sense of like where that is and what we can expect in the next year with the UDO rewrite.
Sure. So we have kicked off our next module of engagement. And in fact, there is a meeting this evening at WG Pearson, which is a public meeting. We are expanding our hours for office hours, which have been very popular. We're at the library twice a month, so I think now we're at the library 4 times a month for the next few months. That's a time where people can sit down one-on-one with us and ask questions about their specific property. Because the further you get into the rewrite, the more technical it is, the more people really need to understand like how it plays out on their specific parcel. So that is underway. We are expecting to hopefully have a full draft, looking at Bo. What's our full draft date?
Fall.
I like how he vaguely said fall, mysteriously like. So we do have, other modules are in with staff and we're reviewing them, but obviously we have to work through an internal process before we go to the public with them. I think we just received the beginnings of the last module, which is the administrative stuff, or are about to, yeah, we just did. So we're working through the draft. The draft is almost complete. As soon as we have a full draft, that will also be released to the public. So they've been seeing chunks. We have made some changes based on the first round of engagement that we did in terms of some mapping logic that has changed. We heard a lot from residents about wanting to preserve more agricultural opportunities. So we did some remapping in some areas to do that. Changed some logic related to some of the kind of mixed use districts and where they were located as well.
And so in terms of like draft full plan by the fall, and that means by like
So
2020.
So we don't,
some
yeah,
point.
we hope to have the full draft and get to planning commission before the end of the year. So I don't think that elected officials will see this till after the first of the year.
26.
Yep.
And then at that point, we're looking at a full draft. So
Yep.
so maybe like mid 26, it'll be
Yep.
finalized. Right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other on this side? Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you for that presentation. I have some specific questions about some of the budgetary asks.
Mhm.
And I know you talked about this already, but I'm hoping you can go back. So the 365, 382 number for the public hearing notices, you said that was for the new UDO
Mhm.
public hearing notices. I know that there's a state law that requires us to send out specific notices, but I had thought that we were trying in our new UDO rewrite to actually decrease as much as we could some of the like methods of posting and other things that would save us some money. So is there not that happening at the same time?
So yeah, that's a good question. I'll explain the difference. So state law requires that for some things, we post a sign on the property, we put an ad in the newspaper, and we send direct mail notice to the property owners. The part that we are trying to seek legislative change on is the newspaper, because that is where we're spending a lot of money and not really, I don't think that the residents are really getting their notice that way. And so we are seeking legislative authority, which lots of other places have, to basically post online as an alternative, which we already do as a bonus. So that's that piece. There's no change for mailed notice. We, in fact, state law only requires that we send mailed notice to properties immediately adjacent, so like one property out. We actually go 1,000 feet out, as we believe that trying to get more people aware of what's happening and informed, and for them to have the ability to participate in the process if they want to, is important. So we're firm believers in direct mailed notice. And we do have a budget for that normally for all of our other cases. That budget just isn't big enough to handle something like the UDO, where we're going to have to send out, I think it's like 154,000 notices.
These are notices not written into the UDO. These are notices about the new UDO.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Any update on that legislative action?
I have not heard lately.
Monday of this week. Okay, well, that show you. Great, cool. It's been a long week thus far, and it's only 3 days in. Okay, great. So, yeah, it sounds like we're getting updates on that. I'll check my email, but certainly like thinking about that as a method of saving some dollars. The multimodal traffic impact analysis, that $60,000 is just for one employee?
That is for a consultant to
Consultant.
develop a program for us.
Okay, so then it would be something that would have.
And then we would require that program as part of the application process for new development. So it would be an ongoing, it would be a kind of a methodology,
Yeah.
right? That then would be used for all applications, and developers would have to follow that methodology.
Back up. So for the senior engineers that are assisting with the infrastructure permitting, you were saying that they're getting sent out to streets that are private, even if they are doing reviews of those streets. What is the use of that? Why would we send people out?
So they are not currently doing that. However, this is an area where, residents don't know the difference between what's private and public, first of all. And while a developer still has standards that they have to meet, the pavement needs to be, meet the specifications the city has for pavement, for curbing, for all these things, there is no real mechanism right now to really inspect that and hold them accountable. So this additional position, and Marvin, if you need to come rescue me, feel free, man. I see him getting up. Phone a friend. You want to talk in more detail since I
And
just
then it's
inherited
two
this?
positions, right?
Right, they do two different things.
Okay.
Yeah, so Marvin Williams, Public Works. So right now, our right-of-way management program, we have, forgot how many people we have actually doing right-of-way inspections. Those two positions would help with what people normally see, like in townhouses, for example. They think they're public streets that the city would be responsible for, but they're really just glorified, like Sarah said, glorified driveways. But they still need to be built to a certain standard, because a lot of time what happens is that after so many years, people in those communities want to turn them over to the city for maintenance because their HOAs may not necessarily have the funds to maintain them. But if we didn't inspect it on the front end, we're then going to require those developments or those homeowners to actually go back and build everything to current city standards. So what we're trying to do with these two positions is actually have the ability to go out, inspect those during the initial development process to make sure that they're being built to some type of standard that's close to either our standard or NCDOT standards, if they're close to an NCDOT right of way. So that if we do get the request in the future to have them turned over for public maintenance, that we have some type of documentation and record of what was actually built.
And
Oh my
also so
gosh.
that they're not substandard at the time that the HOA inherits them from the
Right.
builder.
Right, but so it's literally a just in case because.
It's not a just in case because we have,
Because it's our code, they have to be up to our code.
they have to be, but because they're being built, they're private access, private roads essentially right now, we don't have the capacity to inspect them. So adding the additional positions in to go through that inspection process gives us some reassurance that they're actually being built to a standard.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And you were saying that those two positions are there's one person that's gonna be doing that and one person, or both of those positions are.
So it's one position for that. The second senior engineer is actually an additional position to help issue water sewer permits. So these are the permits when a developer is laying out new large-scale water sewer infrastructure. There's only currently one person that does that, and there is a bit of a delay because there are more permits than she can reasonably handle.
Okay. I have two follow-up questions about that. The first is, you got a lot of, well, no, I'm gonna ask that one second. Okay, let me ask this one first. Is there a conversation in the new UDO rewrite about how we designate driveways versus streets? Because I feel like there have been several things that we get a lot of townhouse developments, and there have been several instances where we've seen this happening, and obviously y'all are doing we're hiring a whole new person to come on to do inspections about this specific thing. Is there any conversation about maybe widening that definition so that we don't end up with all of these parking lots as opposed to streets?
So that is a conversation that we have had, I think, multiple times over the years with the development community, and we keep hearing the same thing, that that is an option that they want to keep because it is a less expensive option. And so particularly sometimes for smaller projects, you're not necessarily going to put in a brand new street for a 20 townhouse development, right? And we're seeing a lot of small infill type developments. And so they need an option that helps keep the cost of construction reasonable and also scales with kind of the size of developments, so that smaller developments, again, you're not going to run like a really short street for, 10 townhouses on each side.
Interesting. I mean, I understand that it's less expensive for them, but it isn't now costing us in a different way, right? Which is, so.
I'm not going to say, I don't
Yeah.
necessarily agree with their argument, because I think anytime that you have private infrastructure, that cost gets passed on to the homeowner anyway, because the HOA has to maintain it. So I think kind of the difference in maybe upfront product cost is offset by, you now have a monthly HOA bill that is probably higher. So that's not one that I necessarily agree with. I'm just sharing what they always share with us.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it would be something that I would be interested in revisiting as we're looking through the UDO rewrite.
Yep.
My next question, just to follow up on this, is we've gotten, y'all's department has gotten a lot of new full-time employees due to some rearranging, right? Because you just listed,
Yeah.
how many did you say that we were going from 50
To 110.
And so you've listed 6 new ones, so I'm imagining we're
116.
accumulating a lot of people. Okay. What are those folks just coming over with already sort of pre-assigned jobs? Are we moving folks around?
So
What's going on?
those folks all are bringing over all of their responsibilities, right? These are folks that are already, they're reviewing plans, they're already reviewing, water sewer permits, right of way stuff. They're the transportation folks that review TIAs. So they all have current jobs that are related to development review. They're just now going to be doing the same exact jobs under one department instead of being spread out into multiple departments.
And bringing them all together under one umbrella, we're not seeing like a major increase in efficiency that would allow folks to spread in different ways.
So that is one of my goals, particularly with, for instance, inspections, right? We are sending a bunch of different departments, have inspectors going out to the exact same site and looking at sometimes very similar things. Like I've already talked with transportation about trying to merge some of their inspections functions with my own planning inspections functions to try and gain some efficiencies there. We don't need to send 2 people to look at almost exactly the same thing, almost exactly the same piece of property. That I'm hoping will buy additional bandwidth for, one of the things that I would like to do is speed up the development review process as much as possible. And so I think where we can gain efficiencies, we will see that translated into more streamlined, faster reviews. So that is definitely my goal. I have been meeting with all these various teams and getting to kind of learn a little bit more about under the hood about what they do and how they do it. And so I'm identifying like a list of things that we can start tackling after July 1. The list is long. I'm gonna maybe be here longer than I wanted to be.
And let me add to that,
Yeah.
just because it speaks to some broader talking points I've shared around the whole reorganization, which is I think in a number of areas where we are combining staff and combining functions, we are optimistic that there are going to be efficiencies and cost savings as a result of reorganization. That said, until we got the reorganization in place, solidified new work procedures, in the case of the engagement department, really building out sort of what the work plan looks like. I didn't want to be presumptuous about presuming or promising to the council in this budget process that savings were going to accrue. So this is one of those areas, probably one of the key areas where I think we want to give the department some space to put the new structure in place and then determine and track. But those savings and efficiencies are ones that we absolutely are going to be tracking and be happy to come back to the council and report out on what we're seeing.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just hearing that several of our other departments that have had kind of this like mass sort of reorg have not come to us with new requests for hires. And so that was what I was asking about, because y'all have several new positions in addition to bringing in quite a lot of people from other places. So 13 million is personnel, 14 million is the total budget for this year. What was it last year?
So the planning only budget, so this,
Yeah,
current-
just
I
curious,
think
like,
we were at like 6.2 or something. Someone's looking it up. Great.
okay,
Yeah,
not that important. I was just curious to know the
6
increase.
million-ish.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker. Anything?
Thank you for being here, Sarah. So the UDO and MAP, are we expecting to do those at the same time?
In terms, what do you mean?
So we're gonna rewrite the UDO, we're
Mhm.
rewriting the UDO.
Yes.
And then also we've got the public notices that are gonna go out for the
map change.
map change. Are those gonna happen simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay.
They will
And-
have an effective date, like our effective date will be months out, probably 6 months out, because we need to have time for people to adjust and figure out what they're doing, which is what we did last time when we adopted the current UDO. It was the official effective date was like 6 months later.
And then the cost of the notices, is that for planning commission public hearing and city council public hearing? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So if planning commission says we want to delay on this, that's an extra hundred something thousands.
As long as they
dollars.
continue it, it is not, because a continuance, we don't have to re-letter notice.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that, because we don't want to be spending
Yep.
an extra hundred something $1,000 for notices. The multimodal TIA, so I actually don't know much about multimodal TIAs. I've never worked with those before, but TIAs, like, you can justify getting things off-site. Is that the same idea with a multimodal TIA? Because, otherwise we can just require them to build wide sidewalks
Yep.
or whatever.
Yes.
We
And
get-
in our research, we haven't found anyone that does a multimodal TIA. So hopefully we're going to be breaking new ground.
Okay, awesome. And we said fall of this year for the UDO rewrite?
Full draft.
Roughly?
Yes.
Okay, and like that's a full draft, and then it will go through review and planning commission and go through that process as well. Okay. So all I want to say is, we've looked at a lot of amazing work that's being done by all of our different departments, parks, transportation, infrastructure, transit. We've got development, land use, urban design. All of these things are happening, and it's really community planning that brings them all together and ties them all together. And so this is the planning and development department. But I don't want us to lose sight of the planning, because when we look at the org chart, we see one box in there is planning, and just about everything else is development review. And it is vital. Planning is so vital for making sure that all the different pieces that we're working on are coming together and coming together efficiently. It's a lot more efficient to lay down the pipes and bury the lines and then build the street than to build the street and the sidewalk and then tear it up. And having that long range, comprehensive vision of what's happening and pulling all the pieces together and knowing a little bit about a lot of different things is such a vital function of an efficient city, but also a city that is working innovatively, working with community residents, working with best practices and evidence-based practices. And so I think it's very, very important that we don't lose sight of that planning function within this department. So wanted to thank you for coming in and answering our questions.
And Mayor, if I may just follow on that, appreciate Councilmember Baker's comments, and would also just point out that I think there are a number of elements of the planning department's work plan this year that speak to that don't necessarily show up in the budget. But I'd want to reassure council that I think that's a conversation that we fully lean into and agree with. I would note the one item on the plan, the open space, city county open space plan is one that I think speaks to that. But I think there are a number of other initiatives that DCM Chadwell and Director Young and myself have talked about in the coming year that speak to some of the things council has talked about. In particular, you know, we've heard from the council and from departments that having a more coordinated conversation and approach towards land banking or proffers from developers that speak to different city needs is something that the council's expressed interest in. That's something Director Young has been very open to. So I just want you to know we definitely hear you on that. And while it doesn't necessarily all translate into budget asks, it certainly does translate into a work plan.
Sorry, I actually had one more question that I got, reminded me. The city county open space plan, is there county input money wise, and how much is going into that?
So I'm going to defer to Christina on that. I will say this, that the way that the funding for the planning department works is after application fees come off the top, the city and the county split 50-50. So theoretically, and if I'm misspeaking, Christina can jump in, theoretically, 50-50 of this will be paid for by the county by virtue of their split, how that's orchestrated. Somebody else started, please.
No, I think Director Young explained that well. Yeah. And so, and also the number was 6.4 for last year for their budget. So I just wanted to make sure we circled back on that. But yes, so we essentially the county's, you know, a portion is after fees. So 50-50.
Just a follow-up, and you are reviewing fees right now, right? And there's some consideration around a sliding, like fee scale is.
So we did a comprehensive fee adjustment kind of across the board last year for planning fees. Our planning fees already take into account kind of some equity concerns in terms of larger things cost more and smaller things for them to remain more accessible cost less, kind of our thinking. That's easier to do because we are not a department that is fully funded by fees, right? So we are subsidizing through city and county some of those costs. So that already exists. The increases that I mentioned earlier, those really are public works related fee increases. So I can't speak to any thinking on those. And also, you know, those fees and these new positions were things that were started before the reorg really took shape. So I don't know if you need to add anything. No? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of things. Following up on Councilmember Cook's, my question is that I understand the positions are fee-based, but there's a number of things on there that would, so the UDO public hearing notices, the traffic impact analysis, the city county open space and historic resources, that's all department dollars and not fee, right? And so is the county going 50-50 on all of those things, not just the open space plan, because it affects like the UDOs for every single resident. It doesn't matter if they're a city or county resident.
Right. So because of the way that the funding structure is set up, they don't go 50-50 like on line items, right? It's a sum total.
Okay.
And it gets halved.
Perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you. I think, and I do want to acknowledge that in the organizational chart, there are 8 FTEs dedicated to community planning. So I see that we're doing a good job there as far as putting real effort into what Councilmember Baker addressed. And I just want to say that this is a really good reorg. I mean, we hear this a lot, not having a different person review each piece of a case, and then those folks not necessarily being aligned on what they see, because everyone has interpretation. And so then at the end of the day, it's the applicant. And sometimes the applicant is an affordable housing provider. I know that in this space, we like to always assume it's a villain. It doesn't matter. It can be anybody who's got a permit in. It can be an affordable housing provider. It can be a school. It can be anyone on the other side. It could be just an individual homeowner. and they're going to have to go through the same review process. So I think that this is a great efficiency. I know that there were some shifts happening here, and I look forward to, next year seeing potentially some of these efficiencies and how that plays out for your department and just citywide. And then I just want to thank, as a person who's been on JCCPC for a number of years, I just want to thank you and your staff. I think y'all are probably one of the departments that has the most liaisons all across the city, from everywhere from DOST to JCCPC, Appearance Commission, right? Y'all are in lots and lots of places, and you do a ton of our community engagement. And so I just want to thank you and all your staff for being just really dedicated public servants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Director. Good to see you. Let me echo Councilmember Caballero's commendation for the staff. Both of us, JCCPC for many years, both of us past chairs. So we have a pretty unique perch to see just how much work you do and how hard you do it. For me, just a real couple of quick questions. I'm excited about this reorg. Some of the stuff just has to be stress tested. It's got to be real world, driven. Plane is shiny on the ground. We've got to put it in the air. So some questions will be answered when we get into actual deployment. But I am really, really encouraged by at least the initial read and the potential for efficiencies. And I appreciate the manager's modesty, but it certainly bodes well, I think, for us from a first blush. Just two quick questions. Some of the on a couple of your slides, shared economic prosperity is branded at the top. And the slide seemed, I didn't read the slide as germane to shared economic prosperity. Was that?
I'll let, where'd Christina go? Do you want to talk about how they're categorized?
I'm just wondering, was that supposed to imply that these particular slides were speaking to?
Sure. The slides that you're referring to?
Yeah, a couple of slides. One
look at that.
have shared economic, you see that? Yeah.
At the top.
Yeah, and that is because they sit in the shared economic prosperity goal as part of our strategic plan. So the strategic plan, when you're looking at that plan, these particular initiatives fall under that goal.
Interesting. So the items in these slides right here are relevant to shared economic prosperity. That
The way our current strategic plan is structured, yes. And we could get you a link to our strategic plan to kind of show you how that's laid out. That might make more sense as well too. Because
Yeah,
we're just
not
pulling these
seeing
out.
this.
We're just pulling out initiatives, measures for this particular presentation. But I think it might be helpful.
And I think that's because basically all development review functions are kind of deemed to support economic prosperity in terms of, development, economic development, et cetera.
Sure. I guess just historically, when we've used the term shared, we were thinking more like participation in the supply chain for, historically left out folk. Maybe I'm just thinking about how we historically employed the term shared economic prosperity. But that's fine. It's no big deal.
Yeah, and I will say these are not the only measures in that goal as
not.
well too.
Yeah.
So no,
Okay.
so, these are just a portion of that overarching goal as well too.
Got you. My second question, and Counselor, you had a perfect dramatic return because this question might. I was actually killing time till you got back. Could you, with respect to the UDO rewrite, could you preview for us to the best of your ability what new or augmented powers heretofore this council has not exploited that we are in a position to codify and write into our UDO, whether it's inclusionary zoning, whether it's building materials, whether it's compelling parks? What can we capture, and what are we previewing that we can capture legally through the force of law that heretofore we have not exploited as a council?
Yeah, I would say that I don't think there is anything in terms of authority that you all have not already utilized.
I asked because I've sat through a lot of lectures from all kinds of folk about what we should be doing and what we can do and what we've chosen not to do. And I just want for the public to hear that, and whatever we are not using or exploiting, whatever we can get, I hope that through this UDO rewrite, we will fully do that. If we are not, then the truth needs to be told. It needs to be trumpeted and made clear that when we have these debates, wherever we may fall on an issue, the proposition that somehow there's something that we are not using or that we are not availing ourselves of is a canard. It's a false point. And I think that for the sake of integrity and for the sake of our public square, some of the debates we have, that needs to be said. With that said, we can go at each other, on whatever point we want. But I want it to be known that if we could dictate some of these things, we would. And if we have that power, if that power is available to us, I fully expect us in the UDO rewrite to get it. And if we don't get it, then we should tell folk we can't. So there it is. But thank you so much. I'm excited about this reorg and appreciate the work the department does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. I just gave an example of a company I toured, an architecture firm, and how they had a really big open floor plan with so many different disciplines in the business, in the company. But they put everything under one roof, from interior design to the engineering sector to just the engagement. And this is a private company, and they are extremely efficient, a very successful company right here in Durham. And you guys are doing the same thing. You're seeking efficiency so that we can expand our capacity. And I appreciate that. I don't have criticism here. I was, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I was wondering how this lined up with shared economic prosperity, but I haven't talked about that a lot because I'm just waiting on the refresh. But I get, the extension of it. I get where you're headed with it. And I guess how it's identified in what is identified now. But yeah, I like where we're going with it. I think it makes sense on the asks. That's a really good point, man, Pro Tem, because we get, scolded a lot by, the city council just passed a 4-3 vote and they should have done this, but they did it. I hear it all the time. And anyone that preaches that, it can be considered misleading. And we just are not forceful by putting the truth out there. And so I agree, whatever we can legally do that would be in the best interest of the public. I hope that we explore that in the new UDO rewrite so that we can stop the politics and actually do people work. With that being said, thank you. And let's move on.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the team over there. Smart folks in planning.
I do want to offer just a clarification. I think most council members picked this up, but I do want to point out that the new positions that you heard about in this position are fee-supported development review supported positions. These are not positions that are supported by tax dollars, and so none of the tax rate increase supports any of the positions that that Sara just presented to you.
That money would, it's a different source of funding, but if we weren't using that for fees, we could use that fee money for other things, right? The fees are not explicitly only for those purposes.
I essentially believe those fees are to create a fee-supported development review system.
Yeah,
we would not reallocate those revenues towards some other city purpose. They are specifically for that purpose.
So under state law, we have to use those fees for the purpose that they're collected for. We cannot, they're supposed to be charged to recoup costs directly associated with processing of applications. We're not supposed to use them for other purposes.
Right, but there's other staff that would fit, there's other places where it would fit in that definition. It's not, we didn't have to create these exact staff to utilize those fees.
Right, we do have broad ability, development fees in general are a very broad category. And certainly, we don't trace dollar for dollar an application fee to the staff person that it's funding, but we do it kind of programmatically, right? So if we're saying that we're raising fees, and we're also trying to just keep good faith and transparency, if we're raising fees for X thing to deliver a better service on X thing, then we feel like we need to do that.
And I think in the course of this budget conversation, the point I would just want to highlight is if council were to choose not to approve one of these positions, the revenue would not be available to go fund some other desire somewhere else in the budget. That revenue has to stay in the planning and development space to support the planning and development function. So it's not, we can't pay for a widget if we eliminate one of those positions. Those positions are specifically offset by fees in the development review process.
Thank you. I support the move. Williams, welcome.
Is that any better? Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Marvin Williams with Public Works Department. I'll be doing a joint presentation this morning with Wayne Fenton from Solid Waste Management. Just to talk to you about the newly combined department that's going to be named the Environmental and Street Services Department. Which button? Nope. There we go. All right, so the Department of Public Works, Solid Waste Management, and a portion of Neighborhood Improvement Services, specifically the impact team, are all being merged together to improve operational efficiencies between departments that are really front-facing to the public. We provide a lot of similar services on the front line portion of the departments between solid waste management with residential collection, bulky collections. The impact team within NIS also does a lot of bulky collections as well for illegal dumps. And then we have the traditional public works services with street maintenance, stormwater maintenance, street cleaning, which again deals with a lot of trash issues around the city. But also by combining these departments and division together, it allows more career growth opportunities for the staff in those front-facing positions. Because right now, the way we're currently structured, they're somewhat limited in the departments unless they move between departments multiple times to try and move up their career. This will give the staff in those work groups the opportunity to actually move up within one department if they choose to do so. And the merger also allows us to share a lot of resources that we have, specifically equipment, where we locate the staff, kind of moving towards housing them together in two centralized locations. So we have some opportunities for improvements there. So this is the new org chart that's proposed for the department. Public Works, a large portion moved out of Public Works. The development review portion moved over to the new Planning and Development Department that you just heard from Sara Young about, but now we're moving in solid waste management and neighborhood improvement services, specifically the impact team again, into this joint department with a new FTE count of 307. I believe there are 2 new positions that are proposed. One was specifically within solid waste and one was within stormwater services. I think it's a little hard to see the other one because the text box is blocking it there. So preliminary budget, just like planning and development, we are heavy on the personnel side. Overall budget will be 57+ million, 35 million in personnel, 22 in operating. Public Works, well, what was Public Works will still keep a large portion of the capital program that we have. You'll see that in one of the performance measures that I have here related to streets. But this just gives you an overview of the breakout by the different funds that'll cover the Environmental and Street Services Department. So one thing that you all have heard from me on a routine basis is street maintenance, street needs. That's a never-ending request that will come from this department and any department that's responsible for street maintenance. Right now, we are currently in the process of updating our pavement condition index study to give us another snapshot of where we stand overall with the street network. As you can see here, we've pretty much stayed in that mid-60 range for our overall PCI and residential roadways, which the majority of the city's street network are residential streets. We think that we'll still be in that mid-60 range when we get the updated PCI study, which we expect to have the results back sometime later this year into the winter, and we'll be able to share that information out with council at that time. But even with having bond money available to us, that'll be a request after we complete all of the bond spending to have additional funds come towards street maintenance. Because for those of you that were on council, remember from the last study that what we anticipated needing on an annual basis was roughly.
Sorry, can you just pause
Okay.
real quick? I'm gonna try and get rid of these captions here.
Okay.
Council can actually see
Okay.
the numbers.
Real quick, if you remove the box, is that going to prevent folks online from seeing it? Because we have presentations on our laptops as well.
Oh, can you see it?
Yeah, we have our own copies.
Okay. So I was actually gonna kind of run a live test, but if you guys got to capture the thing.
Yeah, we're following along.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
No problem. I cannot go back. Uh-oh.
You should be able to just use the arrow keys.
It's not working.
No.
There we go.
There you go. Yep.
So as I was saying, with the bond spending, we currently have one project out the door. We're using bond funds. We expect to use those funds over the next 2 to 3 years. But that need will still be there even if the bonds monies are expended. Roughly $25 million a year just to maintain that current level of PCI in the mid-60s. If we wanted to improve streets beyond the mid-60s, that would require an investment. My assumption right now will be in that $30 to $35 million range on an annual basis. And that's just one portion of the street network. We're also working on a bridge asset management program because the city does have bridge infrastructure that we're responsible for. Sidewalks, that's not on here, but it's another piece of infrastructure that we're still going to be responsible for. So all of those are big dollar items that require consistent annual investments. But this is just the one that you hear most about from residents because of the condition of streets when they complain about potholes, pavement failures, different things like that. So just wanted to give you an idea of where we currently are with the PCI network on the residential roadways. And next, we're transitioning over to the solid waste side of streets and environmental services. And I'll turn this over to Wayne Fenton.
Since you're here, can I ask you a question on the
Sure.
previous slide? Can you just talk about like what in real life terms, if I'm walking down the street, what it looks like PCI? Can you just talk to me about what that is in lay person terms?
Sure. So it's almost like a school scale. 90 to 100 is an A, 80s B, 70s C, 60s D. So when you start seeing streets in the 60s, you're seeing streets with cracking, with some potholes. You may have an occasional pavement failure, but it's still usable for the traveling public. When you get to a C range, you're seeing less of the cracking, less of the potholes, less of those stressors in the pavement. When you get to a B range, you're in pretty good condition. Probably no potholes. You're just seeing some stress in the asphalt itself, but no failures. A, it's like the street was just paved. When you get down below 60, that's where, and we do have some streets that are in that complete failure mode where you're in the 50s and lower. That's when the street is riddled with potholes. You have stress fractures throughout the street. It's tripping hazards if pedestrians walk across the street. Definite hazards for motorists using the streets. So it's kind of think of it that way. The better the condition, 90 to 100 is pretty much a brand new street. And as you start seeing different things come up with the street, as far as stresses, that's where the grade drops.
Okay, so not trying to be critical, but just so I understand this graph.
Yeah.
We're saying that there are 35% of our streets are below a score of 65, like they're below a D.
Below
then-
C.
below
Or
a-
it's, yeah, D. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then 65% of our streets are above a D, but do we have a breakdown of like, are they all at
We do.
60% or?
No, so this is just, like I said, the average. Once we get we have the old study, which gives you a breakdown of the miles of streets that fall into each range, and that's what we're updating. So
Okay.
once we have that update, you'll be able to see the road network, what percentage of streets fall into that A category, what percentage of streets fall into that B category. The majority are going to fall in that C and D category, and then we quite honestly have some streets in that F category. And those are city maintained streets. We do not take into account the NCDOT maintained roadways or the private streets.
If I can add, just for context for Councilmember Cook, so the PCI is something that we have brought back to council every few years to seek policy direction from the council about kind of what target they wanted to hit. And so there's been some extensive presentations to prior councils showing actual visual examples of what different levels of PCI accomplish. And actually the targets that we use were actually set by council. We sort of gave kind of option A, option B, option C with various cost commitments connected to those. And so the targets are not internally driven. Those that we have are a reflection of that council direction. That's a process we can always repeat for the existing council. I know several of the members on this board have been around long enough to see a few of those presentations, but obviously this is something that is directly related to funding. Obviously, the more funding we invest in roads, the higher scores we end up with, and this is a reflection of our current policy direction.
Also, the higher the level, the less the maintenance costs. I think that was the main push.
It is.
You know, for us to move to the 20 million in the funding for this area, just making sure that we weren't dropping below that 60 because then it becomes more expensive to try and address it. I did want to ask, and we're not sharing any numbers around, I guess, it probably would be helpful to have numbers around how many residents are submitting those types of complaints around potholes and pavement failures. And then also like how many reimbursements we're actually doing. I know there's been a whole lot of emails and texts for me around when the city actually does cover a flat tire because they've, you know, destroyed the rim or whatever in a pothole or what have you, and trying to make sure that people understand that if it's not reported, the city's not responsible, and trying to make sure that more people report it. I just want to know if there's been an increase or not.
So with regards to the number of service requests we get for potholes, we could get that information through one call. As far as claims, Tim Flora with Finance Risk Management normally handles the claims process. So I'm pretty sure that's data they have available that we could share with you all. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Williams, for just even this slide right here. And thanks to Bo also for just sort of like the clarification. I think it's important to recognize that we're sort of like, this is a policy choice, right? We could get higher quality, but it comes at a cost, right? So appreciate that clarity. I guess my question is simply, do other peer communities like Raleigh, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, did they do a similar PCI measurement, or is that sort of like, is that unique to Durham? And what's the sort of methodology? Is that something that's standard across cities, or?
It's the most common data set that's used to measure the condition of your pavement. There's also I think a PCR, pavement condition rating. It's pretty much similar, the same thing, just different terminology. Raleigh, Greensboro, other cities do similar studies like this. I'm not sure of the intervals that they do it at, but also their street network is slightly different in some ways. Because in some cases, some cities, I'll use Charlotte, for example, they do a lot more maintenance on the state roadways within the city limits. So I'm pretty sure they gather more data regarding state roadways just because they perform that maintenance. So it may skew what their overall PCI rating is. But yeah, it's
Most
pretty much
do like a similar, yeah.
Yes, correct.
So I'm curious also for these peer cities, like what they set their benchmark at. What do we know, for example, like a Raleigh or a Charlotte or Greensboro, Winston, like, do they set it at like 75 or?
I think that
50
varies
or?
by the city council in each city because it really is a policy direction and how much money the city wants to invest in their street network. We can work to gather that data if that's something that the
I mean,
council
I'm just
takes.
curious. I'm mostly just curious, but I was clear.
Yeah.
It's ultimately it's a policy decision we have to make, right?
Right.
So, yeah. But it might be helpful just to know in a couple cities, like what's the target they set? Would love to.
So as we bring back the updated PCI data, we can include that as part of our update that will bring the council over the winter.
Just as reference, it'd be helpful to know, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, great.
We could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it'll be very helpful to know that as well. I just also want to just throw out there, this is city functions, and again, as I said yesterday, city government is a balanced jigsaw puzzle. It's not a product that we're selling. So I think it'll be helpful just to have for context around the state, what some of our peer cities are doing. But also, if we take that information, we should take the decisions that their city council make as well. Big ideas are expensive, and then you have your necessary things that you have to do as well. And we have very limited ways of generating revenue. So we can't cut our hand off and then expect to grab something. So more information, the better. But I think it'll help with context and help inform the types of decisions that we'll have to make when we're thinking about how we are expanding the tax base and generating revenue.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I hate to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I know that the cost of maintenance on streets has just been increasing steadily. Can you tell us like a ballpark of where we're at these days?
Do you have a ballpark of where we're at on a per lane mile for maintenance or repaving?
Blackburn Project Design and Delivery Group. So this year with our repaving, we actually got a lower cost than we did like several years ago because the amount of funding that y'all provided us. We led a $16 million paving contract, so that got us down to $24 a square yard, which we haven't seen that price in a couple of years. So, as far as that, because of the funding increase, we're able to do a better job of getting those prices lower. They're going up a little bit every year, but it's not like it was when COVID hit and everything jumped. Things are starting to steady out a little bit, so it's not quite as shocking. We are still seeing rise, but it's starting to level out.
What's the cost of a lane mile basis?
Cost of lane mile, like I said, I can do it by square yard, was $24 a square. I left my phone.
We can follow up.
It's just to
So-
get a concept, because it's when I talk to constituents about this, I think this is like the number one thing that is useful for people to know is like, people are like, why have you not fixed this thing? And it's helpful to be like, this is exactly how much this thing would cost. And it's going up every, so it's helpful for me to contextualize the spending. Also, when you say that it was cheaper, it was because you were able to do in bulk.
Right.
And it would be also helpful to know like sort of where a threshold is for that, like where the costs really start to decrease, like how much we would need to expend before we see like
We're at our max right now.
Okay.
We couldn't go more. In fact, our contractors were squirming this year we had to extend the contract instead of a 12-month contract is an 18-month contract because they don't have the ability to do that amount of work in a year. They said moving forward, once they see a steady amount of work, they can start meeting that need into a 12-month period of time. But we're at our maximum amount that with our staff and the contractors we have in this area and how much work is in this area, we're at our max. So we
Please don't give us any more to do. Okay.
I'm not going to say that, but
Okay.
we're there. We're where
Okay.
we need to be. Let's just say that.
Thanks.
I just wanted to add, when you're giving that peer city feedback, if you could just make sure by lane mile or per lane mile.
Yeah, we'll have it by lane mile. It's easier to conceptualize hearing it that way.
Yeah, but also just acknowledging that our peer cities may not have as many state roads or like.
Correct.
There's a whole lot of variations, and this city is very unique in where it sits and how it sits. So, yeah, I think at last check we were like 110 square, like all of that.
I think so.
Yeah.
Member Tim?
Thanks. Yeah, I think the peer city information is helpful. I was part of those councils who kind of set the policy back in the day. A couple of us were there. And, I think what's really helpful is think about your own house. I mean, there are some things in your house. You may have a repair list of things in your house. It's still habitable. You can still sleep in it, but there might be a door that creaks but you can still live in the house. And some things you prioritize as to what you're going to do based upon your income and what you can afford at that time. I remember the first time I made the mistake of telling my mama what another kid was doing in their house. And my mom was like, "You don't live there. Don't be bringing somebody else does it their house to our house." And some of those cities don't put money into eviction diversion. Some of those cities don't want to subsidize affordable housing to the degree that we're doing. And all of that paints the picture of where, how they spend their money or what they want their road conditions to look like. There's an interesting historical caveat to this as well. Some of these roads were in such bad condition because of historical disinvestment. So there was an equity lens that we brought. Some of the decisions we've made with respect to roads and sidewalks in Durham have been directly tied to realizing that historically it was governments that neglect and disinvestment that put some of these neighborhoods and roads in those conditions. So we've shifted some funds there. So there's a nexus and a pretty big context in which this is done. But a raw number from a peer city as a conversation partner without knowing what else is going on in their house. They may prioritize some things differently. They may have more money than us. They may decide they want to spend $50 million on their roads, but we want to spend 25 so we can have 25 to do, name whatever it is, immigrant defense, whatever it may be. So it's helpful, but it was a policy decision made internally for Durham by Durhamites, looking at Durham's values and considering the creaks that were in our house and what our condition of our steps were, and what was in our refrigerator and what was in our medicine chest, as did our house here. So I think that's just useful to keep in mind. I haven't made a claim to the city, but I've had a rim torn up. Driving around Durham before, so I get it. I'm not going to be making a claim, by the way, but I have had a rim torn up in the city. But I think it's important to keep in mind that this decision was made in the context of a whole bunch of decisions. The more money you have, the more stuff you can address at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'd look forward to the information that we get whenever we address this again. It's always a sobering number every time. Very sobering, that and the sidewalks. Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah. So I appreciate this. I am interested to see what other communities are doing, even if it's to then also tell, it's always important to tell the story of to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, we make decisions based on all kinds of information that we hear, and the more information we have, I think the better informed we can make those decisions. And I do want to say that I'm glad to hear that we are at capacity as far as what we can handle, but this is historic money that we're talking about. So at a certain point, it does become, can we get everything up so that it overall becomes cheaper long-term, because it's cheaper to maintain than it is to build your foundation every single time. And we all have those deeply expensive house expenses that is HVAC or foundation, and it's a core function of that house. And so you got to figure out how you pay for it. And I do want to thank voters for saying yes, because they put they took out a second mortgage, and now we're going to be able to do, yeah, that's what they did. And so now we're going to be able to put some real money. And I also want to appreciate, I think the Mayor Pro Tem has asked for, I think the entire time we've been on council together, about that fund balance to streets, and just to see it in the CIP this year. I know our fund balance is not as at the historic highs that we've seen in previous years, but I think it is also, from a financial standpoint, the right move as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
We still have several more slides to go.
And I wish we didn't.
So at this point, I will turn it over to Wayne Fenton.
Well, So, is that good placement? Can you hear me all right? Yeah. All right. Well, good morning, all. Yes, Wayne Fenton with Solid Waste. Happy to be with you this morning. I'm going to continue in Marvin's footsteps here and present challenges that we are facing in solid waste. Maybe not all of them, but several of them anyway. The first one here, again, some of these you've seen before and heard us speak about, our recycling contamination rate. These are presented again through the strategic plan under the Thriving and Vibrant Environment goal. And that has become a major challenge for us. I know one of the questions may be, well, why did we see such a significant jump? And it's really not, we don't believe, due to a sudden surge in contamination. It is more that our previous contractor processed materials in a different way than the contractor that we currently have. Essentially, what they were doing is all the material that came into their facility got sorted. It was allocated on a percentage basis by weight. And so that included the contamination. With the current contractor, they're more focused on the individual loads that are coming in, and they do analysis on those and then apportion it that way. I did want to point out, again, contamination rate includes two things. It is materials that should never be in the recycling stream. So incorrect types of plastics, plastic bags, porcelain, window glass, Pyrex, all kinds of things that people think are right. We've talked before, I think, about wish cycling. People feel bad about throwing away certain things, so they'll place it in the recycling stream with the idea of, well, they'll figure this out, and if it's not the right thing, they'll just process it out. And unfortunately, that's not realistic. The other thing, though, we also have is correct items that are improperly prepared. And most of that is bagged recyclables. So people will maybe collect in their kitchen or in their garage. It's easy to put, soda cans or water bottles, whatever, into a bag, and then you toss that into your cart. And we're working diligently to get people to, if they use a bag like that, tear it open, dump it into your cart, but do not leave it bagged. So those are really the things we're focusing on. I hope everyone here is familiar with our Recycle Right Durham campaign. If not, that means we're not doing our job well enough. We're going to continue to promote that message. And one of the other things, we like catchy acronyms. We have one now, Feet on the Street. And we're working with some of our staff to get out in the field. And they are literally lifting the lid on recycling carts and looking for evidence of contamination. It is a friendly reminder. It's not we're coming down hard on people. It's to get that message out and just let them know either there were items, again, that shouldn't have been there or they were improperly prepared. So we're going to continue with that campaign. We're putting stickers on top of the lids while they're out doing that to, again, make sure people are able to easily find out, what can and can't go in. And we're hoping that will help drive this down. But anyway, that is the primary reason for this one. Oh, sorry.
I have to ask a question about that because so Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Middleton, and I went on a field trip to the transfer station, but also the material recovery facility.
Yes.
Really informative. And I should start by saying, the more education, the better. Certainly is something we've got to do. But I'm just curious where that number comes from, because we had a big discussion with the contractor is
Recycle America Waste Management.
Yeah, that was the site we went to. Yeah. So yeah, I would love your thoughts on that, because as we were talking about this rate, we were like, well, how do you guys know? How do you assess a rate to Durham? They're like, well, we know because the truck comes in and dumps stuff on the floor, and we can do an audit, And they're like, then the truck came in and dumped it, and then there's the truck from Cary. And they're like, oh, we know Cary has much less contamination. We're like, how do you really know that? So I do wonder where they get that number from, and whether that's sort of a general guess or whether it's really a quantitative measure. And I know there's cost implications there. So I would love your thoughts on that, because as we looked at that, we're like, man, this is it seemed fuzzy to us.
Right. Well, so what they do, and again, I will say we're not there. We don't have people there every day monitoring their activities, but The process that they typically use, and they do this, across North America, it's not just here, because they're a major corporation, but they will take a sample from a load that does come in. They don't take even the whole load. They'll scoop up a couple of buckets full. They will take it aside and then they sort through it. The percentages that they get from that, they then will apply to all of our material. Now, is that fair or reasonable? I don't know. It's difficult to imagine how, they can't literally pull all of ours aside and then carry it aside and all of the individual communities and process it separately. So that is the method that they use. As I mentioned, our previous contractor, they would just sort all the material, and then if by weight, let's say 30% that came to their facility was from Durham, well then 30% of the glass, 30% of the aluminum, 30% of the steel, 30% of the contaminants would be allocated to Durham. So it's a different way.
Feel confident because Casey was actually going to ask this question of them. We feel confident that they are doing it by hand. They are not sending it through their machinery. They're taking some amount by hand and they're looking through it by hand with all 9 employees that work there. I mean, there's like nobody that works there. It's very, very small staff.
Right.
But that is what we have confirmed that's what they're doing.
It is a hand sort. Yes, exactly
hand
right.
And that's also not contingent, but it sort of like depends on like what route that was from, right? What route that truck was on, so highly sensitive to those kind of details. And if they're doing like whatever once a week, one load, highly sensitive to what route that was on.
It is, and we do work with them to try and share information on which routes we think are going to be more or less representative. And so that, to your point, they don't sort of get it all from a brand new development or all of it from, a older part of the city, that type of thing. But to get samples across there is no perfect system that I'm aware of for getting, exactly right percentages. The big thing that we really are focusing on is we need to drive it down. We know that. Just again, even with the feet on the street, literally when you look in a cart, you are observing, not obviously at every household, but you are seeing locations where people don't have it quite right. So that is our goal, to make sure people have the information. Getting everybody to do the right thing can be challenging, tear those plastic bags or whatever. But if people are just not aware, or again, doing the wish cycling, we really need to and want to try and, break that habit.
Can I ask how long this contract is and when the next
I'm gonna
agreement
ask
will be?
Casey if she remembers. 2028, yes. Okay.
This is just a question now. Our recycling bin in that break room has a plastic bag in it. There's a plastic bag in every single one of our recycling bins through City Hall. So like yesterday in this room alone, I went and that recycling bin was contaminated after lunch, right? So like we're all guilty of doing this, right? So I think that I'm not shocked that this is our contamination rate at all, because if folks in City Hall who are supposed to be the folks the most plugged in, city workers and city council members, and we can't sort our own recycling after a lunch, then God help the rest of the city. That's all I have to say. And I do this, everybody knows this. We are like, my husband is like trash king, right? Like we produce a tiny bag of garbage a week. It is where he is probably the most obsessed. I can tell you what is compostable. Yeah, he does. No, he can tell you what's compostable, what can be recycled, what cannot. The man did an entire roof in those milk carton shingles just to see how long they would last in college as a test. Okay, like he is deep in. And yes, they do work as roof shingles. So I just want to share that like you can get your waste down. It just means intentionality. And I know that a lot of it is our system structurally, and we are wasteful as a culture, but a lot of it is on the user side too. It is a both and. And so many years ago in elementary schools, there was a program where we used compostable trays. And we had those kindergartners and third graders down to a science, what they knew, and they knew it. At 6 and 7 years old, they knew what was compostable, what was recyclable, and what had to go in the waste bin. So if they can figure it out, you can figure it out at your house, and you're gonna save a lot of money for the city. So whatever we have to do on the education side, yes. And also, we have to think about, just in general, lowering our consuming, we have to be less trash infused as consumers. But thank you, I'm done.
Well, you didn't ask me to be philosophical, but I will add one point. I think one of the things we're really working against also is that a lot of manufacturers want to have people think their product is recyclable or compostable, even though it is not. In a lot of cases, it's recyclable, and then in fine print where facilities exist. And there are not a lot of processing facilities, such as the one you visited, that accept these harder to recycle materials. But everybody wants to be seen as being greener and having the recyclable or compostable product. So we're working against that too.
And I do want to comment, we take shoes, we take clothes, we take a lot of things we didn't used to, we take electronics, you just have to know where to go. And those were decisions that we made along the way that folks really need to understand of where you need to take your stuff and what the city actually takes. So I do want to commend staff and decisions that have been made to what we accept and what we don't over the years.
Tires, everything, it is all, yeah. And then also to Mayor Pro Tem's point, the flushable as well, not just it's all in there.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker.
Thank you for being here. First, I just wanted to get a little more background on what are the different methods of outreach for the Recycle Right in Durham campaign, social media postings, whatever. Two, if I am standing at a recycling bin and I'm holding a container, what's the best way for me to figure out whether I can put that in or not? And then three, stepping back a little bit and thinking a little bit bigger, the philosophical conversation, I know that there's a lot of work in other places, in other parts of the world, even, and in Durham as well, about more durable containers, using those, trying to build that in, and then washing them and reusing them. I don't know how that's going, but is that something that you've seen is working well, and is that something that we're exploring here as a city? And we've been approached by folks who are interested in that as well. We got approached by folks last year. So those are my three questions to you.
Okay. Well, let me start with the last one and work back. As far as reusables and washables and so on, you're right, there are other communities that are doing this. There are companies that have grown up around it, especially with drink cups and so on, that are being reused in stadiums and that type of thing. On the local level, we had conversations with some of the nonprofits here that were interested in potentially doing something, but they have not really been able to move forward with it. I think they had some changes in staffing and so on, and that maybe impacted their ability. We did envision trying to work this into the Reuse Hub project that we have discussed before. And in fact, Marvin had mentioned one of the new positions is within solid waste. That is a sustainability position that will be focused on reuse. We had a Fuse fellow you may have met before, Katie Hunt, and she was doing that work for us. But that again was more planning, supporting of community groups, that type of thing, because we do not obviously have a facility to manage these things. We have a CIP proposal that was in place before, actually to construct our own processing facility for recyclables. But that was initiated when there was only one processor here. There was no competition. And so what we are looking at proposing is transitioning that to a reuse hub facility that could work with nonprofits to pull out materials to do, there may be an opportunity for a wash facility. I think some of y'all have heard us talk about this before, but also job training, folks for reentry programs and so on. Solid Waste has had some good success with those in the past. So That is something that we're working to develop, and with this position, will put us in a much better place to be able to develop that. We did apply for.
So just to confirm, so the idea of the reuse facility is still sort of like a vision could be coming to us in a future CIP request.
Yes, and then I was just going to mention too, we do have, I'm not going to count on this one, but we have an EPA grant request that is still sitting. I'm not sure where to think that will go, but we're hopeful we could still be considered for funding for that. And that would really provide the funds that were, rather than needing CIP funds, it could use those grant monies. So I think the last I checked, it's summer that they're saying for decisions on how the awards will be made. So we'll obviously keep you all posted if we hear anything positive or negative. You had asked, how do you know what should go in a container and what should not? We have everything is on our website as far as what goes in the blue cart. Again, we're getting decals put on, ones that don't have them already. Technology has moved on, and we're now able to order carts that have a full color imprint right on the lid. So they'll arrive to us that way with our materials acceptable. We just tell everybody refer to that. If it's not on there, then we can't accept it because our processor can't accept it. For things that might seem a little harder to figure out, we also recommend the website. We have the Waste Wizard, or you can do it on your phone, your mobile device. We've got the app, and you can type in just about anything, and it's going to, light bulbs, or again, green plastic cups, or whatever it might be. It will very likely bring it up for you. Textiles we talked about, and household hazardous waste. It will point you to the right thing to do with it. It can be a drop-off that the city has. It will tell you there's nonprofits and give you some indication of, Habitat Restore, for example, to take building materials, all those types of things. It's a great tool, and we get a lot of feedback from folks who do use it. We just wish everybody would, so that if there's any uncertainty, and that's the old acronym, if in doubt, leave it out. I'll say quickly, plastics, I think, are the one that create the most challenge for folks, because it's, oh, well, there's numbers 1 through 7, and which numbers do we take? And again, we ask people, don't pay attention to the numbers. Pay attention to what our website says, which is, for example, plastic bottles and jars or jugs. That's really all we can accept. Same thing with glass, bottles and jars. We can't take window glass. We can't take Pyrex, that type of thing. But if you use that tool, it's going to set you on the right path. And I'm sorry, your first question was?
I think that was it, right? Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
I think you had the question about ways of outreach, strategies of outreach.
Campaign.
The way we
yes.
inform people.
So just a quick overview. We have systems on our trucks now that allow our drivers to identify if a cart can't be collected. It's blocked by a parked vehicle, it's sitting beside the house, it has contamination, visible contamination, that type of thing. So the technology allows them to identify this. Our Durham One Call folks have access, and our customer service folks have access to pull up that information. And so in the past, we pretty much had to err on the side of the customer. Oh, we missed you. So we would create routes. They would go back and pick up carts that were reported as missed. We now have the ability to communicate to residents, and again, in a friendly and polite manner, let them know why we were unable to collect it. They can even include a photo right from the route. And that has helped drive down the number of reported missed collections that we have had. Because most people, when you communicate with them, say, oh, okay, right, well, I'll put it out next time. That has freed up some of the staff time for our in-house customer service reps. And we are now working with them. We thought it was a good fit because they were used to communicating with the public, albeit in a different way, on these service request tickets. But we are now working with them to get them trained up, and they've had a lot of different events, schools, community groups, some of the events, the festivals and so on that we have. I'm going to look to Casey again. What am I missing? That for the outreach folks that have attended these different events. Anything else?
Hello, good morning. Casey Harris Pratt, Assistant Director, Solid Waste Management. In terms of education and outreach, it really started out with some commercials. I think Mayor Williams participated with some of those with North Carolina Central on Spectrum, so we still have those. But right now it's more of a grassroots effort, right? So it's really been us going out into the community, participating in these events, the Feet on the Street, working with Durham Public Schools. We partner with Durham County Library. So those are the kind of efforts that we're really focused on right now, is really interacting with folks and having that connection with them to let us ask the questions that you're asking, essentially like, does this go into the green cart? Is this compostable? And we just did a workshop actually a few weeks ago out at our site for composting, backyard composting, sold some more composting, backyard composters there. So it's really a matter of us being more intentional with our efforts going forward. We do have the commercials, but it's really about being able to have that one-on-one contact with individuals and educate them in that way. And we're going to continue to do some of that. So you all met Supercan. He's very popular, or they are very popular in the community. And to your point about the schools, we found that to be a really good effort for us to move into the schools, working with Durham Public Schools. We've been at Hope Valley, we've been at Spring Valley, W.G. Pearson, and just really there at after-school programs or other opportunities to get in front of the kids, because like you said, I know my own kids kind of whipped me into shape many, many years ago when it came to recycling. So they learn it at school and they come home. And so a lot of schools have gardens, and we are talking to them about composting. We have composters at Perkins Orchard. That's one of our partners in the community, because lots of folks shop there. So if they hear about composting, they know how to compost, or they can bring back their fruits and vegetables if they go bad, and they can compost them for them. So that's kind of the efforts that we're working towards right now. And it's been a long time coming, but it's going to take a while for us to drive this contamination rate down. But we're hopeful that these efforts will work. And as far as the city facilities recycling goes, we just launched the recycling champions throughout the city. We're asking departments to volunteer folks to be on that group with us, because to your point, it's very inconsistent. It's very inaccurate in some areas in terms of how you recycle. So we did receive a grant from DEQ for $30,000. That's going to allow us to roll out a program across the city that's more consistent, so that was no confusion about what you do at one facility versus what you do at another facility. Hopefully that answers your questions.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Yeah, people who don't care just throw everything away, and really people who recycle want to be recycling well and don't know how. And so, whatever we can do to help with the outreach, I think that's so important. People just they want to know, and it's hard for them to know. And I just downloaded the Waste Wizard. That's a great resource. That I think a lot of people probably don't know about, unless you do a little Googling, you can find it, but that's a great resource. And just coming back to the reuse facility, do we think that could be impactful? Could that make a dent? Or is that something that is just kind of shiny? Is it something that we'd have to invest in and expect payoffs 10, 20 years down the line? What are we thinking about the reuse and wash facility and that kind of it's a major investment. It would be a completely different direction. Do we think that it would pay off, or are we still trying to see what other communities are doing, what the impacts are in other communities before we make an investment like that?
Well, great question. The main thing I would say with the reuse facility is that it would focus on materials that are not being collected at curbside. So these are, we've talked before about textiles, for example. One of the other big ones that a lot of communities are dealing with right now are mattresses. They're big, they're bulky, they're heavy. They fill up landfills, and they can be dismantled and recycled. There's steel springs, coils, there's wood frames, there's fabric that can be recycled just like we do with the textiles. The wash facility would be another opportunity. What we will be looking at, and part of what, again, we had already done some community outreach, was to find out what the community thought would be beneficial to have, what type of businesses or opportunities, because we don't necessarily see this as being something that's just staffed by the city. It would be, we're envisioning almost like a storefront operation. We would work with nonprofits. Some of them may be, or even a for-profit, a startup. They may be able to pay to lease some of the space, get them started as an incubator, and then they can grow that project. So it would be non-curbside materials. As I said, we are aware of what other communities do. Building materials is another one, that is very commonly pulled out of the waste stream.
Thank you so much.
I'm one of the few people who knows Super Can's true identity.
Oh,
His or
no.
her enemies are everywhere. Absolutely. I wanna just use my platform and go ahead and help right now. I want to address an elephant in the room. I don't speak about it much, but I identify as African American, and there are thousands of members in our community right now who have a bunch of plastic bags, either in their cupboard or under we don't throw those away. It's part of our, our tradition of having to use everything. It's part of our genius and recycling everything. So I just want to speak to those members of the community. Just go ahead and put it out there. We can't put those in the recycling bin anymore. So I know we use them for other things and they hold a lot of stuff, but when we just got to do our part, brothers and sisters, that when we come out to the recycling bin, pour the stuff out of it and then take the bag back. I know it's an elephant in the room. Some of y'all are thinking it, but we know we have thousands of these bags in our homes and they serve purposes. They're not wasteful. We use them for all kinds of stuff. Many of us use them as book bags even now. So let's do our part and go ahead and not put those in the recycling bin. So you don't have to say it. I'll say it for you. All right.
So we appreciate the support. Yeah. And to your point, if you dump it out, you can use it again to put more recyclables in. So close the loop. So, okay. I can get the right direction on these arrows. All right. So I'm sorry. So this next slide actually kind of, I guess, highlights maybe what we were talking about, our waste diversion rate. And we're pretty flatline on that. And the big reason is the way this is measured, it is all of the materials that we collect, trash, recycling, yard waste, bulky items and yard waste. And then what percentage of that is able to be recycled? And right now, as we said, the focus is pretty much on curbside materials. So we want to obviously drive that up in terms of diversion. One of the things that I think everybody here is familiar with that we've done some work on is food scraps. And I appreciate Casey pointing out, the initiative on composting, because one of the things I always want to remind folks is we're already collecting food scraps from just about everybody, but it's in their trash cart. And so if we can get those out, they don't have to go to a MRF. They can be composted by our contractor who does the work right on our site, on our property. They retain ownership of the material, but it is a high quality product and it costs us less to have it composted than to put in landfill. What I think we've shared before though also is, however, we have to collect it and we have to collect it separately. So that requires additional resources. And we'll kind of lead into my next item here. I don't know if there's any questions on the diversion rate, but if not, I'll just go over. So we are looking at opportunities to reduce our operating costs, save money, and potentially be able to do more diversion without having to seek too many new resources at least. And so we have some potential fee changes. That includes common things such as our tipping fee. A lot of the contractors, most of the contractors these days have a built-in CPI. So we know each year that there's going to be a cost increase. We don't know until CPI is published what that amount is going to be. For the material that goes to landfill, there's also a fuel surcharge. And we spoke about that at the retreat, the fact that that used to get us a rebate, but now is actually money going out. So that's a big hit that we took there. We also have some potential service delivery modifications. And then, as we said, identifying opportunities for efficiency. So let me just jump into this one. So our first proposed service delivery change is that we transition yard waste collection from a weekly service to a biweekly service. It is something we would have to implement a price increase if we do not do this. And it also does not give us the opportunity to then use some of those resources for other things and to really streamline the collection process. Our estimated savings, if we do this, would be about $530,000. We believe, and we know certainly from experience, that there's lots of folks who don't put their card out every week anyway. And, or if they do, it's habit. They don't necessarily need to. I'm paying for this, so I'll just put it out, even if there's only a little bit in the bottom of it. We also certainly know there are times of the year, and depending on the property, the number of trees, leafy trees and so on, where people do have it out and it's full pretty much every week. What we're reminding folks is that they still have the opportunity to put out up to 10 biodegradable bags. If they continue with the service, they get the 2 bulky brush collections every year. So we think it can still be a very good service, a very good product, but if we can make this change, it then frees up funds to do other things. The other thing by doing this is we then are proposing to, with the biweekly service, we're able to make it a Monday through Thursday collection rather than currently Tuesday through Friday, which was done, I think, in large part to avoid having so many carts at the curb all at the same time. And what this will allow us to do is, by going to Monday to Thursday, if we have a holiday, we do our collections on Fridays, makeup day. Now, with Tuesday through Friday, the collection gets pushed to the following Monday, which then typically results in overtime for that next week. So we see this as a real benefit, and it's part of our budget proposal here. Okay. The other one, slightly different, but our bulky collections. We talked earlier about our use of technology. This is another one that has really helped us out on. You can now go online. You can use the app that was recently downloaded in this room, in fact. We hope more people listening are doing the same. But if you want to request a bulky pickup, you're able to do it online. You can call into Durham One Call or our folks, and we'll still help get it set up. But it is scheduled now. And so we work with customers to find out what day of the week, if they have a preference, if there's time slots, because we only make a certain number available each day, to avoid getting into really unbalanced loads and that type of thing. Then we'll go ahead and schedule them. With this one, we're saying we will simply discontinue doing holiday makeup days. So that time when there is a holiday and the Friday, what would normally be collected on Friday rolls to Monday, we would just discontinue that. It would be 12 to 13 less collection days each year, which we don't think should be a hardship because there's still lots of available days and time slots to be able to book those collections. So those are two of the key things we're looking at for, well, I'm getting ahead here. Those are two of the key things we're looking at to reduce our costs and be more efficient and potentially have resources for some of the other things that we have discussed. So happy to answer any other questions or turn it back to Marvin.
Thank you. I just want to say I did enjoy being a part of the recycling commercials. They were fun. But I also remember when my son gave me that look when he was in 5th grade about running the water while brushing my teeth. And I was embarrassed. I do not run the water now. So I think the way forward is through our children, which means the way forward for our communication might be back through the schools again and let our kids be our teachers. I mean, it just really empowers them. That was a very effective. We had DARE to keep kids off drugs, was very effective. We had water conservation, which was very effective. So we might need to partner with our schools again to try that all over again. Yeah, just any other additional comments? Yeah.
I just want to add my voice in saying that I think a reuse, rewash or reuse wash facility would be a benefit. I know that That's why I asked about, so by 2028, that's a 3-year time frame. It gives you enough time to start building some capital improvement plan funding for it. And so I think it would be a great way to move forward, knowing that these uses aren't going away and recycling is going to be with us. The cost is going to continue to go up. I have a little bit of intimate knowledge on what's been going on in just household hazardous waste. I think we know that not only our city, but other towns around us will need this service. I think the mayor has said often we don't have, services that we sell, but we do sell water. And I know for Sanford, creating that facility to make sure that they're able to provide water for other towns and cities around them is creating revenue. And so if this is an opportunity for us to create revenue, I think getting in front of it is a great idea. I think our current facilities are really great. We've invested in them, made sure that they're, I think folks can get in and get out fairly quickly, whether it's even residential or commercial. And so just figuring that out over the next 3 years is as a proposal might be a great way to move forward. So.
Great. Well, thank you all.
I have one quick question
Oh,
still.
not so fast.
Sorry, one quick question. So along with the wash facility, I know many years ago, we talked about a sorting facility and the potential of being the kind of regional hub for that. And that smaller communities, instead of doing, again, we have this contract out till 2028. Instead of contracting that out, is it thinking about doing our own internal sorting, building that facility? I mean, I think it was part of the original EGI list of projects, and that would have been in 2019, 2020, maybe 21. And so if we know that contract is coming up in 2028, really thinking through either through Central Pines or some other entity, is it worth investigating that regional approach where smaller communities, instead of them contracting out, maybe it's a lower cost to them, but then it's still helpful for the city. We've just circled around this waste question the entire time I've been on council, and how do we divert this? It is a huge cost. It's getting more expensive. The environmental justice lens of it, going to Sampson County, it's been, 7 years around this big, broad question. And I just hope that, okay, we know when this contract is ending, we really need to have a really robust strategy on how we're going to deal with our trash and remove as much as possible out of it, while also potentially offering something to smaller communities. So I don't want us to lose, it's waste, period. Compost, a wash facility, a sorting facility. I know in Europe, they went back to incineration and it's real clean energy, right? Like, we have to get ahead of this, and we can't just think that burning our trash 2 counties over and spending that money on gas is the way to do it. So I hope that we take the next 3 years and sooner with this reorg to think of a different future for Durham and our region.
Could just add to that. I do want to lift up what you said about, addressing some of the folks returning from being justice involved. It is a great opportunity for folks to get in and get city benefits. And so I do think that I hear the inklings of it all over, but pulling it together would be a really good next step.
I would just respond if you'd like. So there is actually a solid waste consortium through Central Pines. And actually, the chairperson is seated behind me. So she has been involved ever since she returned to the city. Glad to have her doing that. One of the biggest challenges, you mentioned our contract, is getting them aligned. There were some efforts made a few years back, and we came really close, but there were some communities that had to jump. They really had to just go ahead and sign a contract. And so it's getting them all aligned and getting people working together that can be a real challenge for us. But we're still trying to do that.
Please let us know as electeds if there are, that's where sometimes staff is going to hit roadblocks, right? So if they're, especially in the Central Pine space, and I'm not in that space, but I know Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Freeman both are, to have those conversations cross-elected, right? Because it really is a way to move everyone forward, and we're continuing to have these conversations around housing and transit that we have to get to this regional mindset, and we're going to have to do the same thing with waste.
Thank you, Councilmember Rist.
Just one question for Mr. Fenton or Mr. Williams. I just want to connect the dots here. So you've suggested a couple proposed service delivery changes to us, right?
Yes.
I also know yesterday when we were looking at the overall budget, we looked at the Environmental Services Fund, and there was a part of the reason we're increasing the revenue above revenue neutral was to address a budget gap, right? So is this partly these service changes designed to address that budget gap, or is that a different thing? Just want to make sure I understand.
Yes, the service changes help us from having more of a gap to fill. If we didn't make these changes, we would require additional revenue. That would either come from additional transfer from the general fund or raising the rate in the yard waste fee. And so these service changes help us to close that gap or not have a more severe gap to close.
So the amount of the on a penny that we're using to address the budget gap in environmental services, that is with these changes. These changes wouldn't reduce that number.
That is correct.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I want to ask just maybe one or two questions about the next steps slide. Before we move on to that, I'm surprised that the potential savings for bulky collections tweaking is only $52,000. I thought that would have been significant. That seems like I just thought it would have been more money saved. And I'm wondering from a cost benefit if what we're saving in terms of convenience to our residents is that every penny counts. I don't want to minimize any amount, but I would have just thought that would have been a significantly higher number than 52 grand relative to the previous slide of $500,000 on. I know it's much more robust engagement, but I just thought that number would have been higher. But under next steps, the bullets for next steps, I think it's your next and final slide. Let's advance it one. So bullet 2, evaluation of contracts, vendors, et cetera, to identify opportunities for improved purchasing and contracting. I mean, not to be funny, don't we already do that?
We do, but now that we're merging these two departments together, there may be an opportunity to buy more stuff in bulk that we use commonly, contracts that may overlap. There may be an opportunity to consolidate them into one contract instead of having multiple. So yes, we do it overall as a city, but now our purchasing power will be a lot different now that solid waste, public works, and portions of neighborhood improvement services are merged together.
Got you. And you know, that makes perfect sense from a volume point of view. Of course, my antenna went up in terms of are we getting the best price per individual, but that makes perfect sense. The relocation of staff from existing city facilities to other city facilities. Do we have a working list of places we might be closing down or consolidating already?
Well, it's not closing down. So with the merger of the departments, you'll have staff here on the 3rd floor, staff at the Operations Center on MLK Parkway, staff at the Solid Waste Administration Building, and staff at General Services that all will be part of Environmental and Street Services. The ideal, over the long term is to move staff to 2 locations. At the Operations Center for the south side of the city, and then at the Solid Waste Administration Building at the north side of the city. Right now, being scattered among several places is just very inefficient.
Absolutely. Let me rephrase that. I didn't mean shut down in terms of functionality. I mean, is this going to free up some real estate that might now be empty and could be repurposed for other
It won't free up real estate that's empty, but it will free up real estate to move departments into spaces that will be more like each other to work together.
Got you. All right. That's it. Thanks so much. I appreciate I also want to say I love the nomenclature of environmental. Not that there's anything wrong with sanitation, but I think it conveys a more kind of holistic approach to our neighbors. I really like that name change with this reorg. So good luck. I think this will become our 3rd largest department. Maybe this is a lot of people.
I think so.
Or behind fire and police. It's a pretty big department.
Yes.
So good luck. Face yourselves. Thank you.
Just one more thing, Ms. Williams. I do, following that comment from Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to say congratulations to you on being named the new head of this new Environmental Services Department.
Thank you.
You're stepping up. I appreciate your stepping up for the city and really taking on what's a big, important part of the sort of like the guts of what the city does. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, and I would just add, it's important to know that I think I'll speak for myself in saying that if there's any way that I can be supportive, I would love to figure that out because I do think that with these changes, the city manager is taking a risk, so to speak, and trying to figure this out. And it's an experiment. And so I just want to make sure I'm present and paying attention to make sure that or sharing that I would like, if there's anything I can do, whether it's with Central Pines or even if I need to get on the truck, just let me know what I need to do.
All right. Thank you. That's your question slide, but I think we've exhausted all of those. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next up.
Sir.
Alex, are we good? Do we need to take a bio break? Are we good? Keep going. All right. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Cool. I think next time we'll do like a single meal in the middle of the morning.
All right.
We'll save some money. Yeah, we'll do a brunch.
Are we taking a brief break or just checking with you all?
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
morning. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council, Manager Ferguson. My name is Ryan Smith, Director of Community Safety. I first want to take a step back and see how far the department's come. The department was created in 2021, so 4 years ago. When we were created with 13 FTEs, and the proposed budget put forward by Manager Ferguson would put the department next year at 75 FTEs. Just a quick timeline. So we spent our first year of operations doing a lot of planning. We launched hard at the end of that year with 20 FTEs in that first year. After that year of hard, the manager Page proposed an expansion of our program that grew us from 20 to 47 FTEs and expanded our pilot operations to operate citywide 7 days a week, 15 hours a day. The year that we're currently in was a steady year for us in terms of FTEs. We did not grow. We did secure some grants that allowed us to pilot new programs. So in this year, in addition to HART, we have actually just in the last week started an involuntary commitment unit pilot that's funded by state grant dollars, a familiar neighbors pilot that's funded by federal dollars, and an Office of Survivor Care that we are launching in June, and I'll talk more about as we go. Next year, under the manager's reorganization, and I'll talk about these today as we go, we'll be adding in kind of growing scope, not only expanding HART potentially, but also adding in homeless services, the Welcome Home team, street outreach, harm reduction pilot that's funded by opioid settlement dollars. And one thing I want to note that's a typo on the slide. So last fiscal year, we crossed a milestone of 10,000 responses. This year, we've already crossed 30,000 calls. And so as we've been adding staff, we're getting to more and more calls. A little bit about the shape of our department under the reorganization. So historically, our department has been primarily HART, and under the reorganization, we're moving toward a department that has 3 different arms or divisions. So one arm featured here on the left side is going to be 911 crisis response services. That's what you all think of as the HART program. It's everything from our crisis response teams to co-response to crisis call diversion. We are moving care navigation, which has historically been under that branch, to a new division that we're creating under department that we're calling stabilization services. That division will include care navigation, which is something that we've had, our familiar neighbors program, street outreach, which I'll talk more about today, homeless services, and reentry services. And then the middle division of that is support staff that support the entire organization, from hiring to data to evaluation to our core operations and administration. The proposed budget adds 20 new FTEs. I want to talk briefly about where those FTEs are coming on the org chart. 8 of those FTEs are adding 4 new community response teams, which I'll talk about in the next slide. 3 of those are adding 3 co-response units. These are units that are currently funded under a 3-year DOJ grant that is ending just as it naturally ends, not because of anything else. So that is those 3 staff are maintaining our current capacity in co-response. If we were not to have those, we would actually that would reduce our capacity for co-response by 50%. The community response teams are adding to our capacity. We have 6 units, we'll go to 10 units, and I'll talk more about what we get as a result of that. Additionally, there'll be 5 FTEs added for street outreach, which I'll also go into more details. And then the remaining positions are core management and supervision positions in order to do this work. Our budget next year grows from $7.3 million in total appropriations to $11.2 million, and that is driven by both increased personnel services, both as we are getting staff from other departments that are currently funded by the city, as well as the 20 new FTEs proposed in the budget, and then increasing operation expenses for some of these growing operations. Budget highlights. So I'm going to talk about 6 areas here. It's actually pretty small, so hopefully you can see it. But number 1 there is the FY26 budget will expand HART's capacity. And we'll go into more details in the next slides. But again, as a highlight, that's 4 new community response team units and 3 co-response units. Those last units are maintaining our current capacity. The others are expanding it. Second thing is we'll be adding street outreach function. I'll talk more about this. This is something formally conducted by Housing for New Hope. We'll be adding 5 new staff to do that. Third is we'll be maintaining the Durham Expunction and Restoration Program at the same funding levels that we had this year, which is $245,000. This is a program led by Legal Aid that would continue next year at the same level to provide free legal services around expunction and driver's license restoration for Durham residents. Fourth, the budget maintains the current funding for the Office of Survivor Care. So in this current year's budget that we sit in today, we had $220,000 to pilot that program. We are thinking of that as a 3-year pilot. That program is launching next month. We have the staff currently hired, and I'll talk more about that when we get further into it. But this will maintain that level of funding to continue to staff to run a multi-year pilot of Office of Survivor Care to evaluate the benefits of that program. Fifth, the budget will move Welcome Home program. So at the same capacity that it currently has, which is 2 full-time and 2 part-time staff, that program that currently operates out of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development will move to Community Safety under our Stabilization Services division. And 6, we'll maintain funding for the Homeless Services team that currently sits in Community Development. That is 6 staff that will move from Community Development to our department, and then the funding that they oversee will follow, and we'll talk more about that. I want to start off talking about the case for heart expansion. At the highest level, the case for heart expansion is that there are more calls that are eligible for heart than we're able to get to, and that the need surpasses our current capacity. We are currently at 47 FTEs. We maintain high staffing levels. Every one of our community response team units is staffed and out there in the field 7 days a week. And over the last 12 months, there have been roughly 20,000 heart eligible calls that we could not get to within our current hours of operation. That includes we get to about 55% of our community response team calls, only about 10% of co-response calls, 80% of crisis call diversion calls within our current hours. The budget that Manager Ferguson has proposed would add 4 new crisis response team units, and it was our recommendation that that expansion occur within our current hours as opposed to going overnight. And this graph really demonstrates the main reason why. The graph here is goes through April of this fiscal year, so it's not a full fiscal year yet. You can see in blue the number of CRT eligible calls that we got to within our current hours of operation, and about 4,400 calls that we were not able to get to within our current hours of operation. Overnight, where we have no staffing or units operating, that's between the hours of midnight to 9 a.m., we missed 2,000, a little under 3,000 calls. So our recommendation to grow this program within our current hours is because there's still a lot of calls that we're missing. We want residents to increase their expectation of what type of response they can expect within our current hours of operation. Adding these 4 units will add at least additional 3,600 additional calls. It will not get us yet to the level of call saturation within our current hours of operation, but it will make a significant increase in the number of calls that our community response team units can get to. Under the proposed budget, there's no expansion for co-response. We would have 6 units. And I think the main driving factor there is in working with Chief Andrews, where law enforcement is in terms of being ready to further expand co-response. There are additional calls that are eligible for that response that we're not able to get to within our current hours. And then in crisis call diversion, again, within our current hours, this would hold steady, which is sufficient staffing to operate that 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, with 3 people dedicated to that function operating out of 911. Continuing with, why expand heart? So first, I always like to talk about safety. This was the first kind of key concern. And our program, kind of consistent with what we're seeing in other programs across the country, is maintaining a very strong track record of safety, both for ourselves and for the neighbors we're serving. Our heart teams radio for emergent police backup less than 0.5% of the time. And when they do, we are grateful for law enforcement and our partners who show up. None of our responders have been injured on a call, but we're grateful for that support, but that's a very good track record of safety. Our CRT units are very successful at diverting other responses. We respond and are able to resolve on scene, either resolve on scene or through transport without any assistance from other agencies over 80% of the time. And that number would be higher. Sometimes we are responding because law enforcement was first to respond and they're requesting us, right? So there's not a diversion there. but a high degree of success there. And then, you know, as I always tell you, we care about safety. We want to understand how our responders feel. And that's why after every call, our responders have to answer a set of questions. And one of them is, did they feel safe on the call? And our responders continue today on over 99% of the time to report feeling safe on the calls to which we're dispatching them. Another part of this is, I think, growing evidence, the longer we're operating, that we're also a benefit to law enforcement. And there's, you know, three main measures here that I want to share. One is we save law enforcement time. When we're sending community response team units, when crisis call diversion is answering a call without having to dispatch law enforcement, we're saving hours. And approximately so far this fiscal year, we've saved 8,000 hours in response time for law enforcement. That frees up law enforcement to be available for other calls where we need them. Additionally, the longer we've been doing this work and the more law enforcement become familiar with what we have to offer, the more we're being requested to calls. When we started 2.5 years ago with HART, we were getting in that first year 2 to 3 requests per month or per week. Now we're getting 40. And so you can see here over 400 times we've been requested this fiscal year by Durham Police Department. Another thing as part of, so we have still some ongoing multi-year evaluations. One of them that RTI is conducted a survey of law enforcement about their perspectives on HART today and their perspectives on HART prior to us launching. One of the findings from those surveys was 94% of law enforcement viewed HART as, I can't even read my own slide, viewed HART as helpful in responding to mental health calls, and that 74% viewed HART as helpful in responding to calls that involve frequent callers, calls involving homelessness or substance use. I think that over a short period of time, the level of increased support that and benefit that law enforcement are saying they see, that they will say to me when I meet them, that I hear from Chief Andrews in her meeting with law enforcement about wanting more HART units out there. We see that evidence in the data. We see that evidence in the surveys. There's one thing there's an additional group at Duke that's doing an evaluation of us. They've also been interviewing first responders. And I wanted to read quickly 2 quotes that came out of that. This first one is from an EMS responder. It said, I think the HART team really bridges the gap that we have. When we get there, we can check vital signs and we can identify that the person's in crisis. But unless we're taking them to the hospital, I have no other resource where the HART team does have those resources. And a second quote from a DPD officer. What I've seen is there's the progression of officers being skeptical to now officers saying, hey, is someone from HART available, or can someone from HART come over here? Is there someone from HART available where I can actually have a conversation with them because I'm not clear on what services there are to offer? HART is actually a fabric within the first response agency, and we are trusting of the work that HART is doing. Those are just 2 illustrative quotes, but quotes that I think are both reflective of the evidence we see here, reflective of my conversations, the conversations that I have with Chief Andrews about the way in which this new branch of public safety is benefiting and complementing the good work that is happening across public safety. I want to talk briefly about some ways in which HART is benefiting neighbors in crisis. So first, let me talk about these first 2 graphs. They're looking at, so we're able to track when calls are HART eligible, what are the differences we see when a HART eligible call receives a HART response versus when that HART eligible call does not receive a HART response because we're not able to get to that call, we're not staffed for it. We are limited in some of the things that we can compare because in order to compare something, we need all responders to be tracking the same things. But some of the things we're able to compare are where are folks transported. And so for HART eligible calls, when that HART eligible call gets a HART response, we see differences in where people are transported. And a good example of that is the Durham Recovery and Response Center, where we see over twice the rate of transports from a HART responder to go to DRRC, as opposed to if it's getting a law enforcement response. And I think that is not critical of law enforcement. I think that is just evidence of having social workers and others who are able to perhaps connect with neighbors, who are more familiar with other resources, who are able to get someone to voluntarily go to DRRC for either detox or for mental health support. But we see those increased rates of transportation, which to me is about getting people connected to care in crisis in an involuntary way. The other thing are arrest. So the same thing, if it's a heart eligible call, and this includes co-response or CRT, if it's heart eligible and it gets a heart response versus a law enforcement response, we also see differences in arrest rates. We don't see no arrest rates on heart response, and that is because, one, this includes co-response, and two, our CRT units are able, if they need to escalate a call to law enforcement. But we do see significant reductions in arrest rates. I want to note that the highest part of that graph for our calls is 4%. So arrests are things that happen rarely in Durham, but we still see a significant decrease if it's a heart eligible call and getting a heart response. And then finally, heart is able, we resolve things on scene. When we're not able to, we're able to connect about a third of people to community-based resources and care that they need. And some of the limitations on doing that are, if it's housing, we don't have any. We're not able to make a connection. We might be able to connect someone up to entry point. There's a lot of challenges there, but in a third of times, we're able to connect someone to other existing resources in our community that folks need and want. These are data points. Briefly, I just want to share a few examples of what does this look like this year? I'll be brief. But here's an example of a crisis call diversion call that happened in November of this year. A mother called 911, about her daughter who was threatening to run into traffic. We got a crisis call counselor on the phone immediately with that mom. She was able to talk to the mom and get the daughter on the phone and talk to the daughter. Was able to de-escalate the daughter, safety plan with the mom and daughter where they felt good and where that crisis was no longer an imminent threat, such that there was no need to dispatch a first responder. And then the crisis call diversion counselor followed up and called to check in and make sure everything was good. That's an example of the benefit of having a clinician in our call center able to support people in crisis and, where appropriate, sometimes able to divert any first response and provide someone with the care and support they need. A different call, this is from December. Our community response team responded to a call with a single father and his 8-year-old daughter who had just become unsheltered. The team made an immediate referral to Care Navigation, and Care Navigation worked through multiple placements to make sure the father and 8-year-old daughter were into shelter. And then by January, we're able to help the father connect and get employment and get a 1-bedroom apartment. So a different type of example. Completely different example from a welfare check in February. CRT responded to a call because a family called because they had not heard from a loved one. When they checked in on this person was in the process of giving $25,000 in cash to purchase Bitcoin for a scam. But the team was able to intervene in that moment, avoid that person being a victim of this scam, and help educate them on ways to, things to think about and things to avoid. Just the other day, we had a CRT team was actually requested by law enforcement to a call. There had been a gentleman who had gotten off a Greyhound bus, gone in to use the restroom, and the bus left before he got back out. And everything that he owned was on that bus. This was a person who was a homeless veteran who was on their way to a family member, and all of their documentation, everything was on that bus. DPD called Hart to see if they could figure out a way to support that person. Hart got on the phone with Greyhound. They figured out that bus was going to be stopping in Winston-Salem, and there was going to be a transport, and there was going to be some delay time. And the goal was, could we get that person to Winston-Salem so they could get back on that bus, which Greyhound said if they got there, they could get back on the bus. They were going to family, so they would not be, at least for some period of time, potentially unsheltered in Durham. And the team was able to figure out a way to get that person there on the bus, get their possessions, and get back to a family member. So there's lots of different ways. Like if you were to ask me what does Heart look like, Heart looks like so many different stories of meeting and supporting people in crisis. And I share these because we collect these stories. These data points are all great, but doing ride-alongs, having journalists come in and tell stories, ourselves collecting stories to help people understand what this looks like is, I think, an important way of helping people understand the way that this type of response benefits neighbors. All right, I'm going to transition now to some of the other work and the newer work in our department. And first, I want to talk about the Office of Survivor Care. This was something to recall for you that the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force made a recommendation to this body about creating an Office of Survivor Care, about that being placed in our department. We received that funding this year, and we approached that just like we approached the development of Heart. which is we took our time, we inherited the work that we got, the good and thoughtful work, but we also met with, and this was, Lee Mazer, who is one of our clinical managers who is here, led a lot of this work. We took time to meet and understand the landscape of folks who are already doing this work, because we don't want to be spending time duplicating or replicating work that others are doing. We wanted to understand where the gaps were. We wanted to meet with people who were themselves survivors or who had lost someone to violent crime, to understand, as we were building this office, how could we take the resources that we had, put them to best use, and then understand if this office, over the next couple of years, demonstrates a benefit that's worthy of continuing or not. Lee has done that work. We have hired the first manager, and the other clinician that's going to come in is starting next month. So we will be fully staffed in the next couple of weeks, and that work will begin. Over the course of all that research and meetings and talking with other programs in the country, the way that we are going to focus those 2 staff initially is in these 3 main areas. I'll talk about them briefly, and if you all have questions about it, Lee's here to answer it. The first area is bridge therapy and assertive outreach following a moment where someone has, say, lost a loved one to gun violence. One of the things that we heard consistently from DPD Victim Services and from other partners is that it can take a long time after the aftermath of such a traumatic experience to get someone connected to therapy and counseling. And yet what we know from research is that first month can be really critical, and that if we can get someone connected to therapy and counseling more quickly and serve as a bridge to other longer-term counseling, that has been shown to measurably reduce things like post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is a real gap that we've identified, one that we think we're positioned to help support. And so one of the things will be working with DPD Victim Services, working with our hospital-based violence intervention program and others to provide that service while we're working to get someone into other longer-term counseling and therapy. The second thing is helping neighbors advocate existing resources that can support survivors after, for example, the loss of loved one. We have a state victims compensation fund. We know from talking to that fund and looking at the data that a lot of folks who apply for that in Durham don't end up getting that money. Folks may not even apply for it or be aware of it. One of the things we want to do is support people in that process, help them understand if they're eligible, if they are eligible, support them in navigating and applying for those funds, and see if we can increase the ability to access and draw down state dollars to support people in these situations. And the third focus area is to act as a coordinating entity. So we do have groups that are doing important work in this space, but what we heard consistently in our meetings with them is that a lot of it is siloed, is disjointed, of a real hunger for a group that can serve as a coordinating body and a support for this office playing that role. So these will be the 3 major areas. And at the end, if y'all have more questions about this, again, Lee's here to dive deeper with you on it. I'll talk about homeless services. So as you all know, as part of Manager Ferguson's reorganization on July 1st, the homeless services team, which is currently in community development, will move to our office. That includes 6 staff. These staff also serve as the lead agency currently for the Durham Continuum of Care. Those responsibilities will move to us. I want to talk about what we've been doing briefly. So a lot of our focus since that announcement has been working closely with those staff and leadership in the department to support a smooth transition. There's a lot involved in that. Another thing that we have been committed to doing is not only working closely with those staff, but we have been intentional in outreach to community partners and really on a listening tour to meet with our providers, to meet with others in this space who serve on the continuum of care, to understand how we in this new role can best support and serve the continuum of care, to understand their ideas, their concerns. And then importantly, our top priority in FY26, in addition to supporting the good work that team is doing, is to support the creation of a strategic plan and framework. That's something that we have heard as a clear priority from you, something that we have heard from members of HSAC and others. And we intend to get after that with all deliberate speed, and for that to help inform the recommendations that we bring back to you as part of the next budget cycle. Because I think there's a lot of good ideas out there. I have my own ideas and perspectives from what we have observed in this work, but I think investing in this process, making sure that we get started quickly and that we do that well, will help really inform and help us prioritize among the various things and various ideas that are circulating out there, which of those will really help us Advance of Durham, where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. The team that we're getting, there are some fantastic people on that team, and I'm excited for them to come. I think there's going to be real benefit in having the homeless services team paired with folks who are out there doing the work on the ground every day. I think that will really benefit both groups to be working in even more closely than we have. The work that homeless services has helped support, either through the COC federal dollars or through designated housing fund, that work will continue, which will include coordinated entry and diversion dollars, shelter and white flag, permanent supportive housing, medical respite, rapid rehousing, landlord engagement. These are all things that the city has invested in, that the city is going to continue to invest in. There are no, in the current budget, significant increases across those areas, in part because we want to focus on the strategic plan first, have that inform which of these areas or others are most critical to invest dollars in to make the kind of difference that we all, I think, want to see. Street outreach. So this past spring, Housing for New Hope, which has been doing street outreach for the last 5 years and longer, but under the UCA, under the Unsheltered Coordinating Agency the last 5 years, announced in an HSAC meeting that they were going to pivot away from that work that they've been doing well for the last 5 years to focus more on permanent supportive housing, which is an area where we desperately need them. In that, they made a recommendation that that function move under community safety, a recommendation that I support because I see it really aligning well with our community response teams, with the presence that we have in the community 7 days a week with our expanded hours of operation. We are actively working now to be ready to launch that on July 1st. We have been interviewing, we'll have 5 new positions created under this. We have been actively interviewing those staff. Currently, those staff are being hired as temporary positions, and if the budget is approved, then those positions would be funded at least through the next year, because Manager Ferguson has stated that this is something that he wants us to run with, but as part of the strategic planning process, we'll be evaluating this and everything else. Does it make sense that that work continues to sit in community safety or not? But we are going to be prepared because the contract that Housing for New Hope has ends in June 30th to launch this in July. And I think we're on track to do that so that we can avoid disruption. This is a really important service about making sure that we are meeting people where they're at in our community who are unsheltered, that we're building trust and rapport, that we're helping connect them as quickly as we can to shelter and to housing. And we're going to be able to do this at the same or greater capacity. We will have more hours where our street outreach will be running than it ran under Housing for New Hope. And we're going to do it at a lower cost, in part because we're able to leverage some of the benefit of infrastructure and of the other heart response units in doing this. Finally, I want to talk about reentry. So this is really about Welcome Home. Welcome Home, as you know, is a program that originally started under the I-Team and Budget Management Services. It was moved to OEWD because of the connection with workforce development. On July 1st, that team will also come under us. It includes a manager and 3 staff that are peer support specialists, 1 full-time and 2 part-time. And Welcome Home is about providing a better the first few months back home from incarceration. It is recognizing that journey back home is very difficult, overwhelming. There's a lot of different things you're trying to navigate and challenge. And what the city is doing through this program is recognizing the expertise, the trust of folks who have gone through that experience, who have themselves made that journey, and being able, when someone comes home, to pair them with a peer support specialist who can provide 60 to 90 hours of peer support, who can help them connect up to the local reentry council, who can help them identify the goals that they have for themselves and set them and walk alongside them in meeting those goals. That program will continue to function as it has. I think that there is some good data reporting that is happening, but I also think there's an opportunity to build upon that. This is just an example from March of this year. Welcome Home program supported someone who had been incarcerated for 20 years and came back home to Durham. The person was facing, as you can imagine, after being 20 years incarcerated, a lot of challenges, and that person was connected to Welcome Home. And this was in, I believe, in January. Between January and March, Welcome Home staff were able to support that person in securing stable housing, obtaining a state ID, gaining employment, and then working toward reinstating a driver's license over those first couple of months of support. So there's a lot of good work going here. Again, I think there can be a real benefit of connecting up Welcome Home to community safety. for a number of reasons. I think this, in some ways, is similar to the way care navigation is developed. It's not meant to be long-term support. This is standing in the gap, connecting to other existing resources. This is also a model that employs peer support specialists, and I think that we are probably the department in the city that hires the most and deploys the most peer support specialists. So having those staff under one roof, I think, can provide a lot of additional support. And we're excited to be adding this. Our top priority for this program is going to be integrating a guaranteed income component to it. I will have more to share soon, but we're working through that. And our intention is we're going to get that going, and really excited about that opportunity as well. I'll take your questions.
Councilmember Cook.
Great. I have a lot of questions. I'm going to try and consolidate them down. Congratulations. That part of it. Overall, I think that most of this combination is, at the very least, it's gonna really help us move forward and a really innovative and safe way. So I'm excited to see how that goes. And I'm looking forward to the results of this presentation. So on the heart expansion, I want to say thank you for breaking those numbers down. I know we've heard from community members asking for overnight or for full-time heart response. I think this is really clear that where we're missing the bulk of the calls is actually during hours that we already work. Also, in terms of cost analysis, we don't have to do the overhead of adding lots of folks overnight. And so it makes sense. I appreciate those statistics. It's really good to see on that graph just how many more calls we can catch by doing that increase during our working hours. I hope eventually continue to grow this program, but I think for right now, this is a really awesome step. You talked about expanding capacity with 3 new co-response units. I'm curious because the last time you presented to us, you told us that there was an issue sometimes with having co-response units because there was not staffing at the police department to always have those co-response units. So I'm wondering if you could just put to that. I know obviously we're staffing it. But if you could speak to that, how we know that we'll get those 3 new co-response units or any issues.
So to clarify that point, these units are going to take units that have been funded by a grant. So these aren't new units. These are going to sustain the 6 units of co-response that we have, so that as the grant comes to an end at the end of this fiscal year, we don't lose half of our capacity in co-response. So it's not adding new capacity. Chief Andrews has been a real champion of this program. We will staff and operate all 6 of those units. And there are a lot of calls that we do not get to within our current hours, but those aren't new units. Those are new staff that are maintaining capacity, the capacity that for 3 years has been funded by a federal grant.
Okay, so the 4 new CRT
Yes.
units, those are brand new.
Those are
units.
brand new. Those are adding, we'll be moving from 6 to 10 CRT units.
Has there been any issue with staffing of
No.
the core? No.
For community response teams?
With the core response one.
I would just say it's taken a little longer to staff, but there won't be obstacles for us in making sure all 6 of those units are staffed and running over the next year. And I also think while currently today we miss there's about 88% of eligible calls for co-response that we're not getting to because there's a lot of calls that could benefit from that. Some of that will be as we maintain 6 units for a full year, we'll see an increase in that. Some of that will be Chief Andrews and I working on to continue to think about the most efficient way to deploy those units. And how much of that do I want to get into just because it's getting into the weeds? I think that there is some increased efficiency we can get with our 6 units. That's not going to make up 80 to 90% of calls, but I think that can double the number of calls that we're getting to is just maintaining the 6 units at full staffing. If we're able to do that for most of the year, and we're able to create a little better alignment between DPD schedules and heart schedules, and learn from cities like Denver that are deploying their co-response units slightly different. Without getting into the weeds, I think that we'll increase volume in co-response without adding new units. But just to be clear, because I want to like set clear expectations, there's a lot of co-response calls. Over half co-response calls, clearly, we're not going to get anywhere close to answering those calls right now. But it's also true that if you were to double or triple the number of co-response units, we would not be able to fill those. But can we fill these maintained 6 units? Yes, we can do that.
Sorry, we would not be able to fill them.
If you were to give us a bunch more co-response units,
We just wouldn't be able to, we don't have the resources elsewhere in the city to be able to
Right.
formulate the teams to have them go out.
right. So in working through the budget process, I always check in with Chief Andrews on co-response. When we were going back through this process, Chief Andrews was supportive and prepared and believed that we could, that we could have added potentially 3 more units of co-response. She felt that there was a path forward for that, but did not feel there was a path forward. For example, if you were to say, oh, we want to take 6 units and go to 12 next year, I cannot tell you with confidence that I think that we would be able to staff those on both sides of the house next year. I have no problem sitting here and telling you we can add 4 more community response team units. And I feel very confident that we can, these 3 positions, most of which are currently filled anyway, that we will maintain 6 co-response units. I feel confident in that.
That's, I would love to, you will do this, but I would love to see a check-in about that 80% of the co-response,
Mhm.
like, maybe something like that. Okay, I think those were my hard questions. So moving on to
What did that?
all of these microphones are like flipping on and off. And like around.
That's intriguing.
I also got a text message that some of the audio on the Zoom screen went in and out.
Thanks.
Probably all related right now. So are we seeing a flash? Yeah.
So mine is turning yellow.
Okay.
Both buttons,
If I turn mine off.
the mic is, but then it stops.
Error message?
I
On
did
this screen here?
earlier.
Yeah, do you happen to?
This is connection failure connecting to O1.
Okay. I'm gonna reach out to our vendor and hold that and you can get someone that get on right now and assist us with that. It sounds like it's definitely a system error, which is just a slightly step above what I can handle.
Oh, yours just went off. Mine has never set up thing.
It's like it went through an update. Yeah. I think we're,
I mean, you can use that, but they're not gonna be, they're gonna have issues with their.
Okay.
I think we're good. I think we're good right now. Yeah, I think we're good. It's like it,
Yeah.
Great. Okay. We'll hope that works. So moving on to homelessness services. Okay. I have a question, a pretty specific one about medical respite.
Yeah.
You already know where I'm going, I can see.
I'm just anticipating, wondering if I'm gonna know the answer to the question.
Okay, fair enough.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so my understanding was that there is money out for that. And I don't know if we have any further information about why we haven't seen any results of the money that's been spent on that. I think that it might actually be county ARPA dollars, but if we could get some information about medical respite and what's already going on there, because I seem to think that there has been some funding that is out in the world that has already been given to someone to do something. I'm seeing some nods, and that we have not seen any results of that.
I want to
Is
ask
that-
a clarifying
Yes, go for it.
question, and I may need to follow up with you on this. So I know that there has been some talk that the county, through ARPA, was $2 million that went initially to Housing for New Hope that was going to be a kind of enhanced street outreach that was going to have, and the enhanced capacity of that was going to be providing staff like nurses or nurse practitioners who could do things like potentially overtime, more street medicine type of components. So if you are talking about that, one, I actually don't have a lot of answers. My understanding is Housing for New Hope is that the county wants to continue that work, that some of that work is going to be administered by Central Pines. But I, sitting here today, have not heard from the county detailed plans on how that's going to work and how we can think about that and its connection up with street outreach or HART. I'm confident that that will happen. But if you're talking about that, and you may be, I don't know, but.
It sounds like we're probably talking about the same pool of
Okay.
money, but if we're doing medical respite, I think that we should know where the dollars are being spent in the community that are happening in the same
Yeah.
relevant
Yeah.
field. So I would like more information on that.
Great.
And then, street outreach. You said that you think you'll be able to lower the cost by leveraging systems in place. What is that going to look like? Does it look like where we already have HART officers out doing check-ins, where we add like things to, like, because I know that we have a Friendly Faces, is it Friendly Faces team?
Familiar Neighbors, yeah.
Familiar Neighbors. Okay, sorry, I can't
Yeah.
remember all the words. That we have a couple of teams that are out doing check-ins anyway. Are we able to like add questions to their list, or what does that look like in terms of making it more efficient?
So Housing for New Hope had about $430,000 through designated housing funds for that function, employing 5 people. We're going to employ 5 people at $380,000. We'll be able to leverage our existing kind of crisis supplies and other things to support that work, which is why I say we can do it for less. We're going to structure their shift schedules differently, in part because we're already, Housing for New Hope, primarily ran Monday through Friday. Sometimes they would shift their hours a little earlier or a little later. But we already are running different types of schedules that are going to allow us to cover more hours with our 5 staff. Plus, we'll be able to leverage when those staff aren't on. We do have 4 staff dedicated to Familiar Neighbors, which are really able to provide longer-term case management and support where needed. And additionally, we have CRT units that will be working very closely with street outreach for additional connection over weekend hours. So I think those things being aligned and under the same roof, we'll get added benefits from those things all working together and working closely.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm jumping back to the homelessness services. Do we have, okay, do we have any additional requests? I think the answer is no. There's no additional requests in the budget this year about homelessness services. Is that correct?
Everything's being funded within, and I might look for Christina to support me some on this. So all of the, everything was funded within target. So there are designated housing funds, the funds that community development already had, those dollars are being used to support work. An example, I believe 700,000 of that is going for flexible housing subsidies, but there isn't, the city is not, and I think this is correct, and this is well, and if you can't, that's fine. The city is not, there's not a major new investment in new things on top of what the city was doing last year in homeless services. There's not like, for example, there are proposals out there on day shelter, expanding non-congregate shelter, all of those things. Those do not sit in this budget. And I think the primary reason for that is believing that we need a good strategic plan in place that can help really inform among these various potentially good ideas and which of those things do we really need to invest in and at what level, where are the critical gaps, what parts of our system are really working well and what parts are not. And I think a strategic plan will help us get those answers. But I don't, Christina, do you feel that was, oh, sorry, you might need this.
Sorry, Christina Reardon, Budget and Management Services. Yes, I think Ryan has described this well, but that we are moving, so there will be budget moving that what is currently in our community development department. We'll be moving to community safety. That's almost about $2 million that'll be moving from that department into the new department. And so that is not new money, but it is money that has kind of been in in the budgets already.
Thank you. We're all dealing with tech issues. Yeah, so I think I've talked to a lot of my colleagues about this. I'm gonna wait for the photos. Okay. I've talked to a lot of colleagues about this. I'm gonna say it again. I brought this up at the budget retreat. I understand that we want to work on a strategic plan, and that makes sense to me. And also, this is a crisis that is ongoing and is not going to get better or wait for a strategic plan. And several of the things that I had offered at the retreat were short-term and low-cost initiatives that were meant to be gap fillers in this time where we are seeing extremely long wait lists for our shelters. And that's just the people that are applying to shelter. And there's so many people not applying because they don't trust the system at all. So that number is extremely not representative. But even folks who are trying to get into congregant shelters and think that they could work in a congregant shelter are not able to access. We just do not have enough space. And for me, the options that were given and also were prioritized by the council, I think that the day shelter was like the third highest priority by the council, or up there in the top 5. It is a low cost with community buy-in and something that would serve an emergent need right this moment. I'm not going to be comfortable waiting for a strategic plan to come in place. Now, I'm not saying that I want this to be, I just feel like I have 17 microphones on my face. I don't mean this to be a long-term solution, because if the strategic plan finds that a day shelter is not going to serve us in the long term, that's totally fine. But that is a emergent need in our community to get folks out of the elements during the day, to get them connected to resources, to help them navigate. And we are in a growing financial crisis, and evictions are on the rise. Folks are facing homelessness at levels that they've never faced before. And so day shelter, and then also the other option was, not the other option, an additional option was alternate sheltering, non-congregant sheltering. Again, very, very low barrier, and also not necessarily permanent options. I'm not comfortable waiting for the strategic plan to come to add these extra services. And I think that they are extremely, extremely low cost. And we were just talking about Mayor Pro Tem just stated that the savings of the bulk pickup was only $50,000. Like that was a good portion of what I had requested for a day shelter. Like these are the small amounts that we're talking about. So for me, I don't feel comfortable delaying. And that's going to be where I'm going to land if we don't see any emergent solutions right now where we have community support for those things. I'm not going to be able to support just waiting to get those solutions. So
What is your request?
my request is that we get the day shelter put back in as a short-term option until we get the results from a strategic plan. And I would also request that there be alternative sheltering options. I had brought up safe sleeping and pallet housing, and we can go back and look at my requests from the budget retreat, but they were pretty small in terms of financial investment, and I had always meant for them to be short-term while we waited for a strategy.
Testing. Are they back online? Yeah.
Can I share just briefly, just in response to that, there were some additional numbers that I wanted to share. I just want to go back because I feel like they are facts relevant to council in this moment. The preliminary numbers from the point in time count were recently shared by community development. Just want to report those to you since we're talking about homelessness in Durham, with asterisks by what the point in time count is. And, it's an imperfect tool, but something that's annually done. So the point in time count for 2025 showed that the number of people experiencing homelessness on that point in the year was 331, which was down from 405 the previous year. And I want to stress that is one number. Among that, it did find, though, that the number of chronically homeless had nearly doubled from the previous year. So while that number found the total, it also found chronically homelessness had increased. There are other numbers that are relevant. Every week, Coordinated Entry provides an email out to providers that I also get. So another relevant fact to share with you is this week, the number of people who are waiting to get into shelter. 111 individuals were waiting to get into shelter, and 62 families were waiting to get into shelter. I feel like those are numbers that are important for me to share with you in this conversation that you're having. This week, it was 62 families and 111 individuals for, I believe, it was like that represents 405 people, or some, I can double check the number, but yeah, who are seeking and on a wait list to get into shelter. Correct.
So this is and I respect and appreciate the urgency around this. Actually, I'm gonna wait on my comments and let some other questions be asked. Councilmember Freeman?
Are your questions different?
Well, it's for the whole presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Then, this is around all of the presentation. So, can you go back a couple of slides?
Yes.
Thank you. That's
Okay.
it. Okay. One of the things that, and I think we're getting a presentation about familiar faces at our next joint city county. So I
You
think
are,
that part of that the medical respite piece potentially we'll have opportunities to ask questions around that. I just, first of all, want to say thank you for the presentation. I feel pretty confident and on the heart side of stuff. I agree with what Councilmember Cook said. I think the data is real clear on where the biggest impact can be. And so I don't have a lot of questions. I appreciate the slide on the org chart and where it's moving. I do want to say that one of the things that we have heard, or at least I have heard pretty consistently, is that we're not doing a good job tracking the units that might be coming online to the special populations. And so I would like to have a good understanding, because a whole bunch of stuff is about to come online this year. So I think, to me, while I understand
Supportive housing, what you mean?
just
Yeah.
units, period. And within those RFPs, there are certain units that are supposed to be designated for special populations. And so if we are not tracking that and we're not doing the landlord engagement, it doesn't really matter if we throw more money at the problem if we're not doing the alignment necessary and the hard work necessary to make sure that there is a unit for an individual who fits the criteria. And the criteria is hard and it's wonky, and we could put $10 million more and it won't matter if we're not doing that alignment. And that is a big miss that we've had historically. And it's why I think one of the reasons we're seeing, not the only reason, but one of the reasons that we're seeing these numbers is because we haven't done our due diligence in making sure of doing that matchmaking and working within the COC to make sure that that matchmaking has happened. So I really applaud that this reorg is working, because Hart has been doing street outreach at the end of the day. So it was becoming duplicative and essentially a waste of money to have essentially 2 street outreach teams, one of them on the Hart side that's around and already plugged into 911, already has relationship with law enforcement, right? Like it became, this is a much more efficient way. Now I understand we're going to try and collect data over the next year, but from my lens, it makes a lot of sense. But we have to do better on this matchmaking piece so that we can get folks in. I also want to highlight, and I saw this, the pilot, the involuntary commitment pilot. That's a key tool. I know we don't want to talk about that tool. I know it's scary because of our history of institutionalization in this country and who got institutionalized. But we have to be real about some of these folks that you're naming that are chronically homeless and some of their underlying issues and the level of support that they're going to need to actually not be chronically homeless. And we're not doing anyone any services by avoiding those hard conversations. I also want to name that the state historically has funded that space and there is no funding there. To your point earlier in your conversation, that anecdote that you shared about that parent calling, which is a terrifying place. As a mom of 3 teenagers, everybody I know has been in that space at this point after COVID with their teenager. There are no beds in this state. And that's for people who have insurance and are middle class. You will not find a bed in this state if you are facing a mental health crisis. So if you are chronically unhoused, you're not going to find a bed and you're not going to get the services that you need. And so we have to figure out on the local side, is there a space? And I know these conversations are happening with the county and with Alliance Health. We need a few of these emergency beds that can provide that long-term care for folks who need 6 months of support, of steady support, so that, and then we need to have a unit ready for when they come out. And until we do that well, we're not going to see these numbers go down. And that's the crux of what has to happen. And so I hope that I have, Ryan, you've been with us since the I-Team. We've seen you work lots of crazy miracles. And so I have a lot of faith in you and your team and how you worked with Chief Andrews and our ecosystem in Durham, which is radically different than the ecosystems in other communities. And so, and we also have to be patient on our side right now. We have to be patient with this is going to take some time. So I understand the frustration of we need to put more here. I'm not comfortable. I mean, we had this conversation at the budget retreat. We're not truing up the housing sense. We're supposed to have 2 pennies dedicated housing. We're not doing that with this budget. That was a conversation that we had at retreat, and there's a consequence to making that decision, which means that we're not going to have the dollars to do some of these pilots that Councilmember Cook is discussing, partly because where we are in our housing plan is we're at the end of a plan, and we don't have a new plan, and we don't have a director, and there's a lot of things changing in this space. So we can throw money at it, but it doesn't mean we're going to get any solutions long term. And so I'm not, and as somebody who's been doing this work for a long time, that is a frustrating thing to acknowledge, but it's where we are. And then I want to just, I know you've been in the community, I know you've been in a lot of the supportive services conversations and the pre-shelter housing subcommittee conversations. So as you're taking charge of this work, I hope that those conversations can inform and help us get to where we need to get more quickly, including with the strategic plan. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Freeman.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Caballero's comments, and also with Councilmember Cook. I just will say, I think what becomes even more pressing is that without addressing it in the short term, the library just becomes the alternative day shelter. And so that's just putting that out there. I did want to start by saying I really, I just want to say I have a proud moment and just appreciating how far you've come, Ryan. I know you started in this work around the FAVE Coalition. I know it was with the Southern Coalition for Social Justice and the harm reduction. Like all of this has been going on long before I even was on council. And so I know that work to get us to this point, it always takes time. It takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of diligence, and you've been very patient and diligent about staying on top of this. I am appreciative of the city manager just kind of really filling out what community safety is, that it's not just heart, and really thinking about how we kind of come up and think about community safety in a real, like, holistic way beyond just the calls for, diversion or crisis management or homelessness. There's so many elements in this conversation. It's not lost on me. I did just take a few notes to say, like, I'm excited about the addition of the survivor care, and I'm concerned about the moving of the 2 million from community development to community safety, because is it going to be like designated for specifically like the supportive housing or housing for folks with sickle cell or AIDS? Like, that is real, and like a real separate line in our work, I guess, so to speak, as a city. And I don't know if that's gonna get lost in this transition, but I wanna make sure I lift it up and say that people who are facing, rental increases, who have sickle cell or AIDS is very different from folks who are chronically homeless based on, mental illness or mental health.
I'll speak to that briefly. So I think part of what you're talking about is HOPWA.
Yeah.
That is going to remain, that is not coming with us. And in part, the reason that's not coming with us is because in talking to staff, it is our understanding that 80%, that the clear majority of that population are not, they're not starting from a place of being unsheltered. And so that work is going to remain in the newly configured department that merges community safety and NIS. So I think that addresses that one point.
Yeah, thank you. And then I just and piggybacking on Councilmember Caballero's comment about tracking the units, it would be nice to see what is available, because I think, in a vacuum, 62 families is a lot. But if we only had 20 units to begin with, we need to do something completely different than what we're talking about. And I know that the study usually comes first, but I do agree with Councilmember Cook. It's hard to look someone in the face and say, we've got to wait till we look at why you need housing to figure out where you're going to be for the evening.
Yeah, my staff intimately are familiar with that difficulty and frustration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Smith, for the presentation. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge success story. And I want to thank you and your team for essentially, we've transformed the landscape of community safety in this community. And it's a big success. And I know that you're proud of this. I know the community's proud of the work you've done. So thank you for that. And thank you for stepping up into this new role of an expanded department. Just looking at the timeline, it's been a pretty quick and rapid development here. Then all the new stuff from last year, the IVC pilot, the familiar neighbors thing, Office of Survivor Care, all exciting stuff. So I want to thank you for that. And I think the reorganization does provide a new opportunity or new chance to even kind of get more efficiencies. I think bringing in the homeless services stuff is the right move. And so both congratulate you, and also like it's a big challenge. And I want to give you all the support you need to succeed there. I also want to say, well, I'm also eager to see the guaranteed income piece now in your department, see that actually happen next year. That's really exciting to me, and I'm looking forward to that. I also just want to thank you for what is first-class management of your department. You've got a clear vision, you're tracking benchmarks for performance, and you're reporting clearly on your performance. So it's like a model for how departments should operate in the city. So I want to thank you for that. We clearly are we have more challenges as we've identified here, right? Homelessness is still a challenge. There's more to be done. But I'm comfortable with the direction right now, the budget we have here, and look forward to supporting you and your team as you go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker.
Director Smith, you have taken on a lot here. When we sat down and looked through the PowerPoint slides, I think I've heard a collective sigh from everyone up here. I mean, change, creation, transformation. I mean, that is what you are in charge of. And I'm in awe of all of our city's leaders and staff and all of the work that they're doing. And you have a lot on your plate. It's almost like we say, it's hard, give it to Ryan. And you're in charge of figuring it out. And this is an area where we are seeing the downstream effects of upstream polluters and pollution from disinvestment and underinvestment from the federal government and the state governments who could solve these problems. Local governments don't have the resources to solve the problem of homelessness. The federal government does, and they choose not to. And cities have to deal with the consequences and the impacts. And people are moving from city to city and jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It just makes it very, very difficult. And it's getting worse. I mean, record homelessness nationwide last year, and it's only going to get worse. And so this is a major task. I am so excited about the homelessness services strategic plan. It is very necessary, and I'm thrilled that council chose to prioritize that and make it something that we understand our role in this as a convener and a coordinator of many, many different actors in this space, faith-based, nonprofit, governmental, in making sure that we're providing the very best outcomes with the very limited resources that we have available to us. So there's a lot of work that you're doing in the space of heart and everywhere else, but I want to specifically and especially lift up the work that is to be done around homelessness services, and very much appreciate that. When we, Mr. Manager, when we sat down and discussed this work, phase one, you shared that information out with us about the strategic plan upcoming. Phase one being, I believe it was 1 year of work followed by phase two. I think you mentioned sort of setting aside some funds that are not specifically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but not specifically designated just yet, that we would have a better understanding of how to use maybe in the interim once starting on the strategic plan work. I wonder if you could speak to that as it relates to the comments by Councilmember Cook, because obviously if there's anything that we can do in the short term to address some of the folks who are in the most severe position in their lives, that would be worth investing in. I know that you've spent a lot of time having conversations, and I just want to bring it all together and get your explanation of where we are in terms of, because the day shelters was a high priority. Why did we decide not to do that, and what would next steps be?
Thank you, Councilmember. So first, to talk about the phases of the strategic plan, I'm not sure how I phrased it. What I intended to convey is of the full proposal we received, I was seeking concurrence to move forward with phase one, with the possibility and perhaps likelihood that we would engage that process for the future phases. Just wanted to get started, and also have not had a chance to have thorough conversations with the full group of community organizations that need to be part of that. So didn't want to commit to the full scope without getting started, but see the possibility to advance that to those phases of the scope once we got started. It's not clear to me, and I'll ask Director Smith if he concurs, that those would necessarily include the types of specific interventions that Councilmember Cook is speaking about and that you're asking about as far as what was proposed in the budget. I would say, I do want to clarify that my recommendation in this budget about beginning with the strategic plan did have a financial component, but also to me had a very systemic component, which is the fact that not only do I have questions about, or do I feel like I don't have the requisite plan to give council guidance on how to make their next investment, I also have questions about who that investment would go to and who would operate that shelter or that non-congregate shelter or the day shelter. I believe there are potential people in our community who would want to bring that forward. It's not clear to me that when we received that recommendation, it necessarily came with a clear plan for that. So my recommendation to proceed with the strategic plan was both financial, but also systemic. And so, again, if council directs us to apply funding towards that purpose, I think we would find a plan to move forward, probably do an RFP and seek a partner to provide some of those services or look at other options to provide those services ourselves. We don't have any of that groundwork laid at this point. And so that was also a factor in my consideration in not recommending some of those factors, knowing that I did think we had a good path forward on a strategic plan that could help address those questions. Does that answer most of your inquiry?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I think I'm good for now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. Ryan, good to see you. Congratulations on the assumption of the new improved department. I'm very heartened, let me say personally, to see the commitment to guaranteed income. It's been a drum I've been beating in the city for a long time.
Yes, sir.
So to see it codified, and by the way, it's I don't know if I'm going to be around to see the implementation in the next budget, but wherever I am, my voice will remain engaged and stay vigilant on it. But it's not this year, and I think a case could be made as strongly as the day shelter that it should be in this year, given the results we saw from it. But I'm looking at a larger context and a big picture, and I'm going to choose my battles.
Sir, can I ask you a question real quick on that?
Sure, absolutely.
I don't know if I understood you correctly. My understanding, and Manager Ferguson, correct me if I'm wrong, is guaranteed income is in this year $1 million, and we're going to make it happen this year. This coming up fiscal year that we're about to step into. Yes, sir.
So council had funding in FY25. As you're aware, we worked with the possibility of an outside agency to run that program for us. We were not able to reach agreement with that agency. We then looked at different options to deliver the program, and we decided to bring administration of the program in-house under the Community Safety Department. The $1 million that council set aside for FY25, because it has not been spent, we're going to carry forward, spend that money in FY26. That is one-time money, and the next year's council will have a decision to make as to whether or not to continue that program. But there will be a program that begins in FY26 in this department with money carried forward for FY25. So there's no new money in the budget, but there is the $1 million you allocated this year that has not yet been spent.
Great. That is excellent news. Thank you so much. And my one of the reasons why I had not leaned in, I know there are some legislative machinations going on as well, in the environment in which we're operating. Obviously, I wanted to choose my battles, but that's very heartening to hear. I think Councilman Marissa, as I recall, I think the ask was to indeed codify it and make it recurring. So I hope that if that language was not approved or applied this year, that it would certainly be applied at the next budget, that it would just be concretized in our budget moving forward. I want to thank my colleagues also for allowing the data to drive our decision in terms of the expansion. When this whole initiative was born, it was born out of data. We did a study in our 911 call center to see the amount of calls and percentage of calls that were could be diverted to something other than police. It was data driven. And I'm very pleased that I know there was a steady call for it just to go 24 hours, 7 days a week, period. But I'm glad to see that the conversation is being driven by data. I think we get the best results that way. And I thank my colleagues for allowing the data to drive. I have no doubt in my mind that we will get to the day when we are 24/7. That is the ultimate goal. But I'm appreciative of the deliberate, data-driven move toward that. Finally, I'll just say, with respect to HEART, thank God we have this program. I personally have a family member that has interacted with members of the HEART team. I can't tell you how thankful I am on so many nights. Obviously, I've gotten calls sometimes from Durham police officers. I know I would not have gotten those calls if I didn't occupy this position. But before knowing who I was, or not even caring, the HEART team and Durham police officers administered incredibly humane and kind care to a family member before connecting the last name. So I want to publicly just say how grateful I am that the city of Durham has this tool in our toolbox. I'm glad that we've gotten past the part of the debate where some wanted to position HEART as over and against the police. There were some who actually suggested that for every HEART worker we hire, we take away a police officer, which is not the ideal way we implement this initiative. And I'm going to thank the police department for their embracing, Chief Andrews in particular, for her embracing and for the relationship you two have built that have been modeled, that's been celebrated around the country. There is a bit of sadness for me, because I think there are some missed opportunities, and I actually smiled when you mentioned Denver. Denver is one of the cities I visited over the years when was looking at some conversation partners for some of our initiatives. And when I say sadness and missed opportunity, most of our conversation partners that have these co-responses or these responses have it as part of a multi-layered response. It's a multi-dimensional, many points. Denver actually was one of those cities I was impressed with because Denver, and I think their initiative is called STAR, if I'm not mistaken. I think Denver's response team is called STAR. Most of these cities, or all of the cities that have these type of responses, also have ShotSpotter. They also have wraparound services. And one of the things I was impressed with Denver is, I think it was Denver or Dallas. I'll check, but I'm pretty sure it was Denver. One of the ways they employ their response team is when the day after a ShotSpotter alert went out, in addition to police, instead of cops going out, it was mental health and clinical workers that went to that community where gunfire was and canvassed folk. And in many ways, folk felt more comfortable speaking to those folk than the officers. Cooperation and investigation went up. And for an Office of Survivor Care, it actually drove clients to the office because in order to, use the Office of Survivor Care, you have to be, wait for it, a survivor. So what's interesting to me, and when I say lost opportunity, is that we modeled whatever Durham touches, we model. The country takes note. So folk are looking at our HEART program. During our initiative with ShotSpotter, other cities started to look at the way we integrated the information. They looked at our forward-facing portal. They looked at some of our protocols, such that the company was starting to tout us as the way, if you're going to use this technology, you should use it. I say all this to say that when we talk about, the discomfort or impatience with speaking to folk about whether it's homelessness or eviction diversion, I feel that same angst when I look at a grandmother whose child jumps in the bathtub or the family members of the person whose life was saved because no one called 911, but we got there to save them. What are we doing about gun violence? And I have to say, well, we don't have Bull City United anymore. We don't have ShotSpotter anymore. So what have we done and what are we doing? We do have the HEART program, but one of the arguments that folk like to say is that's reactionary. It's not root cause. HEART's not root cause. Office of Survivor Care is not. It's all reactionary, but those reactions can set us up for success moving forward. So I just want to say that this is an incredibly humane and beautiful initiative that we have in HEART. But a lot of the conversation partners we look at are using these strategies with all of the other tools available to them to create a nexus of success, to create an orbit of success, and using them in creative ways. And in that sense, I think we have missed opportunities. And the irony is that the community that pushed us for HEART and put us in a position of success, in many ways also has hobbled us, because we'll point at the conversation partners where these things have succeeded and pretend that we don't see all of the other tools, how they've used them also to create a nexus of success. But, we go forward. The story's not over. There are new days. There'll be new people and new voices. So I'm very heartened and very excited about the results we're seeing and about the success we're seeing. And what a wonderful thing as a government to be able to increase the likelihood of survivability by limiting contact with guns and badges and having the ability to send humane help to keep people alive. That's a great position to be in as a decision maker. Not everybody has that success, and I can only pray that we will continue to build on it. And I look forward to the day, and the day's coming, when HEART will be 24/7. So good luck to you. Thank you for the incredible work you and the department are doing. And I look forward to my bird name one day. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any other comments or questions? All right, I'll just share a few real quick, and then we'll break for lunch and come back and finish out with the working conclusion to the budget workshop. Mayor Pro Tem, you just shared a lot of what I'm a little concerned with. I don't think that comes at a surprise. It's amazing what we can be patient on and what we cannot be patient on. We're patient when it comes to gun violence and the kids to having to duck bullets. We're not patient when it comes to this situation. With that being said, I think and I want to make sure we're being brutally transparent with one another and having these conversations. Let me go back and just state the information I'd like to know. I don't want to talk about this in assumptions. Just like I want to know who the gatekeepers are and the scorekeepers are, who's having those jobs demographically. I want to know the demographics and the intensity levels of the individuals that are homeless. Because at face value, and I hear this a lot, it's not just the panhandlers on the street. They are a big part, but we have a bigger part that we don't see. And I want to know who these folks are demographically. I know we have 62 families, 111 individuals. I want to know more about the type of homelessness they have so that we're not just blanketly saying, hey, we need a day center or day shelter, or we need to do X. It sounds weird when I say I have patience. I don't have patience. I don't have patience for a lot, but I'm willing to wait until we have a strategy so that we can be responsible. Because that we're fiduciary responsible. We're responsible fiduciaries sitting on this council. So I do prefer a plan. There are a lot of things I want to spend money on. I don't want to spend money on a $1 million election because we're having it when nobody else is having it, but we have to do that, right? I do want to spend funds on investing in a full apparatus of safety that is preventative, as well as making sure that we're doing the care afterward. That is why I'm personally raising $1 million, because I can't get a lot of support on the preventative side. So therefore, I'm doing that. On the care side of it, we have this entire apparatus. But this is also having a limited scope, and I want to make sure that we're fully delivering on, the effectiveness that's happening here. So we have heart, and then we have all of these components around it. The next phase of it is the customer facing of it. Like, all right, I know that we have heart, and this, I felt like it really worked. So it is working. I want to make sure that we're communicating that better to the public. That is on me. That is on us. That is as the liaisons to the community, showing the thousands of responses. And usually it's like traffic, folks, when they have to travel somewhere and they're sitting in rush hour traffic, they think that traffic on that road is bad all the time. When someone has a crisis and they call 911, they think that is the situation all the time. They don't see the other thousands of calls that are going through. So thank you for all of this information. I am not going to stop talking about the fact that we are responding to transportation. We appear to have urgency around housing, but we're not doing a dang thing when it comes to gun violence. And again, that is a very holistic and systems response. But I want to look at the faces around this table, the faces at the county, the faces at the school board, the faces in our sheriff's department and police department, the DA's office, and the courts constantly until we can say, this is what Durham is doing. And that I don't have patience for. Because if I'm homeless, it's going to be an uncomfortable night. But if I'm shot, I'm dead. And for the life of me, I will never understand why that is not the number one response, number one thing we're talking about. And it's not even in the budget at all. And so I'll never be okay with that. And I'm going to continue to talk about it. I don't think it's a tired conversation. I think we need to figure out what we're going to do about it. When it comes to, I think you answered this, when it comes to the $2 million that are being moved over, that just to make sure that is money that's coming over with the staff and their responsibilities, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right, good. I talked about GBI. I'm glad that we're actually, that is us being smart and getting around the AI word search that the government is trying to use, and we're actually still being able to responsibly use our funds to be effective. I question, are we partnering with Duke's Patient Navigation Services in our Office of Survivor Care?
Hold on. All right.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Lee Mazer, clinical manager. We have met with them several times. So Duke's hospital-based violence intervention team, they serve folks who are aged 14 to 40. And so we're hoping to partner with them to work with their family members of the individuals who've been impacted. Because this group primarily works with just the folks who have been shot. So we're hoping to expand the ability to work with expand the ability to work with family members and also folks who've just generally been impacted that may not want to work with that team. So I think there'll be a pretty large referral source for us.
That would be great. Just so we're not duplicating, I mean, not necessarily duplicating services, but I think if we're working together, we're covering more ground. And if you run into any roadblocks there, just let me know, and I will personally get involved to make sure that relationship is ironclad. Sounds good. That's great. You know, we are the government, and we have many reasons not to trust the government, and we have many reasons to rely on the government. I want to make sure that, you know, as we are thinking about all of these things, that we are drafting policies. The reason why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking is because I don't want to govern in assumptions. I want to know exactly who we are serving and how we can serve them. I don't want to say, well, there may be somebody XYZ, and then we put a crap ton of money behind it, and it's an ineffective delivery of services. So as much information as you can get us. I think that, you know, I constantly say this, I want Durham to have, you know, the most progressive public safety apparatus in the nation. And that means covering both sides of a crisis to the point where the crisis doesn't exist. But I know I live in reality, so I know crises do come about. How do we prevent them as best as possible? And when they do happen, I don't want to hear, well, invest in an after-school program when there was a gunshot. Like, we have to be much more realistic with the fact that people are literally living this on a daily basis in Durham, and they are getting younger, they are getting Blacker, and we are getting muter, if that's a word. And we're just not responding, not at all. So that gets really uncomfortable. I have no problem with uncomfortability on this. All right? So with that being said, I'm going to break us for lunch. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add, no, my mic is working, that I appreciate everyone's comments. I just want to state for the record that there is lots and lots and lots of data that supports the fact that people who are housing unstable or unhoused are more likely to be involved in crime. They're more likely to be involved in violent crime, and that our ability to get them resources is severely hampered. This is a violence issue. Keeping people housed is an anti-violence tool. It is statistically true and is consistent across the country. So just want to add that to the record. I appreciate everyone's comments. These are all things that are priorities to me.
I want to associate myself with Councilmember Cook's comments, which is why it's in the budget and which is why we support it. I don't know one person who supports ShotSpotter that does not support everything else. Housing, HEART program. On the other hand, you will find people who support those other initiatives who don't support SHOT. I don't know one person who supports ShotSpotter that does not agree with everything else we're doing, because we understand that it's multifaceted and comprehensive. So absolutely, and you're right, the studies do show it, which is why there's money in the budget for it, as well there should be. I support everything. I've never voted against any of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask if there was something specific, because I mean, I keep hearing ShotSpotter, but I don't think that gets us to 0 gun deaths. Is there anything in particular that we're missing? Has there been a strategic plan around it? Like, I don't know what was proposed that we didn't support.
Sure. I don't recall ever going on record saying that it would get us to 0 gun deaths. That's a canard.
I was talking to the mayor.
Well, you didn't specify, but.
All right, sorry. I don't recall there being anything on the record that that said we would get to 0. It's another tool in the toolbox. I have asked for a public safety strategy, just like a housing strategy, an economic development strategy, and a homeless strategy. I do have time to wait and get it right rather than just dumping money into something. But but I have no patience for where we are in regards of a specific request. Let me just put this on the record. I would love for us to put ShotSpotter in the budget because it is a tool. I would love for us to entertain the idea as far as the strategy with Cities United or some like program that is a systems response. And these are things that are actually statistically working across the nation. But again, as we've stated, there are two things that are killing people in this city, cars and guns. One, we have a Vision Zero, which we actually put on record that we want 0 deaths by car accidents. We have a plan, we have a bond, we have a person, we have a staff, and we're investing in that. When it comes to guns, we have nothing,
That's
honestly.
helpful. I would just say, I know I said it before, I think that was possible because it came down from the federal level with the Vision Zero, as opposed to like a Vision Zero for gun violence. If you want to propose, I would not mind coming up with a strategy, figuring out what you want, like what could be in that plan. I supported ShotSpotter as a pilot because it was, a good idea to at least make sure that it was a tool we could use. What we got back and the information that we received, I mean, it didn't really show like the cost aligned with what we were doing for 3 miles. And so
You mean the lives that
the 3 miles that it covered for the $1 million+ dollars, I think that we can find a more cost efficient way to do it. And we can definitely have more conversations. I'm not opposed to having tools in the toolbox. I don't think that any tools have been proposed that I would, that's the only thing that I just want to make sure that I'm clear, like, I'm supportive. Show me what you want to do.
I noted. I totally noted. I think the fact of the matter is that we're not talking about anything, and that's all of us. I've asked the manager for a strategy. I'm suggesting things. I've been bringing folks to the Violent Crime Reduction Roundtable. I think the most disappointing thing is we don't have the same energy and enthusiasm about gun violence, which is the most immediate, as we do in the other things.
Is there another space other than the violent crime reduction?
I mean,
Because I think to your point, like for Vision Zero, there's a number of different boards and committees that are in place that cover that. If there are other spaces.
So we are going to break for lunch, but we're going to have this conversation.
Okay, because then I'm queuing up and I wouldn't do that right now because I'm hangry.
That's fine, but I'm not going to rush this conversation. We rush this conversation every single time. Are you done? I mean, there's the criminal justice, the county, all of the county stuff. You have the criminal justice reduction committee. You have the violent crime reduction roundtable. You have the task force that the sheriff and the police chief does. There are several spaces where the conversation is being had, but there's just no action. There's no actual things that we can put as a policy.
And
that hasn't come about yet.
If there's anything that they're recommending that we're not doing, that would be good to know. I mean, those are things.
Well, they recommended ShotSpotter as a tool. And
the task force did.
No, the actual police chief. She and the sheriff supported it. She supported it as well. Now, this is just a tool. Colleagues, we can get uncomfortable all we want. We can get uncomfortable all we want, but we're talking about the budget right now. And it is really amazing how this conversation wants to get rushed every single time. We've had this conversation even at JCC and didn't even want to have it on the agenda. I know it is uncomfortable, but again, gun violence and these kids getting shot in this city is literally the main thing, like the biggest thing that is the most immediate. And we have talked around it every single time. I am not going to rush my comments. And I'm not going to rush me responding to anyone else because we're all of a sudden having a very uncomfortable situation. I don't know about anybody else, but there are two things that I'm going to have to respond to when I leave here. What are we doing about gun violence, and what are we doing about taxes? And housing and homelessness and all of those things fall under that. So like it or not, I'm not going to rush my comments. Did you have any further questions for me? Okay. Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. And I have been real patient with everyone. Vision Zero happened over many, many years, including from transportation staff who put things in their budget that got denied. If you want something to happen, go do the work. Show up with a proposal, get the stakeholders together, and do the work. But please do not come and lecture your colleagues over and over and over again. It is demeaning and disrespectful. I've been on this council since 2018. I have led coalitions from all across to get the things that I prioritized and felt important done. And everyone at this dais needs to stop and just work together, even if we don't like each other. That's how you get things over. You need 4 votes, and you need to do the background and the work. That's how this works. That's how government works, and we're lucky there's only 7 of us and not 50 alder people like in Chicago or New York. That's how this works, and it's hard, and you have to get staff on board, and that's how you move a thing forward. And I am happy to support when somebody shows up with that, but I'm not going to do things for them. That is, if it is a priority of yours, and I think every single one of us, and I've been on 3 different councils, there is not a single council member who has never wanted to solve gun violence. It's gross to say that. We all understand it's a problem, like we all understand there's a multitude of problems in this city. So again, if you would like a proposal or help, happy to help. But I'm not going to be lectured at and told that I don't care about something.
Thank you. Our actions speak for themselves. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I don't think there's a member of this council that has been called more names, interrupted more, lectured more than me, for whatever reason. I've been lectured about votes on zoning. Some of us have been accused of doing harm and trying to poison people in our community. I've been on this council long enough to watch a colleague ask questions in a tone in which he was celebrated as brilliant and incisive. And then when I do it, I'm arrogant. Same kind of tone. I won't go into the reasons for that, but so I think all of us have been on the receiving end of lectures. And for students of these committee, of these meetings, you can go back and watch the tapes and decide for yourself who's been lectured more or maligned more or interrupted more or had more teeth sucking or eye rolling than me. I hold that mantle. With that said, I think the issue is that when folks say things that just simply aren't true, for example, that ShotSpotter was touted as something to end gun violence. Never once. No one said that. So I think it's important that when we have the conversation, and I appreciate having to do the work. I led the city's largest grassroots organization before coming on the council. So I understand doing the work and I understand counting to 4. When I got reelected in 2021, the first thing Mayor O'Neill asked me to do was to reintroduce ShotSpotter. And everybody who voted for it supported it then. I think what has happened since then is, and I'm ready to admit this, has been some messenger fatigue. There are some people who are against it because Middleton's for it. That's the truth. So what I would suggest is don't listen to me anymore. Go talk to the family whose family member was able to celebrate Christmas because our police got to them while they were bleeding out when no one called 911. Forget me. Go talk to the people who live in some of these public housing complexes who have video cameras, which is the internationally recognized symbol of surveillance. So we'll spend money to get high resolution videos of your victimization to go viral the next morning, but we won't spend money to send help in real time, but we'll take pictures of it. So forget me, go talk to the folk who have been affected. And as I say all the time, and I'll end here, Mr. Mayor, because I know folk are hungry or hangry. You know, once the vote is over, my favorite thing is what's next. You know, it's not personal for me. But if you're going to come back and say things that aren't true, don't get mad when you get called on it. Don't get mad when there's pushback. I don't care what names you call. I really don't. But if you're going to state things from this dais that are not true, then you need to be prepared to deal with it, because I will. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all. And I know this is a pretty intense conversation. I do appreciate all of you all as my colleagues. I really do, seriously. And I know that, you know, we can get in uncomfortable situations. I want to acknowledge that. I think that, you know, this obviously is personal to me as I have to respond to community members who have these daily lived experiences. And it is frustrating, and I'm not lecturing at anyone, but I am going to always state the case that we took action to take away, and we have not taken action to put anything in place. And I don't mind being the one to bring the solution that we can consider. I'm already working on that, you know, but the fact that I think it is, you know, frustrating that this is something that affects everyone in our entire city. And we don't say anything about it. You know, we just don't, we're not like, I don't know. When I think about the intensity around other issues, I'm like, gosh, man, I wish we could, you know, just have that same energy on the fact that people literally are getting killed. You know, like lives are being taken, not lives being uncomfortable. And we aren't. So I'm sorry that it comes off as a lecture. To me, it comes off as I'm going to hold myself publicly accountable in this platform, and I happen to just share the counsel with you all. So I appreciate everything we do together. It is not personal. The matter is personal to me, but our work together is not personal. This is where we have these conversations, you know, and I think one thing that stood out to me the most when I got on council, Councilmember Caballero, is the comment you made when it was between you and Pierce, Councilmember Freeline. And you all said these conversations get so tough sometimes that someone would be in tears. That has never left me. I remember it. And it also prepared me that I know that some of these conversations are going to be tough. So I respect every last one of you all. I have asked for a strategy to be put forward. I'm contributing to that strategy. But the fact that we're about to pass an over $700 million budget and there's nothing in it that responds to it, and that's like literally the number one thing that's happening, that is just really disturbing to me. And I have to state that on the record. And I'm never going to be okay with having long-term response to something that is so immediate, but then on something else, we need to be immediate on. So I'm just putting the consistency or need for consistency out there. So I appreciate all of you all. I know, Mr. Manager, you wanted to make some closing comments, so let me just make sure everybody is good. Mr. Baker?
I appreciate everyone's comments. I was born and raised in Durham and lived across from Northgate Mall and heard a lot of gunshots all the time. We had folks who got shot on our street, folks who did shootings at the mall, ran across the street, hid in our yard, knocked on our door. Friends who died from shootings, walking down the street, smelled something, called the police. There was a dead body. That That's Durham in the 90s. I mean, it was brutal then. It's brutal now. It's hard. It's something that I know I care deeply about, talk about a lot. I know all my colleagues up here care deeply about it. And it is such a hard issue. You can redesign a street and make it safer. How do you address gun violence? I mean, it is so difficult and requires so many comprehensive tools and policies. This is a tough conversation. And I think we should do a strategic and comprehensive plan that is aimed at gun violence. I do. I think we should invest the time and the resources to address it head on. I think it is dishonest to message that we don't care and that nobody cares, but for one thing, ShotSpotter. I think that is unfair and dishonest. We had it. There was an analysis. It was qualitative and quantitative. I know there are some complaints about how it was conducted. I wasn't around when the decisions were made about the methodology, but we studied it. I spoke with police officers and many, many others to make the very best decision. In my view, ShotSpotter was not a good use of resources, that there were better ways of expending resources. We spend biggest chunks of the general fund, go to the police department, go to community safety, go to nonprofits working and doing the work in our communities, go to many different programs that are, of course, they are not called addressing gun violence. They are called something else. I think it's dishonest to say that we don't care, that we don't think about gun violence because we reviewed the reports that were created about ShotSpotter and disagreed that it was an effective tool. It's fine if you disagree with that analysis, disagree with our analysis of those reports, and continue to want ShotSpotter. But let's look at it within a more comprehensive scope and a more comprehensive framework and put it in the budget, to Councilmember Caballero's point. And let's tackle it in a comprehensive way, as I think that we already are, but if we need to revisit that and actually develop a more strategic analysis and strategic approach, we should do that, and I would support it. So I have, thank you.
And I was just gonna say mainly thank you. I know there's always some contention, and I understand your angst. There's no tension around this. I mean, these are the things we have conversations about. This is why we're having a conversation. This is the budget. And I think what I'm most troubled by is that we link it causally, like as if Black children are creating gun violence. And that troubles me a lot because I want to be clear that white violence is always louder. And the white violence is usually poverty and the poverty that these children live in. And when we don't attack poverty and we focus on the gun violence like it's the children's fault, it makes it as if they're the problem. They are not the problem. We are. And we have to come up with a more comprehensive way to look at how we address poverty, not gun violence. And that's my trouble with the conversation, because ShotSpotter is not the solution. Addressing poverty is the solution. That can be a tool. It could be a tool, but the way that it was implemented without the NIBIN operate, if there's no follow-up on those bullets, we're just dumping a whole bunch of data into the black hole, which doesn't actually solve the problem, and it doesn't actually address the issue. And so I want to be really clear, I have no interest in supporting ShotSpotter because it's not the priority for me. The priority is making sure that these children have someplace to live, some food in their bellies, and an actual warm cover to there are so many other priorities that I have for children in our community, knowing that they are ages 9, 10, 11, and 12 shooting at each other. There's a distinct level of inhumanity that you have to reach in order to pull the trigger on someone who looks like you. And so that's what my pushback is always going to be around. The way you frame the conversation, these children are not the problem. I don't need to attack them. So if we want to come up with a solution, a strategy, addressing, some of these issues that our families are facing, that's different, and I'm all for that. It looks like having those committees in place. It looks like doing the work that Councilmember Caballero mentioned. And that, I don't think, comes from staff. It comes from us. And if you want to make space in a work session, or if you want to make space on a Saturday, it doesn't matter to me. I think the previous mayor tried to do that. That's why Haiti Reborn came forward with the justice movement. And that's why they provided peer-to-peer supports. And they were trying to get that going. Durham New Vision, all of those folks were formerly justice-involved folks who were providing solutions to the issue that they saw in the streets. There wasn't support for that. So I just want to make sure that we keep the framework of this in line. I want to be really clear, like, the reason I'm saying Vision Zero for gun violence has nothing to do with ShotSpotter. It's really like based on the comments you've been making. You're trying to say it, but you're not saying it. We have to address the family's critical needs in order for children not to be on the street shooting each other.
I appreciate that. And thank you also, Councilmember Baker. I too, ShotSpotter just happened to be the thing that we did have in front of us to make a decision on. Let me be very clear. This is not totally about ShotSpotter. So I'll say that very clear. This is not a debate of for or against ShotSpotter. So thank you all for that. But we can say all of what we want to say. When we leave here and people look into this budget, that is what they're going to hear. And that is my overall issue. They're not going to be able to read that response and what we have. They're going to read some renditions of it. They're going to see some of it. But I don't mind putting something together for us to consider. And no, I don't think that either of you all don't care about the gun violence either. But when it comes to gun violence, and we look at the data, and it does show our hard data here. No, it's not the kids' faults. Trust me, I know that more than anybody, or most. But when we look at the data, and in a matter of fact, when you look at what you actually see, and you name that what it is, I'm not going to read a dissertation of why this is what it is. I'm saying this is what I see. And when I verbalize that, there is a lot to it, So I agree with you. But please don't reduce my comments down to ShotSpotter. That was just one thing we had in front of us. Just like the county had Bull City United for or against, however people think about it. Just like the budgets for the only spaces that we currently have that's supposed to do this convening work. My brother's keeper in the Office of Community Intervention, So it is a big conversation. I don't know why we are having it, We talk about everything else, but we don't have it. So I will always share my frustration. I respect each of you all way too much to think that you're bad people, to think that you only care about ShotSpotter. That is not my point. And if it's coming off that way, I publicly apologize about that. But when I can hear us talk about all these other things, and then the most immediate, I don't hear a lot of conversation about, that is what I'm talking about. That is where my frustration is rooted. And I will, anytime I get an opportunity to, I will say that. I respect you all too much to attack your character. That's just not my MO. Okay? Councilmember Riss, did you have one more? Because Bo needs to close us out. And Bo's gonna be the last comment, so.
Yeah, a lot going on. So, one of my real heroes is the guy who used to be a law professor at Temple and later was a vice president of the Casey Foundation. In my old life, Casey Foundation would convene people around different policy conversations. And one of his tools when he convened us was say like, but these are like 2-day convenings. And when we sat down, he'd say like, all right, the first thing I want you to say is the one thing you wanted to say when you came to this meeting, regardless of whether it's on topic or not. Because I know that at some point in our convening, you're going to say it and it's going to come out probably at the worst possible time and it's not going to make sense. So what I feel like is going on here is that there's frustration about this issue of violence and gunshots and murders, right? And I feel like these comments come out because people are frustrated about this, but we haven't had, there's clearly not been a way that we've had to talk about this issue outside of the, or in any way that we can really get to the heart of the matter. And so, Mr. Mayor, you're so right. The issue of gunshots and homicides and gun violence is terrible. It's awful in Durham, right? But it's also true that all of us in the council care deeply about that. To suggest we don't care about that is real. It is hurtful to feel like we don't care about that. We all care about that. We had differences of opinion about ShotSpotter. As you said, it's not just about ShotSpotter. But as Councilmember Baker said, we also have the police department is the largest part of our general fund. We spend a lot of money on the police department and on public safety, community safety. So it's not like we're not spending money. But clearly we're not getting at the heart of this matter somehow. That's sort of like, and I know that when there's a homicide victim, you're there and you've got to, you show up and you face that family that's lost a loved one. And that's awful, you know? So I fully support Councilmember Freeman and others saying, if we need to have a conversation about this or some kind of strategic effort, whatever it is, let's do it. But it is true that this topic keeps coming up at odd times, and I don't think it's a productive conversation. So we got to figure out a way to have a productive conversation about this.
Noted.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think that you all don't care. And if it's coming off that way through my frustration, I publicly apologize about that. I don't think you're bad people. And I'm addressing us as a council and how we're responding to it. So thanks for clearing that up. Mr. Ferguson, you'll have the last comment, and then DDI will finally get to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate all the comments. It's incumbent on staff not to be out in front of council on policy setting. And I think it's our job to try and respond to the council when the council has directives, when you've asked for research, when you've asked for a plan forward. I think the reason you have a homeless services strategy that Ryan just covered is in part because we're a designated lead agency. We are, the community has designated the city of Durham to lead that conversation. So I felt like we had some cover in that space to bring forward a strategy. I believe the issue of violence intervention is a shared responsibility. I know, as you mentioned, the county has a community intervention and support services department. And so I think there's been less clear direction to staff to work aggressively in the space of bringing policy before council based on today's conversation. I'd like you to feel comfortable asking staff to at least convene a working session for the council, bring forward what research we have. I'd very much like that to be a collaborative effort with our friends at the county, who I do think have very strong work in this space and who I know we have very collaborative relationships with. This council could consider that certainly comfortably covered in the existing budget proposal you have in front of you. And we'd be happy to do some work behind the scenes and work with all of you to frame out a conversation where you could have a review of best practices across the country when it comes to violence intervention and violence response. If that is something that the council would like for the staff to pursue in a work plan and bring back to the council for further conversation, I'm happy to offer that.
Yes, please.
Can I ask?
Colleagues, yeah.
On that, I would love, because there was a joint city, county, schools, community safety task force that had a multi-hundred-page report, including a wonderful appendix that tells what they heard from community and who should fund it and where it lives. So if we can just make sure we have that data point, if we can make sure we have all of the meetings that happen around violence in the city, because there's a lot of them. Like, I think that that's part of it, is that there's 50 things happening and there's not a central location. And so I hear frustration around Vision Zero, and that community over many years has done a lot of work to work collaboratively. And so if we want that better outcomes, that is, then we have to act like a convener. And honestly, the power of the mayor is the power of convening. And so I think that if staff's going to take us down that path, and I appreciate that, Manager Ferguson, I would like a real deep understanding of what is the ecosystem out there. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, all right, let's go to lunch. Let's just get our food and come back in and we might have some questions. I might ask you, why aren't you putting ShotSpotter in the DDI budget? All right. Maybe this is just get like a little bit until that city homelessness and that, you know, wasn't time to really finish for the rest of the life. I mean, right. What was happening?
So it's one of three things.
I'm not sure we.
These cables, or it's simply these mics do not like being plugged in all the time. Or it is third thing. Something there are two things and two of them are both linked. So it could be the cable or it could be plugged in all the time. So we'll see, the vendor is looking into it and they're gonna troubleshoot it and we're gonna look into And could I just check that mic back? Just want to confirm. Yeah. Perfect.
Anyway.
Forward.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And thank you all for such a rich dialogue. I was talking to some of you all outside of here, and I'm like so grateful that we have the minds around this table and just that we can have a rich policy conversation, get really angry and frustrated, and then, all right, let's go eat together. So thank you guys for that. All right, I'm going to pass it over to the next presentation, which is with CEO of Downtown Durham Incorporated, Nicole Thompson.
Good afternoon. Glad you all are eating because I decided that I'll now just take a couple of hours and tell you all the great things that are happening in downtown. So let's get ready for, I don't know, maybe we can go until dinner, if y'all are good for that, because there's a lot happening. I was told to keep this to 30 minutes, so I will do my best to keep it to 20 and give you all 10 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
Going to go through a little bit of, I'm laying out good priorities. My name is Nicole Thompson. I'm the President and CEO of Downtown Durham Incorporated. I'm here to give you an update of the things that we accomplished very quickly in 2025, fiscal year 2025, understanding that we still have another quarter left, and then also talk a little bit about our budget, or a lot about our budget request. This is a picture of our new ambassador team with our new trucks. In early January, we started working with Block by Block. And we now have about 13 individuals that are keeping our downtowns clean and safe. With the truck, we rewrapped our truck, and then we also got 2 gym truck carts to get around downtown, as well as I think many of you know, the bull ride. We'll talk a bit more about that. This is our mission. Hasn't changed in the last 30 years that we have been in existence. Our vision is still to make downtown a diverse, unique, and thriving heart of Durham and to be welcoming to all. Our goals remain clean and safe, economic development, placekeeping, and marketing. All 4 of those goals are paid for using bid funds. Our organization, we currently have a 25-member board. There are 7 of us on the DDI team, and we have 14 DDI ambassadors. That is 1 lead, one lead, and then 2 supervisors. This is our bid map, just to remind everybody. It goes from just shy of East Campus to the Golden Belt. It does not cross 147, and it goes just beyond the old ball field, as we like to call it. It is the bird of economic prosperity. So there you go. This boundary has been in place since the creation of the Business Improvement District in 2012. Just a little bit about what happened in 2024, calendar year 2024, 4.8 million square feet of office. We did not see any new office developments come online, nor do we have any coming out of the ground. We spoke to this at our State of Downtown Durham event in April, and shared a bit about this and how we're addressing this through the through the blueprint. We have a total of 6,000 units, just over 6,000 residential units. We had, oh man, I can't remember how many came online. I know 51 of them were affordable housing at the Ashton Place, which I think you all were a part of that expansion. We had 98 million visits into the downtown area and 1.7 million visits to the major attractions. Those are the 10 city and county-owned attractions in the downtown area. And then I'll end that we had 287, or we have 287 shops, restaurants, bars, and service businesses in the downtown area. We had 50 that opened in 2024, and we've had 9 that have opened since the start of this year, and a number of others that are in the process. Here are our accomplishments. I won't read them. I think you all received these in advance. If you have questions, we're happy to answer them, but these are the accomplishments of 2025 for our clean and safe team. Placekeeping, we had an individual that was leading these efforts. He left us late last year. We continue to do third Fridays. I invite you to come to CCB Plaza on any third Friday where we are activating third Friday and then trying to encourage people to go out throughout downtown and visit our galleries. We do check in with them monthly or every other month just to make sure that things are going well. And we continue working with the city to do the holiday lighting at CCB Plaza end of November, 1st of December. Economic development, I'm sorry, this got a little wonky during transition. One thing I will highlight, oops, shouldn't have done that. There we go. One thing I will highlight is the 307 West Main Street Retail Incubator. We, back in 2022, moved to a new location on Main Street, West Main Street. We had been for many years above the parlor, but we outgrew that space, and working with our partner Self-Help, we moved into a new location. We were very adamant that the front part of that needed to be converted into retail space, and they were amenable to it, so we closed off a small 350 square foot space, and we used that as a small incubator. Since the start of that program, we have had 3, I believe, entrepreneurs. It is set aside for small minority and/or women-owned businesses. It started with Hometown Apparel to give them an idea of if there was foot traffic to expand to a second location. You may know that Hometown Apparel is on 9th Street. They then closed, and we had another individual in there, help me, Back to the South Bling, who created things using, it was very intricate, things that were blingy with gemstones and things like that. And then after that, we had an individual come in and open up Shit Diana Makes. And she has done quite well. And she has now left that space after work. We worked with her over a year so that she could get a good feel for the trends in downtown, foot traffic in downtown. She has done quite well, and we were able to assist her to move into a larger location, which she opened last third Friday, in May, called Fair and Fate and Folklore on Market Street. I'm doing very well in that new location and is very happy with the assistance that we were able to provide her, as well as her business counseling through ECHO and other resources. So that is something that we were very intentional. We are looking to grow that, which I will share in the future, but that's one thing I do want to call out. That took some time. It is not easy to do an incubation and to be intentional about that incubation. It does take time to identify the individual, to work closely with the individual and find those opportunities. But we are fortunate that we have quite a few partners that are willing to talk with us when we are trying to relocate or place small businesses in the downtown area. Some of the marketing things we're doing, we continue to do our merchant map. It is print and now also interactive online, which was a big success. We continue to do marketing through Third Friday. One of the things that we're doing to try to engage the growing number of residents, we figure that we have about 10,000 that live in adjacent to downtown, is something called It's Your Neighborhood. We send out a weekly newsletter, a weekly email, letting them know of highlights that businesses are doing. If you're in the 01 zip code, then you can go into a number of businesses in the downtown area, show that you live in the 01 zip code, and then get discounts. But we also are trying to bring the downtown to those neighbors. So we send out this weekly e-newsletter, letting them know about events that they need to be aware of, and trying to really work on bringing these individuals into downtown and understanding what's in downtown. We are actually looking at expanding that and revamping that. So probably next year when I come to you, we'll have a revamped It's Your Neighborhood program. Advocacy, parking, of course, we continue to consider and think about outdoor dining. We continue to work on transit and commuter things. There are a number of plans around transit, around commuter, around vehicular traffic in and around downtown, and we're involved with that. And we are also working very closely with aggressive panhandling and the unhoused in the downtown area. I will stop here under advocacy and say that it was indeed encouraging and exciting to hear that development services and inspections and reviews are now under one department. As you may recall, we came to you in May of 2024, and that was one of the things that we really wanted to see, where that we could work on trying to streamline development permits and reviews, because the longer sidewalks and streets are closed, the greater impact they have on downtown businesses. And we encourage this process to happen in any dense area, not just downtown, but we really want to support getting streets, getting sidewalks back open so that people don't look down the street and go, oh, that must be closed, look at all the construction traffic, and don't go. So a great shout out to that reorganization, and we are very supportive and look forward to working with Sara and her team on that. Around aggressive panhandling and unhoused, we are also very excited about things that are coming under Ryan's great leadership. We work very closely with them. The ambassador team, Kenny Venezuela on our team works very closely with the HEART team around the unhoused and around the individuals who find themselves lacking resources in the downtown area. And seeing that and the homeless services come together under one unit really encourages us, and we continue to look forward to working with them. Here are just some pictures, because what's a presentation without pictures? And everybody likes to see the bull ride. So everyone is now excited because they've seen the bull ride. I hope you all have ridden the bull ride. If not, shame on you. It was down for a little bit. So if you tried before for a little bit, we were having a little technical issue, but it's back out there. You can hail it by throwing up the bull signs or just waving and stopping them. It is indeed a treat. We have over 800 rides so far. We are already overcapacitated. Is that a word? We're going to go with it. I made it up. Give it to me. We are thinking about and considering how do we bring on a second one. We already have people asking us if they can rent it. We are not capable of doing that quite yet, but we are considering that. But this does run Thursday, Friday, and Saturday into the evening, and it does move about the downtown area. During Third Friday, we tried desperately to use it to get people from the center of downtown to Golden Belt, where we have over 30 artists who say that they don't feel really a part of the Third Friday, so we're really trying to move people to the farthest reaches of our district. This does not go out of the bid, so we do market on some of our materials, all of the things in and around downtown that are in part of Third Friday. This, because it is paid 100% with bid funds, does not go out of the bid. And then here's just a picture of one of our ambassadors giving someone some directions, but really we share this because of the cute dog, and we thought you would like it, and it would make you feel good as we're talking to you about our budget request. Driving equitable economic growth. This is something that we do. We live and we breathe it. We are still continuing to do the bullpen. We're working on how we might revamp that a little bit and be out there a little bit more. We're experimenting with ways to let people know that they're in the bullpen by doing things on the sidewalk, and just trying to really push this, working with our businesses to do a shout out. And this is a picture of 307 West Main, and you can see the activity that she had. She was very creative. Diana was very creative and really would come out onto the sidewalk whenever she had an opportunity. She was involved with Centerfest. She was able to come out during Centerfest. So this, as I mentioned, has now moved onto Market Street. Downtown initiatives, this is a picture of It's Your Neighborhood. We had kind of a little party for the residents of One City Center. We were able to partner with the property management group, and they hosted us on their patio. And we brought some businesses in so that people who may not leave, or when they leave their residence, they take the elevator to their car and then they drive out of downtown. We tried to bring downtown to them. We're exploring if this can continue. We don't know that it had a huge impact, but it had a slight impact. So we're considering what this might look like going forward. I will say that we also have a resident council that we work with to try to help us understand better the needs and the wants and the desires of the residents of downtown. And that is comprised of homeowners as well as renters. We are looking to revamp that committee as well, so there's more diversity in age, gender, and race. We continue to do feasts. This is something that started a couple of years ago, where it's very slow in downtown during the winter months. So we try to get people to come out and visit restaurants, submit their receipts, and then we do a drawing every week for 4 weeks. And then we work with the retail businesses and buy things and give out boxes, gift boxes. So this individual ate at Sweets by Shada. This is a basket that we put together. We actually buy the things from the retail stores. We do not ask them to donate. And we also throw in a $100 spendable, which is our e-card, which I'm happy to say is now digital. That was a problem that we were having, that you had to have a sheet of paper, but it is now, you can download it onto your wallet, your e-wallet. And then we also have hotels throw in a night stay in a hotel. So it's a great thing, and it's getting traction. We are still playing around with the dates, but it's always in the winter. Building downtown's vibrant culture. These are just some pictures of some of the things that we have done over the last year. Of course, you recognize the holiday lighting. Everyone needs to come and take their picture in front of the only live tree in the triangle, still going strong. We're very proud of that. And we're very appreciative of working with the city. The city actually goes and identifies the tree. They have the tree brought in. They drop the tree. We decorate it with lights, and then the city will take the tree back. They mulch it up, and then it continues to live throughout Durham and serve another purpose. The picture in the bottom left corner is our celebration of Major the Bull's 21st birthday. It was a great night. It really was amazing to see just the diversity of people that came out to celebrate Major the Bull. A wonderful night. And then the picture on the top is of Third Friday, working with Discover Durham in their visitor center. A picture that is not on here, but something that we were able to complete working with Google. We have installed 7 Wi-Fi benches. You may have seen them around downtown. We have a few at Central Park. They are all on public land. We thought that would be easier, so we worked with the city. So we have 3, correct me if I'm wrong, in the back, Heather. I think we have 3 at Durham Central Park. We have 1 at CCB Plaza. 6. And 2 at, as Heather said, and 2 at Black Wall Street Garden. We're working to wrap that so people know that they're there, but they're getting quite a bit of use. And it serves a 350 radius, so it's not huge, but it is something, and people are using them. So we're very excited to see that.
How will we know when we see them? Like, are they branded somehow or not?
We are working to brand them. They're not right now, but it's a bench with a black pole, and we should have had a picture. We can send you a picture of what they look like, but we are working to brand them so that people would know. And we're exploring how we might be able to expand this in other areas. So a lot of our work last year was around the Downtown Durham Blueprint. You may have heard about this little thing that we were doing. We didn't want to be left out of the fun of doing a plan, so we jumped in and we did a plan too. Kind of joking. We have done a master plan for downtown since 2000. We were actually basing much of our work on that plan. We did 2 updates, one in 2006 and another in 2017. I think we all know that things changed with COVID, and it significantly impacted downtown. The master plan that we had really was all about how do we get more people downtown, and I think we can all say that we accomplished that. So this blueprint is looking at what do we do for the next 10 years. It is a very short time frame, because as we have seen, things can change dramatically in a matter of months. So we have done quite a bit of engagement. These are just some of the pictures of the engagement that we did. We worked with a group out of Philadelphia, went through an RFP process and selected a group out of Philadelphia, Interface Studios. If you have been to either of our 2 last State of Downtown Durham events, you would have seen them. Scott Page was at both of those as the keynote speaker. We reached 2,200 people through surveys, through non-pop-up events. They were at a variety of places, both in and outside of downtown. We had some Spanish-speaking events at the Latino Credit Union and a grocery store off of Annandale Road. We had 600 participants at our State of Downtown Durham events where we got additional information. And then we had over 100 stakeholder interviews. If I go back here, apparently I'm not. Oh, there we go. In the bottom left corner, we had an event working with Motorco, Black Voices of the Future, to really drive into what African-American individuals would like to see in the downtown area. So from this, now we're getting into the good stuff. This is our Blueprint 2035. We have released the quick guide. How much time do I have left? Okay, I love that. Someone said as much as I need. Blueprint 2035, we have released a quick guide. It includes the, let me go back. It includes the goals. So it's very high, it's a very high arching document. We are still working on some of the details. There are things that are happening in downtown as we speak. And we are waiting for those announcements to happen to then come out with how we are going to work with those changes in downtown in this blueprint. So we're holding back a little bit, but we should have something released by this late this summer. Our plan is to bring the full document to you and to the county for full adoption. So we will go into a deeper dive on this, but I do want to, because a lot of what we're requesting from our budget is coming from the blueprint. Through all of our engagement, we've had three common themes. People wanted downtown to be safe and welcoming. They wanted to keep Durham, Durham, and they wanted it to be vibrant and growth oriented. So from that, this is our vision for downtown. These are our 7 goals. I won't read them, but there they are. I can go through them in more detail if you'd like, but I know I'm running out of time and you all want to know how we are going to spend money. So this is our fiscal year 26 municipal service district budget. This does not include the economic development budget that we receive from the city, and it does not include the county economic development contract. This shows you what was approved for last year, what we're proposing for this year, and the difference. And I will go into detail about the difference. First, for economic development and marketing, the blueprint recommends preserving affordable spaces for ground floor small businesses while working to address gaps. How we propose to do that is, as I mentioned, we had a retail incubator. It was a very small space, could only accommodate 1 person. Through our efforts, we were able to move that individual into a larger space so that she is actually doing, and she's doing quite well. We would like to take that plan and move and do a larger retail incubator in the downtown area. We are talking with a partner who might be able to accommodate this on a street that would make sense for such a thing. So we understand that we have gaps in our retail. So this would be kind of in a similar area, in an area that is surrounded by retail to continue that walking traffic. We are looking at, and I've broken the budget out, space design and build out so that there would be multiple booths. We're looking at 3, possibly 4 booth space, but we're also talking with somebody who is kind of helping us through this design process that we may be able to include more by just having space for folks to put a kiosk or something. So we may be able to fit even more into the area. Rent offset so that we can keep the cost down for the entrepreneur. These are individuals that have more than an idea. They are actually in business doing things. So we're looking for someone who can afford a rent, but aren't quite ready to be in their own brick and mortar. So the rent offset will help them keep the rent down low as they are looking at what it means to be in downtown. We understand that operating a business in downtown is very different than being at a strip mall or a mall where you don't have parking, where you are reliant on walking traffic, and it's very important how you market and your display. We're also looking at a part-time manager for this space. This cannot operate by itself, and we don't have the capacity on our team in order to do it right, to do the marketing, to ensure that the individuals are receiving the assistance that they need, and then just running the overall organization, activating the space when needed. The second thing that we're doing, the blueprint recommended a community land trust. This is working with a partner to identify buildings in the downtown area and property owners who might be willing to work with us and transition their property to us so that we could keep older buildings in an inventory and offer to small businesses versus them being sold to a private developer, being torn down, and something being built in its stead. This is $10,000 to begin looking at what that could look like, who we might be able to partner with, how we would structure such a thing, a commercial land trust. It's something very new and very different. So this is $10,000 to really dive into what does this look like for downtown Durham. And the final thing is a retail recruitment and attraction. This is quite a bit of money. However, it is something that we desperately need. We are missing retail. We hear this quite a bit. The retail that we have is not connected. We have it kind of scattered. We would be working with a consultant that would come in and kind of help us with what that retail plan would look like, identify spaces, identify what things we would need to do to support retail. I will say that this retail would not just be small and local. It is now, we are now looking at how we might be able to bring in niche, regional, and perhaps national retail in order to be a draw. We are missing our office workers in downtown. So no longer can we just rely on office workers who come and work in downtown from 8 to 5, who come in at 9 o'clock, go grab coffee with their team, go out for lunch, stay a little later and do a happy hour. I know happy hours are not legal, but you know what I mean. None of those things are quite happening in downtown. They're one-offs now. We also know that employers, when they bring their employees in, they're keeping them in because they're trying to build back their team and the collaboration between their team. So they're bringing food in. So we're missing a lot of what we had happening in 2019. So we are trying to create destinations and reasons for people to want to be downtown. And we understand to do that and to support our small businesses, we need things that people see and understand and go, oh, that's cool. I'm going to go to that store. Oh, look, there's Coco Cinema. I'm going to grab my coffee. They're doing it anyway. We know they're getting in their cars. We know they're going to places to buy their toilet paper and paper towels and Kleenexes. If they could do that, in downtown, that would help support our businesses. So that is what that's getting at, and about $30,000 for recruitment and attraction. It is a process, identifying and then actively going out, finding businesses that meet our goals and meet the things that we want to see in downtown, and actively going and sitting down with them and selling them on why Durham is important and why we feel that there's a connection. There's also marketing tied up into that, having an actual marketing packet that is presented in a way that we are actively recruiting retail into the downtown area. No, this is not final placekeeping. Special projects, we're asking for $40,000. We know that there's a plan out there for parks. We're very excited about what's going to be happening with the Durham Central Park. Very excited to support planning and the city and Aaron in those efforts. I'm looking forward to how we might be able to partner with that. We're very excited about where things are with the old historic ballpark. We also know that there are a number of alleys that exist in our downtown area that with just a little bit of work, some lighting, some intentionality around landscaping, some planters, some chairs, we could convert some of these spaces into wonderful little places. If we could also provide an ability to plug in, people can engage them. People can activate them. If we create the spaces, people, because that's what Durham is, they will see the spaces, they'll show up with their band, they'll show up with their guitar, they'll show up with their people, and they will activate the space. So this is looking at alleys, this is looking at parklets, and this is looking at sidewalks and what we can do to create these wonderful spaces that people want to be in. And finally, information kiosks. These are ways to have the DDI team and the ambassador team out giving out information during events, busy times of the day or the night, an actual booth with maps and water and things like that to give out to visitors and also to provide directions. Final thing, I believe, is our Clean and Safe. So you all have probably seen the new and revamped Clean and Safe team, our ambassador team on the street. We have transitioned to the purple. I am looking for a purple jacket, so if you see one, let me know. I can't find one, but that is our color. With this funding, we are asking for $327,000. That is to ensure that we can provide the 11 existing FTEs a livable wage, which is, you all know that, $21.90, but also to bring on, and we have done that every year. When you all increase your livable wage, we are ensure that we pay the ambassadors the livable wage. We are also asking for an additional 250 plus to bring on 4 new ambassadors who would be strictly safety ambassadors. They would be in downtown at very strategic times. They would work very closely with the police department and the HART team, identifying and providing assistance. But their focus would be downtown. They would not be focused, of course, all of the city. They'd be very focused downtown, and we would have direct communication so that we could provide services to those individuals that are in need of services in the evening, but then also being able to identify very, very aggressive panhandling and individuals who are doing things that are making our downtowns feel unsafe. Again, reminding you that what we heard during our public input was that people wanted downtown to be safe and welcoming. They would be unarmed. They would just be working and providing eyes on the street, so to speak. Also, we're looking at a new location because we have outgrown our location where we currently are, and the team actually needs a nice, comfortable break room. So this would allow us to expand that. And if fortunate and we can find a street level position, having a nice entryway coming into our space. I believe that is it. I hope I stayed under 30, but I doubt I did. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. It's a lot of information, lots of moving parts. I'm still stuck on the bull ride. It's just a cool, I think it has a bigger impact than what even you all think it does. Like, it's like a new vibe for downtown. So I'm cool if we get more of those, but I'll pass it over here to
I will
Councilmember Cook.
share that was an idea from Kenny, who said we should have a golf cart and put some horns on it. And I was like, what? But so I do want to do a shout out to the team. The majority of the team are here and they come up with some of the most amazing ideas. I just get to share the things that they would like to do, but they are all here and have been dedicated to the work that we do in downtown. So.
Cool. I actually think that you answered almost all of my questions.
Yay.
I know it was amazing actually, just
That
to
is
check through all of them. I will say,
Right?
I know. If you want to come back and lead all the things, just if you read my mind. No, I was gonna say that I have stumbled upon the Wi-Fi twice now, totally by accident, did not know that it existed. And I remember both times being like, oh my gosh, we have internet in downtown Durham. First one in Central Park, and I think the second one was in the Garden. And anyway, then I was like, do we have Wi-Fi everywhere? We do not, but that was very cool. So I love that. I think it's super, super awesome for so many reasons. And I was going to ask you about the pay of the ambassadors. You went over that. You said that there were 11 full-time ambassadors, but right now you have 13. So there's a couple part-time.
We're carrying a few more. We're carrying a few more as we transition. So we're carrying a few more, working with our provider block by block.
What do you mean you're carrying them?
So when we transitioned, we hired more than what we needed.
Okay,
so that we could find the team that really gelled.
I
So
see.
we had quite a few more than that. We're now getting to the team that actually will probably remain in place.
Okay, but everyone that works.
Everyone that
there
works is
full-time.
full-time and getting a livable wage, yes.
Cool. And then you're gonna bring the blueprint forward to us when it's done and make specific asks at that time. So
I will bring it forward and go into a lot of detail in 30 minutes. And will then ask that you all adopt the plan.
Okay,
There won't be any ask, but it will be the document that will drive what we do for the next 10 years. And we have pulled some stuff out. So when I come and do this next year, we will again refer to things coming out of the blueprint.
cool. Yeah, I mean, I think you said this at the beginning, but all the numbers that you gave us, that's all coming out of the bid.
Yes.
And yeah, I guess I am just like vaguely curious, and this might be a Christina question. Sorry that you've had to get up a million times, but just like that money runs through the city. What if any like interaction is there in terms of like, obviously we're hearing from DDI about what the uses are going to be, but do we have to do anything? Does it go directly there? I just don't know the rules around bid money as well.
Sure. Christina Reardon, Budget and Management Services. So the bid money is actually tax money so there's the bid fund. And then DDI has a contract at a portion of the contract that they have comes from the bid fund. And that contract is administered by our Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And so that contract for next year actually will be coming on your next work session and your next council meeting for you to approve for the following year.
Okay, and is there money in addition to the bid that goes into that contract?
There is an economic development piece of the contract, the full contract with DDI that is not bid, that is general fund money.
Okay, thank you. And then nope, those are all my questions. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate it. And I love the ambassadors. They are great.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Nicole. Downtown Durham, such a special place for everyone who lives in Durham, everyone who lives in the region. And it's because it's our civic heart and our cultural heart and our economic heart. All of our buses run through downtown Durham. But it's also because of the urban design of our downtown. It's walkable. It's one of the only walkable places in our whole city. Small blocks, the buildings are beautiful, the streetscapes, the public spaces, the plazas, the parks, all of it comes together to create something that is mixed use, compact, and walkable. And that combined with the placemaking and the work that you do makes downtown Durham this special place that we all love. And everyone comes to downtown Durham. Everyone goes to downtown Durham. So
We'll be hiring some ambassadors. You sound like you might.
So my first question is the Blueprint 2035 beautiful plan, amazingly well done. It's a small area plan. So my question is, what's the timeline for it to come to us for adoption? Because I want us to adopt it.
It will come probably after your break. As I mentioned, there are a couple of things happening in the downtown area that haven't been announced. So we are waiting for those things to be announced to then come in behind with recommendations. That's a vague way of saying things are going to happen. And we're just trying to be sensitive to those things because they play heavily into pieces of the plan. So we believe that by late July, early August, those things would have been announced. And then we can come with our plan and be able to talk very fully about the plan. We would bring it to you to work session. Most likely would have our consultant here as well to answer any specific questions. We've teased at the State of Downtown Durham event, we've kind of teased, so you have a general idea, but we would get into some of the specifics at that time. Would ask for you to adopt it. We will do the same thing with the county. And we have done that with all of our plans. We did it with the 2000 plan and then each of the updates while we asked the city and the county to adopt.
Okay, so we're thinking
August, September.
okay, early fall or late summer, early fall for coming back to us for adoption. That's great.
And the reason for that little bit of delay is that we probably will do another public meeting similar to what we did at Pickleback, where we just invited people to come and kind of hear. So we will most likely do something like that and just invite the community to come in and hear the final plan. They had an opportunity to come and hear the thinking and to do the Post-it notes, and yeah, that's great, and what about? This will be, from all that we've heard, presenting it to the
Confirmation.
community, and then we will bring it to you.
Cool.
So the timing of that will determine.
Cool. That's great. I want us to continue thinking about the downtown loop reconfiguration, specifically right behind City Hall and between City Hall and the library, where we have the on-ramps and it's kind of a lot of wasted space. And the plan calls for creation of an entire new city block. And not only would that create new real estate that can provide payoffs and space and whatever we wanted to do with it, but also reconnects one of the great features of downtown, which is the downtown public library, to the rest of downtown. And that would be such a transformative change in downtown Durham that would also provide payoffs that could coincide also with, we're already putting over $1 million into Mangum Roxborough, and making sure that all those projects are aligned so that we're not doing one project and then saying, oh, shoot, now we have to change it and go back and fix it. So I just want us to make sure that we have these moving pieces aligned so that they're working together off of one another.
To that point, we will continue to meet with the city. We will create a planning committee where we will bring all of the different entities that are doing plans that touch downtown so that we can make sure that we understand where those plans are and how they feed into and how the blueprint can support. We did one of those a little less than a year ago. We had, I think, between 25 and 30 plans represented by, I'm going to say, 20 different organizations or departments. So we will continue to do that, if not on a quarterly basis, every 6 months.
Cool.
And then we are also many of us are on those planning committees.
Thank you. We should close down Corcoran Street at Downtown Plaza. That would be, that is the civic heart, the civic and cultural space where people gather. And I truly believe one day we'll look back at pictures of the plaza today and we'll kind of laugh that we allowed this street to cut through the very center of this cultural and civic space. The plan calls for a shared street and sort of resurfacing, which could also, work just as well. And you have bollards that go up and down. But that seems like, unless there's an issue with NCDOT, and I don't know who owns the right of way there, but that seems like a low hanging fruit that could really make a big change and a visible change. Councilmember Riss, you talk a lot about kind of responding to things quickly, and that's kind of a low hanging fruit. There are a lot of great ideas in this plan. It's all very exciting. one question I have. So yesterday we looked at what's going to be one of our first proposed bus rapid transit lines, and it goes through downtown. And I wonder if there's been communication collaboration between transportation and the downtown, the Blueprint 2035 planning team to consider bus-only lanes or anything like that in downtown.
I've been on those meetings. There's a meeting scheduled for tomorrow to get an update. And yes, our team did speak to the transportation department. So we're aware of that. I have seen the recommendations, and we have weighed in on those.
Okay. I'm really excited about the retail, engaging with the retail consultant. I think that is so important because we have retail in a few different spots sort of peppered around downtown, but it makes it difficult to kind of go downtown and, you know, shop at any particular. I don't think people go downtown for many different reasons. I don't think most people go downtown for retail. So I'm very interested in that. Two questions there. One is thinking big picture, thinking of a retail street and, you know, entirely changing the built environment along a certain street, creating sort of an Elm Street type thing in Greensboro. Is that in the cards with this retail consultant, or are they thinking of something differently? And then second, this is a question we get all the time, grocery store. And where are we on that?
That is a possibility, a retail street. That's something we have talked about internally even before Interface came on. It was something that was brought to the forefront by one of their partners, and Access, who really did a deep dive with the retail, the possibility of identifying a street that could be a retail street. I would say that we would bring the consultants on and have that conversation and have them let us know what would make the most sense, being careful that we don't create something to the detriment of retail in other places. So how we can ensure that perhaps we have multiple streets. To the second question of a grocery store, this retail consultant would look at that as well. What could we accommodate in downtown? What would that look like? Where would be a good location for that? So as I mentioned, national, it is kind of looking at, do we have the support? Or if there's something in mind that we would like to go after, what would it take to go and recruit that particular grocery store? I will say that we have the co-op. It seems like a long way. It is actually not that far, but it is not a pleasant walk. But the co-op on Chapel Hill Street, there is a bodega in the downtown area. We've talked internally. In the meantime, if you couldn't do multiple little small bodegas like they have in New York, where you just run in and get your eggs and your milk. So there are a lot of things on the table, but yeah, that would be one of the things that we would look at. A retail grocery store, what that would look like.
Yeah, and I think thank you so much for that. I think that's also part of a larger conversation of addressing and tackling food deserts in our city, which, I mean, I just hear about that constantly being difficult to reach places, and very excited about our OEWD hire and being able to tackle some of those citywide challenges. So the downtown master plan coming online late summer, early fall. I'm excited about that. There's so many great projects in there. Some of them I think are low hanging fruit. Some are, you know, next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Aligned also with the Unified Development Ordinance, so that we can address things that are in the plan that are related to that. And just really appreciate all the work that you do to activate downtown in this space that is one of our most special and prized spaces of our city. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for the presentation. I don't have a lot of, I guess we'll get the update or the blueprint here soon. I guess one thing that we've talked about before is not just Corcoran, but thinking about everything in the loop with the parking garages at some point.
Yes.
And you and I have had conversations about that would take a lot of coordination because of deliveries and things like that, and wanting it to be successful. Yes. I know the streetery was one way of doing some of that, right? I don't know if that's addressed in the blueprint at all. Just like moving towards that space of sometimes just the inner core of downtown being automobile free.
That is not in the blueprint, but I will say that the blueprint, there are places where it does get deep, and there are other places where it gives us opportunity based on what the conditions are to pursue things.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have to say the ambassadors that I've seen out and about are fantastic. It's been great to see like I think just maybe not higher profile, but you see them more often. You see them be engaged in community, and I think it has helped that kind of promotion of safety downtown. And I think in general, I mean, this is what we're experiencing when we activate spaces, they become more safe, right? Because there's just more folks out and about. I know we're still struggling in downtown, but there are more people out and about than there were 2 years ago.
Yes.
So I know we're clawing back and it feels hard, but I've certainly seen more folks. I know that there's a lot more. We're slowly getting back to that 2019 feeling. And I'm really eager to see when the blueprint comes out, and thanks for all your hard work. That's all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of information, moving in the right direction. I just had one question really about the ambassadors and what their training looks like.
I would have to ask Kenny to come up and talk about the training.
Whatever it is, it's great. They are so engaging. Big difference than whoever the last folks were.
Hello, my name is Kenny Valenzuela, Director of Clean and Safe. So a lot of the training actually is due to the new company that we've transitioned to. Our prior company was a janitorial company, local, which we loved having a local company, but we needed to, excuse me, be a little bit more thoughtful about what our ambassador program looks like. And they are trained on everything downtown Durham related. So new developments that are coming on, restaurants, where everything is, de-escalation techniques, and as well as hospitality. That's why you see them out on the streets a lot more and speaking with, not only the people walking down the sidewalks, but engaging with our businesses and seeing what's happening in the area.
Thank you. I think I was thinking more like around the lines of, as ambassadors, they're kind of like the first person people see when something happens, they're looking for them. And so just kind of figuring out if there's a way to partner around getting CIT or racial equity training with current staff and whoever.
Oh yeah, so they have a day-long video that they're looking that they watch before they even step foot onto our streets, and a lot of that has to do with like the de-escalation techniques and just being aware of their surroundings and things of that nature. And we've even had conversations. I don't know if I can step into this, but we've had conversations with Ryan and his heart team on how we can partner better and even get some of the training that they have with being social workers with our ambassador team.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank
You, Councilmember Riss.
Nicole, thanks for the presentation, and just, thanks for your leadership at Downtown Durham Incorporated. I'm glad you're here on the team as well. Thanks for joining us, everybody. You've done a great job, and I'm glad that we got a lot of discussion and kudos for the ambassadors. They've done a great job, and it's been a real a pleasant and refreshing presence downtown. So great stuff.
Thank you.
Also want to thank you. The blueprint is a great document. You've done a great job of doing a lot of engagement there, getting feedback. It's a comprehensive and dynamic plan, so I really appreciate that. I will say to Councilmember Baker's comments, the plan, I think if you've seen it, because we talked a lot about, do we need a new plan for the downtown loop? It actually addresses some of the key intersections, which I think to me is more, in some ways, more impactful than trying to do a whole new plan for the loop. It addresses those key intersections that really, like the one you mentioned in front of the library, over there by the History Museum, that could be a real impactful way to address the stuff that ills us with the downtown loop. So thanks for that. As I think you all know, I am on the board of DDI. It's one of my most favorite boards, a dynamic and really engaging group. Others, I didn't see you back there. I know you preceded me on there, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks for your leadership there. I will say, to this issue of downtown retail, we had a great discussion with your consultant at our last meeting about this issue of like vacant downtown retail spots. And I talked to the plan director about this yesterday. We had a good discussion about whether there might be some ways we could address this through some kind of planning and zoning stuff, or whether we also address the market reality that a lot of these big downtown buildings, which are built by real estate investment trusts who really want the residential piece. They do the retail because we asked them to do it on the first floor, but they're not, in many cases, not really that committed to like filling that space. It's like a carrying cost on their balance sheet, right? And so we had a lot of discussion about what can we do to really find ways to activate and utilize those spaces, because they do create sort of like, kind of empty vacant spaces downtown that would be great to be filled as. So I just want to say, those are the kind of discussions we have at the board meetings that are really thoughtful and really address some of the key issues in very thoughtful and innovative ways to address some of the stuff for downtown. So thank you for all that. We didn't even mention the bid tax, but certainly you've done a great job of getting support from the downtown businesses to support that 7-cent bid tax. So that's great stuff. So yeah, we look forward to the plan in the fall. Keep up the good work, and it's a pleasure working with you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. And Nicole, it's always good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, one of the blessings of this job, having been here for a minute, I've had an opportunity to serve on a bunch of different committees and task force. But to Councilmember Ritz's point, I think one of my favorite assignments has been serving on the board, the DDI, and being able to see just the growing impact and efficacy of DDI under your leadership. The ideas that were talked about come to fruition, just the incredible growth of our ambassadors. They look good, they present well. It's just, you can really just kind of track how we've changed downtown in just a few years. So I really, really enjoyed. That was Councilmember Ritz, one of the mayor and I went back and forth. I was really a little reluctant to give that assignment up, but with the
Thank you.
No, absolutely. It was time. It's you got to churn. You got to churn. And with my growing responsibilities with the league, it was time. So I'm glad that we've got a fresh, talented voice there. And thanks to the team who's here as well. So just two quick questions. And I know when I was on the board, one of the things we talked about a bit was the growing issue of aggressive panhandling, and how do we address that issue in accordance with our values as Durham. With respect to the safety ambassadors, I'm wondering, without telegraphing too much, are there, and Councilmember Freeman sort of was what I thought was approaching this question with her question. I thought was a great question about their training. Are these ambassadors getting any specialized kind of protocols when it comes to aggressive panhandling, other than observe and report? What will be our posture when it's observed?
The current ambassadors, correct me, Kenny, if I'm wrong, but the current ambassadors have a limited training and how to interact, how to call for assistance, determining whether it's a heart call or whether it's a public safety. The safety ambassadors actually will be a step above that. So they would be trained in de-escalation, how to interact with. They will not be arresting, of course. They will not be carrying any kind of weapon, but it would be a individual that would feel comfortable walking into spaces, being able to walk and encourage people to move on, things of that nature. But they would be trained specifically as security.
Okay. All right.
And we would rely on Block by Block, who has done this across the country. They are doing similar programs on a much larger scale in cities as large as Baltimore. So they have a proven track record that all of their ambassadors go through based on the role that they would be serving, whether it's hospitality, clean, security, safety, and or landscaping. So they have a proven record.
Right. Right. They and you know this, not many people know this. In a previous life, I actually worked for New York's bid, Grand Central Partnership and 34th Street Partnership and Bryant Park Restoration Corp. And I got to tell you, some of the largest in the country bids. I got to tell you, our ambassadors will put any of them to shame. Just their uniform, their personalities, the way they move about. So it's really a great thing to see. I do have a question, final question, Blueprint 2035. I'm a person who's thinking about moving to Durham. What does keep Durham mean? I mean, I know what it means, but what does it mean?
Well, you know what it means.
Yeah, I know what it means, but what does it mean as a policymaker? What does that mean to me as a policymaker?
as we were having our public input meetings, it was very clear that the individuals that came, and we had businesses, we had brokers, we had developers, we had residents, we had people from out of downtown. As I mentioned, we had Spanish speaking. So we worked closely with El Centuro and the Latino Credit Union to ensure that we had all those voices. And what we heard is that when you're in Durham, you know you're in a special place. People can feel that there is a reverence for the culture that exists, for the history that is constantly uplifted. There was an appreciation for the intentionality about filling spaces with local-owned businesses, that those owners are in the spaces when you come in and you can communicate with them. It is walkable, that people are friendly. So I think when we say Durham is Durham, we see a lot of things happening, in the Triangle area, and some great things. We get told multiple times, downtown Durham needs a downtown Cary Park. Downtown Cary Park is absolutely amazing. It is phenomenal. I'm not going to say it's not. It belongs in Cary, and it fits very well with Cary. We have a wonderful park called Durham Central Park that is very intentional about the festivals that it brings. They have a cultural feel. They are specifically targeted to bringing the people that love Durham and want that ability to dance in the street, to come and dance in the street. We still have at the Durham Central Park, even though we have new people coming in who complain about the drums, we still have both Brazilian drum groups who practice in Durham Central Park. That is what Durham is. And that is the thing that DDI wants to ensure, that we do need to grow. We definitely need to grow. It is hurting us that we don't have any commercial development even on the books to come out of the ground. They might be on the books, but they're not coming out of the ground. So we need to grow, and we need to find ways to grow. But we also, as we grow, we need to look at ways that we maintain that and we don't lose that we don't, that we just become one more downtown that looks like any other downtown. Right. And for Durham, that is Black Wall Street, Black culture, Black heritage, Latino credit, Latino heritage, culture, and businesses. And there's a mix of all of that in the downtown area. Doors open, come in, we don't care. An honoring of LGBTQ, you are who you are, come in downtown Durham, be who you are, no one's gonna throw shade. That is what Keep Durham Durham means. That's what it means to us. And I believe that's what we heard when we had the public meetings. That is what we're striving for. That's a hard thing to do. That goes to the retail, that as we do the retail, it's not just gonna be a, hey, we got these spaces, why don't you come and bring your thing? It would be very intentional that we would identify that as a business that shares the same goals and mission of not just DDI, but I think we are in lockstep with the city and the county about those mission and goals. We would actually go out and recruit them. So it's not like, oh, Lululemon. Obviously, I don't shop there a lot. Isn't that what it is? So that's not one that's coming, obviously. Lululemon.
We got a lot of shots fired today, Nicole. But
I know.
Carrie's online too, but go ahead.
No, nothing about Cary. It is a beautiful park. It's just, it belongs in Cary. And I will end by saying that that's what makes living in the Triangle so amazing.
Absolutely.
That if that's what you want, there's a place for that. If you want what Raleigh, if you wanted Glenwood South, there's a place that you can go and have that. If you want culture, and I'm not saying that the others don't have it, but we are very, very intentional about leading with that. And even in these days and times, we continue to have conversations around diversity, equity, inclusion. We have not stepped back from that. So there's a final shot.
I'm glad. No, yeah, have at it. No, I'm glad. I'm glad you said that out loud. As when I go back.
Are you going to back me later on?
Absolutely, no.
Okay.
Well, it's important because when I go back to being a private citizen, I can play my own role in preserving those values and making sure that I'm an ambassador personally. As a policymaker, I want to make sure that we're not passing laws or ordinances that violate that concept, that do violence to it. Some even inadvertently, not always purposely, but how do we maintain that with the decisions we make? I'll end this way. I think one of the when we were putting this together and a consultant was doing interviews, there was I think it was DDI, a consultant said to me, I'll never forget this. She actually kind of took issue with the term place making. I forgot, I wish I could remember the alternative term, but that each place has an organic story already. And sometimes placemaking invites us to graft onto something rather than kind of search for what was already there. I didn't know whether you called it place enhancement or what, but it was a really great term, but.
We call it placekeeping.
Placekeeping, okay, that's probably it. And everything you said, I think beautifully kind of magnifies what that means. We're welcoming, and there's that tension with a growing city. Welcoming new folk, welcoming new neighbors who are willing to honor who we are and what we are. If you have a problem with, Black and brown folks celebrating the street or LGBTQ folk living their lives fully out loud, Durham's probably not the place for you. No, it's not the place for you. So just as a policymaker, I just wanted to hear you kind of expound on it, because if I was reading this document as someone considering moving, I want there to be truth in advertising. What do they mean by keep Durham, Durham? And I think you've beautifully stated who we are and what we are and what I pray will always remain. So,
Well, and I would add on to that. The thing, one of the amazing things that happened a couple of years ago when the Joyce opened, DHA opened the Joyce, and their intentionality of naming that after an individual who sued them because she was being wrongfully or evicted and said, I have the same rights as someone living in a private apartment. DHA, you can't do that. And it was a court case, and it went a long, long way. DHA, when they had their first new building that they built in how many years? They named it after her. And I don't know that there are other cities that would have done that. They would have tried to kept that quiet, or that happened. There's a plaque of that individual in their multipurpose room, and they uplift that. That's what Durham is.
So very Durham. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield back.
It's Joyce.
What do you call it?
That's the Joyce.
Oh, okay.
You didn't say your name, but.
Oh, okay, the Joyce.
Should we add the document? Do you want to call it like Keep Durham Dope? Is that what you want to call it? Yeah. That's just.
I've gotten some gray hairs behind that. I'm willing to grow more, because Durham is dope. Thank you for this information, and just, I live downtown and I see and engage with the ambassadors on a daily basis, and just some of the nicest folks. Sorry, it's gross. Some of the nicest folks you'll ever meet, and just really engaging. Love engaging with them. I think you hit it on the mark. As Mayor Pro Tem say, I think the Planning Commission got this one right. I think you got this one right, just with, really characterizing Durham and our resilience, but also our defiance and stubbornness to just hold on to our culture. I don't know if this helps you or not, but I'm with Councilmember Baker, and I really want to, and colleagues, I'm throwing this out there unannounced, but I would like to go ahead and give staff, some direction from council to consider a plan to closing some of those city-owned streets. Not saying any action today, obviously, but that Corcoran area, that Corcoran Street right there, CCB Plaza, Market Street. We have a lot of roads that are unnecessary, and it's not a long distance to go around. But I'm hating on Bryant Park right now, on our mini Bryant Park. I'm a bit aggressive on this. I want Foster Street to be a linear park and totally closed. And just that hill that goes down and just make it, an extension of Central Park, but that's just me. But if colleagues, you guys wouldn't mind, if the staff could at least look at some options or plans around what that segment of Corcoran and Market. And obviously we have some parking and the garage entrance and all of that stuff to consider, but that's what the study or, staff looking into it would provide.
I would ask if we could
call for
wait
like a
for
shared
the
street there,
blueprint.
right?
I would ask because there's some information in there. So if
Blueprint calls for like a shared street.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're looking at
and there's more details. So if we could have a follow-up once the blueprint, I don't want to get ahead of that.
All right,
And
have you read the book Abundance? Yeah.
I have read pieces of it. Yes. Yes.
So you understand why I'm like trying to move this quick,
Yes.
because we take too long to do stuff, but
I would agree.
I'll be patient and
I would
wait.
agree. I am right there with you with that blueprint in hand that's
All right.
adopted by the city.
So, all right, I'll hold off on that request until we receive that. Thank you so much for this. I don't have any commentary. I follow closely what you all do, and I think the only request I would have is what you're already mentioning is convening of all of these plans. Everybody has a plan, and I just we need an overall vision for what's happening, and it's important that these plans work in concert with one another so that we aren't just being disjointed or discombobulated on how downtown is being reimagined.
Yes.
I'll remain closely engaged in that just because I'm really interested in it. But yeah, any way I can help as mayor, just let me know. But thank you for the work you all do.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all for the continued support of DDI. We have enjoyed being a partner with you for the last 30+ years. And we look forward to continuing to do our great work in downtown with you, with your amazing team. We do not do this alone. So we have wonderful relationships with a number of the people who are in the room and who may be watching. So thank you. And we will be back in front of you with the blueprint, if not before. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, the agenda was much shorter today than yesterday, but boy, did we go longer. I will give it to, no, let me have closing remarks, if any. Council members, any closing remarks? Yeah, go ahead.
This is probably a question for staff. Do you all feel like, because we have that tentative, okay, that's my only question.
He's gonna close out with that. Yep.
One comment, just back to your comment, Mr. Mayor, about the different plans, because you're right. We got the downtown Durham blueprint. We got the cultural arts roadmap, right? We got the DAP study. We got a lot of plans. I have talked to the manager about this because I have heard some concerns from different folks about, well, we got these different plans. Are they all talking to one another? And so the manager's comments, if I'm saying it properly, correct me if I'm wrong, is that in some ways that it's kind of our job as leaders to sort of like pull it all together. So I want to ask that question and put it out here because I think if there's a role for the council to play in making sure those plans all talk to each other, I think we should lean into that side.
Yeah, I think I'll mostly endorse that to say that I think my intention is to say that when there are plans that are created out in the community that the city did not commission or create, it is at the discretion of the council how much you find those plans to be influential. You just heard from DDI that it's their intention for us to adopt that plan. Obviously, that gives you a very clear policy decision over that plan. To the extent that there are other plans out there, I think we look for you to tell us whether you find ideas in those plans compelling. Obviously, I think it's important at the staff level that we have awareness of a lot of those documents, but whether or not you as a council want to consider them binding or influential on your policy decisions, I do think there's a fair amount of discretion that the council has in considering those.
I guess the issue too is that it's not only like once the plans are adopted, endorsing or making sure we sort of act on different parts of them. It's also in the process of doing the plans, that's where because once the plans are adopted, they don't quite agree. It's a little bit more difficult to make them talk or make them sort of align. Versus as these things are being developed, this one, the study of the DAP, right? The cultural arts roadmap is also still in process. It seems like that's the time if we want to make sure these things do align, that's the time really to get involved and make sure that does happen.
I will say I'm requesting a convening of all of those entities. I've been working closely with Susan, Amy, Nicole, and I meet quite often. I'm not as tapped in on the feasibility study of the DAP, but American Tobacco, there's a lot of players and also some private landowners as well. But I just kind of I say we want to make sure these plans work together, but there is some work of bringing them together already that I know I've been, convening, and I could welcome everybody into that conversation. 2 or less, 3 or less. So. Baker.
Yeah, I would just also add that is also the role of community planning in the planning department. Is to make sure that they are the ones who know a little bit about a lot and are playing that convening role and have a lens into all the different planning processes that are happening and making sure that they're speaking to one another. So I think we need to make sure that, we're playing that role, but also making sure that, that role is being played by people who are working full-time and are engaged in the planning process.
So is that happening right now? And I mean, is that part of the community planning work?
That's just the traditional function of a planning department, planning departments.
So Sarah played I mean, you were the city planner, like you're like before you were director, right? This is what you were doing. You were like,
Yep. Thank you. So planning has traditionally been the tip of the spear on coordinating a lot of efforts. We're not the only entity that does planning, but we certainly do, we are actively involved when other organizations or departments do their planning efforts. We do try and keep an eye out for kind of big picture. And to us, everything should roll up to the comprehensive plan, right? And so we're looking for conformance, especially since that is a very recent plan, for conformance with the big goals of that plan as it trickles down into these other things. But we are always partners at whatever table is set by a sister or brother institution or agency or department in these plans. A lot of times you will notice in our plans, there are aspects from all these other entities and plans that trickle into them as well. So it is work that we currently do.
all right. Any other closing comments? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got a bit derailed earlier talking about different things, but I do want to bring back the request about day shelters specifically as a low cost barrier. And I know that there might be some addressing of that at a later time. So I'm happy to put a pin in it until our next work session, but I'm just letting y'all know that it is a priority of mine. So if it's not being funded elsewhere, I'm gonna ask that it comes back into our budget. It's a pretty low threshold. It's something we can do immediately to address that issue, and it's top of my mind. So I'm just raising that again, but happy again to put a pin in it until Thursday.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the manager and to this incredible, this is really, you can't overstate just how impressive this team is that we have here at the city working for us. Mr. Manager, full disclosure, I was when I looked at who was going to be presenting before us, I was concerned about the police department's not coming, the fire department's not coming. These are the biggest departments, but hearing your explanation as to the folk who actually had really substantive kind of changes or impacts in this budget has been borne out through these discussions. So I want you to know I am totally at ease with the way this menu was set up and who's come before us. I know, and if there are questions about those departments, it doesn't end here. Your lines of communication are always open. So I want to thank you for crafting what I think was a very effective, with your team, a very effective presentation, couple of days of budget, which will make our jobs, if not easier, it'll certainly make it more, we'll be in a better informed position to make our decisions. So thank you very much and congratulations again as you continue to trod towards your first approved budget, crossing the $700 million threshold, I might add. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your leadership and for your temperament. And to my colleagues, I want to say also, every night when I greet y'all, I intentionally say my honorable colleagues. And I don't say that as formulaically or as just as theater. I mean that. I believe each of you are honorable. And one of the things I always remind myself of, colleagues, that no matter how far apart we are or how much we disagree, disagreement does not mean dismissal. Because on any given day, for each of you, there are literally thousands of people who agree with you, who supported you, who voted for you. It would be foolish to dismiss a person with that much support and who has that much representation behind them. So I listen very intently and I take very seriously what each of you say, and I honor it. Because when each of you speak, you are literally representing thousands of people. It would be to our detriment to dismiss each other or any one of us on any given day on any issue, because so many of our residents and neighbors feel vested in you and support you. I carry that with me. I hope that we each carry that for each other. And for the public watching, don't get it twisted. We'll be joking and talking about each other's families and vacation plans after this stuff is over, because we know how to compartmentalize. So I want to thank each of you for this time of engagement, for your passion, for your love. We each volunteered for scrutiny that most human beings would run away from. But here we are, doing the best we can for our city, the city that we all love. So I want to thank each of you for your service, my honorable colleagues of this council, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just because I forgot to say it, I want to say thank you so much to all of the staff every day, but the staff that put in so much work and effort into organizing these meetings today and yesterday. I mean, it's a ton of work, and really, really appreciate it and all the work that's gone into the budget. It's so much work. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing and everything that's gone into this, and for two very smooth days of these budget meetings.
Councilmember.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all staff here and for all staff who didn't present this round. We are in a really good place. We've got a little bit more work. I know we have a couple outstanding things that folks want to try and figure out, but a lot is happening with this budget. It's a big year. And I have to say, I'm really proud of everyone who's sitting at this dais and everyone who works for the city of Durham. We are living in some pretty weird times. And everyone who works for the city shows up every day and they give their all for the residents of this city and this community. And there's a lot of people in this country who are in government who are not doing that anymore. And so I hope residents of Durham realize that there are a lot of folks delivering on your behalf, and they will continue to do so. So always thankful for your good work.
I would just also just echo Councilmember Caballero's comments and saying thank you, as well as all the others. I did want to just appreciate, I think we have staff in the room who's even retired, coming back to see what's going on here. And I just want to say, like, this has been an honor, and truly, like, this is the 8th budget that I've sat through, and it's incrementally gotten to the point where I don't have to say as much because what I want is already baked in. But I will say that this has been a process that has been much more, I guess, fluid and encompassing the discussions we actually needed to have. And I really want to appreciate the city manager for shifting it a little bit and making us do the hard things hard and the easy things easy, so that this process was a lot better. Thank you.
One last question. There's we still have this open time next Thursday, right?
He's going to address it.
Okay, go. Like you get
Right, Javier.
again, like right on it, right? So,
No, thank you all. Thank you to the amazing staff. Thank you for giving us the luxury of being, talking heads, and you all, like making the magic happen. I wouldn't want your job. I'm sure you wouldn't want our job. So I think we're all in the right place, making it work. Yeah, I just really appreciate you all, because this is really hard. I want to thank my colleagues. I know I can get passionate about some things. I know each of us can get passionate about some things. And I even get upset, I don't always show it. But sometimes it just comes out, like any other human. But I just, man, I wouldn't want to work with anyone else right now, to be honest with you. And, I know we disagree a lot sometimes especially on zoning cases. And Councilmember Cook, I'm going to pick on you for a second. Some folks, they watch the meetings, it's good for TV sometimes. And I'll get some friends or supporters or whatever to say, gosh, man, like the lady that asked all the questions, like she never vote with you. Like, what's her problem? Like, but do you know that she actually does the work? Like she puts in the work, and I appreciate that. I wish I could like buy her a milkshake and get her to like vote with me on some things, but I just really appreciate the work that each of you all put into it. You know, I really do. And I appreciate each and every last one of you. I don't think you're bad people. And I know we had a tough conversation earlier. And again, as I said, I hope it doesn't come off that I think you don't care about, the kids in the city. That's not my point. But my intent is to make sure that discomfort around gun violence is present in our work that we do. Because I do want to mobilize this discomfort to other bodies of government so that we can all feel it. And hopefully that'll fuel our energy around a strategy that is responsive. I don't want to be patient, but I know it takes time. But I just appreciate, being able to have these tough conversations and also still respectfully be able to work with one another. If we were not able to do that, then I would be worried. And I expect to be pulled along in areas that you don't hear me talk about enough. You don't hear me talk about a day shelter enough. And Councilmember Cook, you keep bringing it up. So, we just bring each other along, and I just really appreciate that. With that being said, I think, it goes back to our flag. I opened up with this, and this is my first budget as mayor, and just what our flag represents. The royal blue represents courage. The red represents action and progress. The gold represents high quality and all growth. White represents high ideals. The stars represents the arts, commerce and industry, education, medicine, human relations, sports and recreation, preservation of heritage. So at the end of the day, despite how tough these conversations are, we are living in our values. And I'm so grateful for each of you. And so with that being said, again, staff, thank you. Colleagues, thank you. Thank you to the public. For the folks that are a little bit happy, a little bit sad, and all in between, grateful for everyone. As Mr. Manager, you have provided us a process that works. And I appreciate the heading toward the efficiency. And we can say something that a lot of city governments can't say. That we are becoming much more efficient and finding more capacity to do more things with less. So thank you for being genius on this. And we'll close with your remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, thank you for all the kind compliments to staff. They are certainly deserving of it. And you also are deserving of praise for these 2 days. Your conversations, your guidance are extremely helpful for us. I did want to provide a summary of where we think we are at and to seek either your concurrence or correction on those items. So as you know, today concludes 2 days of work sessions. At this time, we are not aware of, or of in my conversations with the budget director, we did not capture any specific direction to change elements of the proposed budget to date. There is one item that we committed to bring more analysis back on, and that was the part-time Durham minimum livable wage discussion. So we have that as a follow-up. There are 4 other topics that we heard discussed but didn't necessarily get specific direction. So I wanted to name those. When we first convened yesterday, there was some discussion that it may be amiss to not have any conversation about housing or economic development. So there are those 2 topics. There was an inquiry on the Durham Affordable Loan Fund. And then there was a discussion of low-income homeowner relief. So what I wanted to do at this point, if there was only one topic, that being the part-time Durham minimum livable wage, I think we could add that as an agenda item to the June 5th work session in the afternoon and not convene in the morning. If of those other 4 topics you wanted a presentation similar to what you received on these 2 days, my recommendation would be that we use that placeholder meeting time on the morning of June 5th. And then we could just move that part-time DMLW conversation to the morning. So I think that's a decision point for council. Either do the one item at work session and handle the other items either through informational updates or convene in the morning and have presentations so that council can give us direction. So let me look back to you on that. June 5th really would be the last opportunity to give us direction to make changes before we bring you a budget for adoption at your second regular council meeting in June.
Any preference? Go ahead.
It is, I just want to be real clear that it is not my preference to be here all day on Thursday because my whole family is going to be in town and y'all already know the drill. However, of the topics you mentioned, I am interested in the conversation around the low-income homeowner relief, tax relief, whichever combination that I'm supposed to say those words in. Though I don't feel like we are able to tackle that as a city by ourselves since it's a joint city-county program. So I'm not really sure, even if we were to extend the day, what that conversation could bring in that morning.
I think it's primarily going to be informational update on how the program is being utilized. If you had questions about what the current thresholds are for accessing the program, I think we'd be prepared to provide that information. We can either do that in a presentation. We can also prepare a memorandum that summarizes it for you.
Yeah, I don't think I have any questions around it as it currently is, but I am interested in having some conversation about whether we need to change some of the thresholds. But I don't think that that's a conversation where if we came on Thursday, I don't think we could accomplish that on Thursday morning. So it is not my ask maybe that we come on Thursday morning to talk about that, but I do think that that is a priority of mine, to have that conversation, and whatever research we would need done could be prepared in a memo and delivered to us at some point. And maybe Councilmember Caballero can speak to it more.
I think that it has to go to joint city county. That's the venue that we would have any conversation with the county where there's co-funding. And the agenda for that meeting on the 10th is already rather full, and I don't think we're meeting again until August. So I don't know if it would get solved before passage of our upcoming fiscal budget.
Yeah, I think that's like exactly my point, is that I don't foresee that but I am interested in that as a priority. So I just don't want it to fall off this list just because I don't want to do it this Thursday.
If I could just ask, if it could just be included in a memo, just making sure that it's included in our water bills like it's been in the past. Just kind of like the methods we're using to make sure that people know what's happening with it. That's the main questions I have around it. I would just also add, for housing and economic development, I have some questions, but I don't know that they're budgetary, like as far as this budget. And I think in a work session in August or what have you afterwards is fine. For the affordable home loan fund, if we could just get an update, just numbers, number of applications, number approved and processed, that would be enough for me. And then on the day shelter thing, I do think we'll probably need to revisit it some way, shape, or form, but that's it.
Yeah, so I do think, yeah, I'm not looking for extending our Thursday more, but I also think there's some important issues on the table. I do think on the housing, I know that we have a reorganization happening there, new director coming on. I think, and maybe this is not on the 5th, maybe, but at some point soon, I think we need an update on like where Forever Home is wrapping up, I guess this year, maybe next, right? And sort of getting like where are we with all the sort of like, what have we produced with the 95 million? Where are we with that? Getting an update on that, where we stand with that, and what are sort of outstanding items would be really good. But again, that has to be on the 5th. I will say on the Affordable Housing Loan Fund, staff did provide a memo for us that came out along with the agenda before yesterday's meeting started. And so the Downtown Affordable Housing Loan Fund Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund is mentioned in there. I think it's a little bit unclear, actually. So I would love to have a discussion about that. It may not, I don't know if that's a discussion we need to have here or just with you directly. I think there's, essentially the memo said there's money in the dedicated housing fund. I think there was a reference to the money having been expended, the first $2 million. I think it's worth noting that the city gave a $2 million loan to the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund. So the money's it's been lent out, but it's not like gone, right? It's been lent out. The request is for more money to allow us to quickly acquire affordable rental properties, maybe coming out of tax credit status as they come on the market, so we can get them before market players get them. And so if there's money that's in the dedicated housing fund, but is not in the budget, I guess the request would be from me on behalf of the folks that manage Dolph to like, can we get an additional $1 million? If it's in the dedicated housing fund, placed in Dolph to allow us more capacity to acquire properties that may come on the market. So that's the, yeah. So I don't know if you need,
I'll summarize that.
okay.
Housing and economic development, big issues. They need a lot of thinking. I would say let's start tackling them intentionally and have some dedicated time for those conversations when we come back. Mm-hmm. That's what I would say. I think we need to spend a lot of time on those two issues. I will be curious if by Thursday we have more information from the county regarding the day shelter. That's all I have.
Thank you. I think that once we get directors in those departments and they've had a little bit of time, I would love to get an in-depth kind of update and what their vision's going to be and how it aligns. And I don't imagine that being ready probably before, mid-fall, but just putting it on a work session and letting us have the space to really talk about it. And getting those updates on where we are in Forever Home and all of these other spaces. That I don't think we need, I think for me, the big question marks aren't going to get solved at an additional work session. I think they're beyond kind of the guardrails of this budgetary process that we're in. And I feel like there's one other. And I do want to hear from the county and where they ultimately landed on the day shelter or not.
Thank you all, colleagues. Yeah, for me, to the direct issue as to whether or not anything I've heard leads me to think that we need to massage or alter the budget as proposed. The answer is no. For me, like Councilmember Freeman alluded, I think this is my our eighth budget. There are always conversations in which council members, individual council members, I've done it, or even several council members have some issue that's burning. That we have conversations. Sometimes it's an academic conversation. Sometimes it's substantive. But for me, nothing that we've talked about can't be addressed outside of passing this budget, whether it's administratively. For example, with respect to the low-income tax program, the questions of how onerous applying for it and thresholds have been things we've addressed historically. My guess is that the current iteration of it is reflective of some tweaks that were made because of those very concerns. And I don't think that addressing those issues, those can be addressed administratively outside of the budgetary program. That's within our purview to do that. One and two, with respect to the day shelter, I used to be on the board of Interfaith Hospitality Network before it became Families Moving Forward. And they used to operate a day shelter. So I understand the importance of it very much. And it's an issue that's near and dear to my heart. But based upon what I've heard from staff and even some of our colleagues, I don't know what that $50,000 would be for it. I don't know who the people are right now, what their profile is. Talked about possibly having to issue RFPs for it. And I'm not, if it's, how do I want to phrase it? I don't want to just do kind of a token check writing to kind of telegraph that we're taking it seriously if we don't have an actual plan for the money. I certainly support the strategic housing plan that we're looking at that will give us a blueprint on how to deal with it long-term effectively. But I just don't know obviously it's not a lot of money, 50 grand is not a lot of money, but I just don't know what it would do right now, what it would be for other than us saying that we've allocated $50,000 for a day shelter. Again, we don't know what the county is going to do as well. So all of that taken in total, for me, nothing crosses the threshold where it would affect this budget as it's currently presented. So therefore, yeah, there's no need for me to meet on anything relative to the budget. I'm always welcome to talk about issues, but the budget remains unaffected to me. Thank you.
In closing, for me, I think Councilmember Freeman verbalized it well. I don't have any budgetary holdups or questions, rather. I just do have some requests for more information. I would like the demographic information or the demographic breakdown on the housing side of things, the homelessness, and also the demographic breakdown of the like who are the folks that are getting these jobs, the entry-level jobs, like yeah, they're part-time employees with the minimum wage. Other than that, I don't need an additional work session. I actually prefer not to. I have a colleague that's has a wedding coming up and want to give them much time as possible. Okay, the real reason my anniversary is also coming up, so I want to get out of here as soon as possible. I have a flight right after that meeting, so prefer not to be in there all day. So, the one item, if you need to put it on the work session agenda, let's do that.
We'll do that.
Everything else, I think that we get.
Thank you.
Need more
We'll
attention.
take the direction to provide updates. I concur with the sentiment that I think we'll be in a better place to have an informed conversation with council on matters of the strategy around economic development, strategy around the new Housing and Neighborhood Services Department with new directors in place, and that's something that we are very eagerly pursuing as we speak. So we will plan to come back to council in the fall on those topics. We'll provide either written or verbal updates on the Affordable Loan Fund to close any gaps in information we provided, make sure we give you a clearer sense of what the current status is of that program and our ability to support future rounds of funding, as well as the low-income homeowner relief program. And then finally, we will have an agenda item to present information requested on the part-time DMLW issue, and we will add that to your afternoon work session agenda. That item may come out late because most of the other items on that agenda are already finalized. So you may see that added just before the meeting, but we'll work on that to have a conversation ready. And then obviously you have your budget public hearing Monday night. And so you may have other items you wish to discuss, but those discussions can take place at the work session if needed. Thank you.
So can I, on the Affordable Housing Loan Fund, just on that one? So the memo from staff clarified where the money is, right? It's not in the budget. So to me, this may be a budget item. If the money is in the dedicated housing fund, it just needs to be moved to the budget.
Yeah,
Can we do that?
I've got a few requests out for staff, and there's a meeting that is scheduled later today with some of the funding partners there. So I want to download kind of their position, our position before I give you a recommendation. But I will get you that information prior in time to have any input or feedback into the budget process before budget adoption. So my commitment to you is to make sure we give you that information before you have to make any final decisions on the budget. I'm just reluctant to give more detail verbally until I have a few other missing pieces of information and to make sure that I understand it as fully as possible.
All right, colleagues, thank you. It's been a great meeting. Day 2 budget work sessions. We are adjourned at 3:25.